It's sunny California, but outside, May Gray is in full swing. There was even a little bit of precipitation on the way over to Riverside, California, where inside Top Deck Keep, it is nothing but warm vibes. It has been a pretty long break for us at AGE, an unseasonably long one, but everybody is so excited to be back. That's right. It's Arcane Games and Events, the May Open, leading up to the Players' Championship, which is growing ever, ever closer. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am here, of course, with Michael, Swinger of Hammers Murray. How you doing today, Michael?
I'm doing so great, and I'm so happy to be back. It's been 2 months, I think, or at least close to that.
It sure
since
feels
I've
like
been
it.
in the caster desk. And I'm very looking forward to being here again today with you and with all of our viewers.
Yeah, I just can't keep a smile from my face. Like, it's been a long time since I've been in the booth as well, and I can't wait to yell at some games of Flesh and Blood. How about you?
Oh, yeah, definitely the games of Flesh and Blood, and even just this like high seas kind of electricity in the air. I'm so excited to be thinking about the new metas that are going to unfold and the new heroes. So lots of cool, exciting things happening in the world of Flesh and Blood.
And speaking of new metas, Michael, we've got a very special showcase here. This is a meta that is basically post-BNR announcement and pre-High Seas release. This is a meta that is exactly going to survive for like a week. So, like, Florian's down bad. We may not see a whole lot of him today, or some people are going to think, who needs Germinate? Germinate be damned. I'm going to bring Florian anyway. But bottom line, this is going to dissolve before our eyes sooner than we think.
Absolutely. I think this is a fantastic meta for those people who have just been kind of brewing their off-meta decks, because all of a sudden sort of the top power level stuff has been chopped off before we've gotten the introduction of the new power level stuff. To TBD on how powerful these new heroes really are, but you have to assume at least they will be very popular and defining the meta moving forward. So today we do have that unique look at some of the kind of like underdog heroes coming up is what I'm expecting to see.
The ban and restricted that was made this last Monday by Brian Gottlieb himself is indeed in force here today at Arcane Games and Events. So that means no more Scepter of Pain. No more Germinate.
Right.
No more Count Your Blessings. We definitely have some Count Your Blessings abusers here at Arcane Games and Events.
I might be biased, but I'm so happy about that one.
And you know what? Like, it definitely seemed like it was a decision made for the casual player. Like, it's an answerable card. I agree with them that it's not necessarily a competitive problem, but it's definitely one where our mantra is play the game, feel at home. It is something like important to maintain for that.
Ironically, as an Azalea player, the new expansion slot card was perfect for targeting that, and it is no longer relevant. But the other side of it, the zero cost shock.
We will get into that, my friend. I know you are unbelievably excited about that zero cost shock. That being said, we do have something that is added back into Classic Constructed, and that is Bonds of Ancestry. There are plenty of Katu players here today. Our judge, Connor, is one of them, and he's definitely been back on that hero ever since the Ban and Restricted came out.
He beat me just the last week using that exact card. Got the natural combo. As I tried to block it out and prevent him from tutoring it, he said, I don't really care. I already have it.
And Katu is one of those heroes, kind of like Dorinthea, where like if you don't have the reps into him and you haven't blocked against him in a while, he can really run away with the game and exploit you for having that knowledge gap. So I think there's going to be some Katsu's enjoyers today.
I've already talked to a couple, so I'm looking forward to seeing Katsu make a return in today's meta.
The Wanderers be wandering. It'll be a skill check on us as well, Michael.
Absolutely. One mistake that I made that viewers at home I will warn you against, those breaking scales only affect combo cards, so don't overblock the Surging Strike. I literally lost a game by 1 point because I did that. Mistakes be made.
I've lost an embarrassing amount of games for forgetting about breaking scales in general, for not accounting for breaking scales plus Ancestral Heart. Like, that is a tough card to play around.
It's a skill check, like you said.
So speaking of skill checks, the high seas is upon us. Even though the tidal wave hasn't yet crashed, it is whelming out there in Taipei halfway across the world. So folks, if you just need a ton of Flesh and Blood action, if you're fans like us, if you don't want to take that Flesh and Blood needle out of your arm, we've got you covered until Taipei comes back. Get your fix of Wraith here at Arcane Games and Events. But so we still have some time before we get our hands on the high seas cards, and honestly, based on the distribution issues, people playing at US Nats might have the same issue. But that being said, Michael, what are you most excited about?
I mean, I've been most excited about just Puffin in general. I feel like she's this really cool, like, for the first time, it's not, so Tech Levosin, super defensive. All the other characters, boost, aggro, aggro. And finally, we have what feels to me like a mid-range mechanologist. And she has all of those cool tech items that you can bring in. She's toolboxy, but she also has this new galvanize, like on a stick mechanic. And I'm so, like, just from the few games that I've played a little bit on Talishar, just testing things out, blocking 4 on my blues feels awesome. And I'm really excited to be able to play that back and forth. I like blocking. I play Guardians. I like going aggressive. I play Wizards. And when you combine them together, I think mid-range really is my favorite way to play the game because it brings all of the elements of Flesh and Blood into a single deck. And that is why I think Puffin for me is just looking great.
LSS feels like they're hitting their stride with these sets. Like a new mentality of design where you are drawing people from outside these classes into them. I mean, case in point for me personally is Fang and like I wouldn't have touched the stuff until the Hunted released, and now I'm a massive Fang enjoyer. You've never been a mechanologist fan up until this point.
I played Dio.
Oh my gosh, I forgot.
We do
You're
it because
right.
Dio's secretly a wizard.
Yeah, okay, all right. So you've never been drawn to a more traditional mechanologist.
No, I never touched -IE. I did try, back in the day, I tried to do the Mechanoid package on -IE before Max even existed, and that was fun, but not great.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing about High Seas, though, is there's 2 other heroes. I'm not even going to talk about the 4th one yet, because that was super cool.
Yep.
But Gravy, I've been cooking with Gravy, and he seems like all of our kind of ally classes in the past, they all start kind of tough. Like, brewing Gravy has been a real challenge, an exciting and fun one. But I think out the gate, I'm like, I don't know what direction to go yet. With Puffin, it just built itself. With Gravy, I'm like scratching my head, but it's cool. I mean, there's so many different avenues. You can look at these zero-cost go again, sort of going really aggressive with him and sort of just a little peppering of allies. You can go super ally heavy, and you can even do like a high-cost, ships, maybe some pummels. So there's a lot of different directions, and he has that defensive value too with the rallies and his majestic defense reaction that can block 6. I mean, he's got all these different angles to play at, so I'm really excited to see the way people cook.
So you're asking LSS to pass you the gravy boat. You're getting coggy-woggy with it with Puff and Hightail. Any inclination towards our treasure hunter?
Well, I got to hand that one to you, Mr. Ranger player, because I haven't looked at her too closely, but I know how much you've liked Azalea in the past. What do you think about her?
Not only Azalea, Lexi as well, and Marlin is the first kind of look at something we've had in a long time that can handle 3-of-a-kind and Rain Razors, which you better believe is something that is very enticing to me. Teammate and also prime nemesis of the entire AGE community, Evan Bridges, is working very, very hard on some sort of Lexi reminiscent Marlin deck, which I'm not 100% sure that is the only direction to take her. I mean, like, in general, you are starved for go again and action points, so you can't do the Voltaire thing necessarily.
Well,
like
unless you run blues, right? And the blues just get go again with the boots.
Sometimes, yes. But that being said, like this 3-of-a-kind package is often leaning on Perch Grapplers for a big old combo 30+ damage turn. So I definitely tend to think that the Sarong is leaning towards a Harpoon Cannon type build, which also I'm very interested in as well, because I think that build absolutely dumpsters the 3-of-a-kind build. There's so much disruption that comes out of those Go Fish cards.
Well, Azalea sort of like sometimes got dominate with the disruption. This is, you loaded your arrow, you've got overpower. It's really consistent. So I think if you're playing against Marlin Cannon, you're going to need to bring your D-Reacts. You're going to need to have ways, block cards, ways to just, you can't get hit by those arrows time and time again, or you will have a bad time. So I think Marlin's also looking very interesting in terms of the different axes she can play on. She also has multiple, like you mentioned. There's the traditional Death Dealer build. There's the Harpoon Cannon build. And, I haven't cooked up too much, but I have to imagine there's a few other ways you can build her as well.
Oodles and oodles of ways to play this game of Flesh and Blood, and the High Seas is no different. What I'm probably the most excited for, though, Michael, is the limited scene. And, I mean, the live reveal of Scurv, not only Scurv, also his specialization. I love the way that all played out in Taipei.
He's a stowaway.
Yeah, I love that we saw Thief on a card before we ever saw the hero himself.
And the specialization, I think, got ripped first, too.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, so first of all, I think there were people just like humming about a secret hero, and that has happened in every set since it's the inception. Is what if there's a secret hero? And at this point, we're like, come on, guys. LSS doesn't make sense.
They had us right where they wanted us.
And then there's a stowaway in the high seas. Packs themselves.
It bears mentioning, though, Michael. He's going to be a real shakeup to the limited scene because if you saw the metagame breakdown in Taipei, there were only 10 Scurvs in the entire room. Out of, I think it was close to 400 players or something like that.
Is that due to a lack of Scurvs in the packages?
I assume, yes. I assume it's a pull rate kind of thing.
So he's rare.
He's pretty rare, and so I think where he is really going to shake things up is going to be draft.
Right.
I mean, the second you see, for example, a thief card in a pack, and then it doesn't wheel, you're like, oh my goodness, there is a Scurv in this pod. Yeah. Maybe I'm going to start taking these boats a little bit extra, or I'm going to put extra importance on.
Yeah. You don't want a Scurv to just steal everything that he wants.
Speaking of Scurv. He is there is going to be a little bit of scurvy happening at U.S. Nationals, and that is all going to be at the behest of supply chain issues.
Yes.
If you want to be playing a high seas hero, I would have to imagine it's going to be pretty dang hard to get a hold of those cards at this tournament that is happening on release weekend.
Yeah, we have had announcements. I know I watched the MinMax Games video and various other creators just sort of talking about it's not certain, but there is a lot of uncertainty about how much exactly will be allocated and if and when it'll come in. So I think it's good that we're talking about it. It's good to have that knowledge beforehand instead of showing up and being like, oh, there's no draft. But I don't know. I've heard reassurance that no, we'll have draft, that'll be there. And then, picking up singles, there's a lot of people saying, no, we're going to rip boxes, we're going to have singles. It might just be that you're paying a premium to get them, which is unfortunate, but much better than just you can't do it. But that being said, I do expect the representation of the new high seas heroes to be lower because you can't bank on being able to build that if your only recourse is hoping to get the cards that you need without that certainty.
And what's more is usually these events that are so close to a product release, like, for example, U.S. Nationals last year when Part the Misfail was still fairly new, not nearly as new as High Seas will be to Vegas this year, but what we usually see in those instances is for the meta to get figured out, to get cracked wide open, to kind of coalesce around a best deck. I mean, Zen Tamer of Purpose made a massive showing at U.S. Nationals last year.
Yeah.
This time around, because of those lower representation numbers, just because of the advent of getting a hold of these cards being so difficult, I tend to think that the meta is not necessarily going to be figured out until Pro Tour Singapore in July.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on kind of how much the players decide to heed the warning and go and just build something else and say, I don't want to take the risk. Because there will be cards. There's going to be, some amount of availability, and it's just a question of how much.
Do you have the gold?
Yeah, maybe. I know a lot of the vendors are not out here to shark people, but there is an economic sort of
supply and demand, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it's something that you sort of have to do because you can't just give all your product away at MSRP and then have nothing. So you kind of need to have some sort of gate to control the flow of goods, right? Supply and demand. It's not, I don't see it as a greed thing so much as just...
No.
You have to honor what these things, the availability of these things.
And that this is not to begrudge any vendors that are just, doing business.
Yeah.
It's more just that this is a difficult situation that people are going to have to navigate.
Yeah.
That's just the way the cards have
It's the natural restricted pipeline that happens.
And I will say, though, Michael, if I think back to Outsiders release, the first big tournament that happened before I believe Brody Spurlock took the whole thing down on Azalea, Codex of Frailty was a $6 Majestic.
Oh.
If you'd like to take a look at what it is now, it's a little bit different. So maybe there is still opportunity to be had here, even though you are going to be paying a premium for this limited supply. It's entirely possible that if you think you can break a card and you're able to pick up those those at a premium before this tournament, and before you show its prowess to the broader scope of the game, then you might still come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's a volatile scene. Certainly, we've got choppy waters ahead when it comes to this upcoming national season. But like all tournaments, the way that you navigate it is the way that the cards fall.
And ultimately, this is kind of a flavorful way to release a set called High Seas. We've got a massive tidal wave coming towards us. By the time Vegas hits, it will have crashed. There will be turmoil everywhere, this way and that, distribution issues, be damned. We're going to figure some things out, and then the waters will kind of settle as we look eastward towards Pro Tour Singapore. And by then, maybe the currents will have coalesced.
Yeah, I definitely just kind of want to make sure not to get too overwhelmed by this potential and wait to see how things really fall.
Yeah, as long as you can, voice concerns about a problem and address what you think might be coming out of it, you can handle whatever actually becomes reality, right?
Yeah, for all we know, it'll be like a little more expensive, and that's all there is to it, and everyone sort of gets what they want.
And that is just good advice for life, Michael.
True.
Spittin' wisdom is my friend, Swinger of Hammers. That does it for us here at Weekend Stories. Let's do a quick shout out to our sponsor, the place that we are currently sitting our butts in. That is Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. A fantastic home for arcane games and events. They have been wonderful all year long, and we are very happy here. So thank you so much to everyone here at Top Deck Keep, owner Jeff, and our consigliere, Tyler Horspool. In particular, thank you guys so much for the clean facilities and the happy reps that you're giving arcane games and events.
No, so much space here for awesome games and really awesome staff as well. Their singles are popping. Really great store for Flesh and Blood. It's kind of hard sometimes to find a store that really caters to Flesh and Blood. It's one of the lesser known card games. Sometimes the stores are just stocked with Magic and Pokemon, but here it's Tyler Horsepool's leading the charge, and they've got Flesh and Blood handled. So I love this store for singles and picking up all the Flesh and Blood product.
Before we go to break, folks, I do want to mention that there is more AGE on the horizon. The horizon being tomorrow, in fact. We've got another AGE Open happening in New England. Unfortunately, we will not be able to stream it, but that doesn't mean the action is going to be any less tantalizing. We're going to have deck lists coming out of New England in this teeny brand new 1 week meta out of the Banned and Restricted. We also have another date already set for Los Angeles. That'll be June 14th, Saturday next month, here once again at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. If you can hear, the players' meeting is happening behind me, folks. We are just moments away from Flesh and Blood action to lead you into the world premiere. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with round one after this. Taipei is not going to have all the fun. That's the story of today at Arcane Games and Events. That's right. It's the May Open of the AGE Open Series here in LA. I am chomping at the bits for some flesh and blood action.
I'm ready to go.
What do you say we just go right on down to the match floor?
I'm ready to go.
All right, let's send it. We've got Garrett Johnson on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, versus Wyatt Jackson on Aracne Marionette. I have it on good authority that Wyatt is sporting this very dagger-centric, damage-heavy form of Aracne Marionette popularized by Taotao, who happens to be in the room, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
I was talking to Wyatt earlier today about a mirror into Taotao, the Aracne mirror, and apparently that game went very close, so Wyatt got teeth.
Okay, teeth barbed with daggers, no doubt. We've got a Hunter's Clave sitting on the board. I would have to imagine that there are going to be two in his, one in each of his arms.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, he's got that Arcane Lantern. But I would have to imagine that against Verdance, he wants to go very, very fast.
Yeah. You probably want to bring both the daggers, and maybe you can put in some of that Spell Void, some of those new or Assassin equipments. Super helpful against the Wizard. I do love how Assassin has these kind of toolbox sorts of equipments that are unique to them. It feels very, it's the preparation before the kill.
And out comes the equipment presentation. There are Widow pieces on the side of our marionette friend. Garrett Johnson sporting the Blade Beckoner gauntlets, a very new and interesting addition into all of these Verdance decks. Looks like, I would have to imagine Garrett elected to go first because we've got a Surgeon Aethertide coming in for 1 arcane damage.
Yep.
AB1? Sure.
Pitching to AB1. Looks like a red Stains of the Redback. Garrett just playing out a Sigil of Earth, probably passing turn here because he's got a defense reaction in hand, which is destined for the arsenal. Over to Wyatt for his first turn of the game.
Yeah, nice start for Garrett, getting that defense reaction in early. Just he can feel so protected against the disruption coming out of the Assassin.
Garrett is going to have to find himself some Rootbound Carapace in order to decompose on defense. At the moment, he does seem to have a lot of Earth cards in the hand, so I think this is going to be a turn where Garrett is very happy to block. That being said, there is some offensive capability in the hand of Wyatt Jackson. Scar Tissue is a great way to start off this turn, but no resource cards to send with those daggers. Maybe a little bit of a clunk.
Yeah, that can happen when you try to play super aggressively. You need the reds, you need the blues. So just sending dagger, pitching 2 cards.
2 reds into the pitch zone. Wyatt is pulling it back, rethinking the way that this turn is going to go. Garrett has better be looking at that pitch zone no matter what happens here to get more information on Wyatt Jackson's turn.
Yeah, a bit of a rough start, and like you said, Garrett, just super happy to fill his graveyard with those Earth cards, starting with the Earth form.
Yeah, we'll flick, actually.
So only 2 block here, but Wyatt is going for a very early flick here. The right-handed dagger goes straight into the graveyard. Garrett takes 1 and becomes marked. What is going to be the follow-up here for Wyatt Jackson?
All right.
Got to imagine something that cares about Mark.
It is Mark of the Black Widow, which is coming in now at a break point. But luckily, Garrett has parked a Sink Below in the arsenal, so he's going to be able to shrug it off if he wants. That being said, he might overblock here just to fill the grave with more Earth cards.
That is a very true possibility. Important for Verdance to get online as soon as possible.
Place them sideways. It's a habit.
We see Garrett posturing towards the Blade Beckoner gauntlets, a good way in order to ensure maximum value on that card, but looks like it is Stains of the Redback, which is going to give this card go again and +3. So Garrett is a little bit punished for holding back on that defense reaction. That being said, Assassin does fall into this category of a deck that kind of helps Earth Heroes do their minigame. And if you're banishing cards from either your deck or your hand, you can just make them Earth and ensure that you get online faster thanks to your Assassin counterpart.
Yeah, you do have to imagine Garrett will choose to banish that Earth card.
He's posturing the Plow Under, just thinking through what else he can do. No, decides pop the bubble instead. So no free decomposition going on here. Garrett is holding on to a Command and Conquer, which might not actually be the greatest card to have here because Wyatt is ending without an arsenal.
Yeah.
Start my turn. This is going to pop.
Sigil of Earth pops here at the start of Garrett Johnson's turn. He creates an Embodiment of Earth token. Garrett is sitting 4 life underneath Wyatt Jackson, and he is going to go ahead and send the CNC, regardless of the fact that there is no arsenal to disrupt here. Just 6 vanilla damage on this Command and Conquer.
And Wyatt's probably got to feel pretty good about that. Maybe wanting to preserve life, maybe just saying, great, 6 vanilla, I get to keep a 4-card hand. See how he decides to play it.
Looks like Wyatt might be caught red-handed again. I can't quite see the color of the card that he's thumbing there, but otherwise, it is a heck of a lot of dagger reactions right there. Savor Bloodshed to the point, and a card I didn't quite catch. So Wyatt says, no, I can't afford to respect this. 6 damage goes his way, and Garrett gets himself a bit of a life lead. 36 plays 34 as we go back over to Marionette.
Yeah, and 2 all-red hands to start is not exactly what you want to see, but luckily Assassin does have a lot of 0 costs in the attack action slot, so not completely out of luck here as he plays the Orb Weaver Spinneret. one of those 0 costs.
And this is the advantage of the dagger-centric marionette build, because you can flick pretty much with impunity because you have so many of these retrieve effects, and also because you have Graphene Calycera generation. So it's Orb Weaver Spinneret, Savor Bloodshed, Graphene Calycera, and right now he is threatening that flick of the second Hunter's Clave in order to mark Garrett and then get the draw off of Savor Bloodshed when this Calycera connects.
Yeah. We see Garrett sitting on a D-react, at least one, but that's not quite enough to cover it, so Wyatt looking likely to draw.
So it's 1 card block here. The flick does come out. Right now, it's just 1 Graphene Calycera for Wyatt. 9, and then to the point comes out to add another 4. This Graphene Calycera is 13. There is no way that Garrett has enough defense reactions in hand in order to shore this up. He does, however, have a Rootbound Carapace to at least get a little bit more defensive value out of this hand, but right now it is 7 to 13. Oh, but he's got the sink below. That is going to be enough to cover it all up.
I don't think so. That's 8, 9, 10, 11 over 14.
Oh, 13 is where he's at, right?
Oh, 13. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
11 is still less.
Okay, well, I was excited there, and he does have an extra 1 from the embodiment of Earth.
Oh, so 12.
So it is 12. He's just missing the damage there. But that being said, Garrett is really covering up this turn masterfully.
Yeah, feels bad for Wyatt. I mean, he needs to be pushing that life total down as fast as he can. Of course, keeping the tempo is always a nice thing, and with an extra card being drawn, gets to put a card into Arsenal, finally having a potential 5-card hand to work with next turn.
So not the explosion of bloodletting that Wyatt was probably hoping for there. But that being said, Garrett is only on a 1-card hand here, and we are at life parity. 34 plays 34. As is back over to Garrett. Looks like he thumbs that card. It's just a discard Fruits of the Forest.
Yep.
Gain 2 life.
So now we're in a position where Wyatt has a 5-card hand to Garrett's 4-card hand, guaranteed no D-react in the arsenal. This is where Wyatt's got a chance to start to really push into the life total.
But unfortunately, Wyatt has drawn himself a defense reaction, so that is 1 card that is just not going to be able to convert on this turn.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate draw, and one that I'm kind of questioning. I'm not so sure how I feel about a defense reaction playing into Verdance.
It is a curious choice. I mean, you have to assume that she is going to be throwing some decompose attacks at you at some point in the game, but also you kind of need to kill her.
On hits.
Yeah, you need to be killing her if you are going to dodge the combo that is inevitably coming your way. Bonds of Agony, however, is the start of this turn. Does Wyatt have enough reactions in order to get there and turn on that really scary paragraph of text?
Yeah, unluckily, defense reactions don't count.
And you need 3 or more reactions, right?
3 or more reactions. Yes. Garrett is confirming how Bonds of Agony works.
And whenever this card comes down on the table, I always find myself just taking a moment and thinking, because there are so many possibilities that can come off the back of this, and you have to think about so many different breakpoints, and then the on-hit effect can be really brutal. So you kind of need to dump your hand on the off chance that they can get it off, but if you overcommit and then just give it go again or something...
2 cards is the block here. Wyatt is very deficient on attack reactions. He's got 1 from Flick Knives in his equipment suite, but there's a Command and Conquer in there, a Sink Below, I believe a Leave No Witnesses. Reaper's Call is going to get discarded here, so Garrett is marked, and he's just passing priority here. So this was a total bluff of a turn for Wyatt, but Garrett did not overcommit. I have to commend him, because he's going to be able to send a 2-card 7 with an Embodiment of Earth token on hit. That being said, Wyatt is transforming into Arachne.
Is it the defense?
It's the Arsenal one. I'm blanking on the Funnel Web.
There you go.
My tongue is a little bit tied after the break that I've had over the last month, but that is going to offer a little bit of Arsenal disruption if Garrett decides to plunk one down in there on this turn, but we know it's going to be Earth form coming in for 7 big bad points of damage on hit, create an Embodiment of Earth token.
Well, all of a sudden, Wyatt Jackson's defense reaction actually feels kind of handy, because that'll be a lot of extra value to prevent the token here if he decides to block out.
Wyatt asks, no cards in hand, so this Funnel Web is not going to get maximum value. Unfortunate. Looks like he is lining up a card to block. I'm not sure which one actually ended up hitting the Arsenal. It's a Command and Conquer, and then the Sink Below that was in hand previously. Will we do some filtering? Absolutely. Can we see the card drawn? It's another Command and Conquer.
And I saw a little smile. I think Wyatt was not super thrilled to see that one.
No, I have to imagine because he blocked with Command and Conquer, he is deficient on resource cards. That being said, I think that's a blue. That's 2 blues. It's
well, the problem is
Weaver
that
Spinneret.
Garrett has no arsenal, so he blocked with the 1 arsenal disruption. He got another one, and his hero is arsenal disruption. So, bit of an unlucky draw.
Garrett is, however, marked. So this Graphene Calycera, if he decides to play it first, is going to have go again. We're going to play yet another Orb Weaver Spinneret. So dual-wielding Calycera at this point, making his best spider cosplay.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a Katsu thing going on now.
There we go. So it's Orb Weaver Spinneret going to confer +1 to the next stealth attack this turn, which, of course, Graphene Calycera is the only weapon in the game that has stealth printed on it.
It's going to come in for 2.
Interesting, choosing to pitch the Command and Conquer rather than send it with a super efficient blue pitch. Right now, it's just 2 go again. Has go again no matter what, because that's written on Graphene Calycera. Has +1, should have... Oh, yeah. Only has +1 because we are not Marionette at the moment. We are Funnel Web. Looks like Throw Dagger making its way onto the combat chain. An attack reaction that will give this dagger +1. I'm sorry, he's going to throw a dagger and also draw a card there. So that second Graphene Calycera that was just generated is going the way of the birds as it's sticking out of Verdance's chest at the moment.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage, and it looks like Garrett knows that this is his opportunity to just say no blocks and take the tempo back.
And also activating Arachne Funnel Web to give it an extra little bit of a boost.
Yeah.
So honestly, that was a 4-card 5,
yeah.
ultimately. Kind of
Not
5
great,
card.
Not great.
Yeah, 6 technically if we count the throw dagger damage. Definitely not what Wyatt wants to be doing. Kind of has found himself red locked the entirety of the game, and then all of a sudden he's blue locked.
And here we see Garrett playing one of the most powerful cards in his deck, Channel the Millennium Tree.
And he's got a great follow-up here, Michael. It is Mind Warp. I don't think he had the pitch card in order to also do the Surgeon Aethertide.
Yeah, well, Wyatt's got to be thankful for that at least.
+3 to an Arcane Source. And then I will go ahead and Mind Warp.
Yeah, it's just straight into the Mind Warp here. I think that last card was a CNC, so Garrett's going to be able to pack away that little bit of disruption for later. And Wyatt has found himself possibly the first good hand that he's been able to put together. There's a Codex of Frailty, a blue, and then I think 2 red attacks. There's a Mark of the Black Widow and a Savor Bloodshed. I would have to imagine that Wyatt would much rather hold on to this hand rather than get it Mind Warped, but here we go. It's 5 damage coming straight through.
Yeah, I mean, importantly, he doesn't have a good way to mark Garrett, so some of those cards are not as online as he would have liked, so you never want to lose a card. Obviously, Mind Warp hurts, but getting another look at 3 cards might help him a little bit in the sense that it's not like he just gave up the best hand he's ever drawn.
I would have to imagine that
I'll wait for you to draw it, though.
because he is shuffling away and redrawing, maybe what Wyatt might want to be looking for here is more copies of Retrieve.
Yeah.
Probably looking for an up sticks or a pick up the point if he's running them so that he can get one of those extremely valuable $80, shall we say, Hunter's Claves back into his equipment suite.
Yeah, imagine that you play a card and you just get $80 right there, right in your bank account.
Okay, we found a Tarantula Toxin, which is really well utilized with that Graphene Calycera, but it is only 3 cards for Wyatt at this point after getting befuddled by a Mind Warp out of Garrett Johnson.
Yeah, Wyatt's a little on the back foot here, although the life is equal, so still have quite a close game in our hands.
Pitching a red is Wyatt, who is at a 1 life deficiency to his Earth opponent. Right now, this Graphene Calycera is just 1. No go again here. But we know that Wyatt is sporting some Reaper's Calls that he could discard to mark at instant speed. Right now, he looks like he's really in the tank here. Arms crossed, chin down. Garrett just takes 1. 29 plays 29, and Wyatt is forced to pass here. It's an IP1. This is probably the second time this game that Wyatt has had to just hold on to extra cards, and Garrett is so happy with how that Mind Warp played out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I will say, though, that I think Assassin is one of those classes. They don't necessarily play on the value axis as much as other classes. They're much more disruptive and sort of reactive. So it does feel bad to play a 3-card 1. But being able to set something meaningful up is also very, very important. So maybe he has some meaningful backswing
Okay, first action for Garrett is send Surgeon Aethertide. 4 arcane damage connects, and Garrett has not found himself a useful spell. He did have the Aether Arc, which he could have used to make maximum value out of this amp, but instead he says, here comes Command and Conquer. I'm coming for that arsenal.
Yeah, and I think Wyatt's probably priced into blocking this, but with the 3 cards he has left, it will be his chance to start to claw back the tempo. Kind of gave it away for free, and it'll be really important. No, just decides to take it. So that's exactly his thinking. Take the damage, take the loss in value in exchange for some tempo.
No blocks here. The arsenal has yet to be destroyed. I think Wyatt just kind of forgot.
Sorry, arsenal destruction. Yes, I'm sorry, from the CNC.
Oh, yes.
Okay, cool.
And there it is.
Thank you.
We're not playing in the English style here.
No.
We are destroying our cards when it is necessary to do so. And it was a tarantula toxin that made its way into the arsenal there. Wyatt was definitely planning for something a little bit more spicy than it getting blown up by Command and Conquer, but here we go. The first retrieve effect, up, sticks, and run. Next dagger attack is going to get +4, and also Wyatt can buy one of those precious Hunter's Claves back for the cost of 1 resource. He does so with a blue, and 2 are floating.
It makes a lot of sense that he would take that damage and get rid of the arsenal, although now being at 19 health, he's got a tall hill to climb, but here he is, first steps on the mountain.
Now it is Hunter's Clave, 5 go again, just bought back from the graveyard. Garrett is sitting on a massive life lead. 19 plays 32 in the favor of our Earth Wizard. Looks like Garrett just takes it on the chin, down to 27. No reactions here for Wyatt, and the life totals are getting ever closer as Garrett becomes marked and descends down to 27.
I think it'll be really important for Wyatt to do some form of disruption here because Garrett seems very happy with his 5-card hand.
Yeah, Garrett has not been doing a great job. Better to say that his deck is not doing a great job of decomposing as fast as he would like. I think he's only got 1 set of 3 Earth cards in the bin at the moment. We don't have a counter on it at the moment, but I think it has been pretty slow going. That being said, he's still playing a great value game.
Yeah, he's ahead in that axis for sure.
Looks like Wyatt is ending the turn once again.
Oh, no.
Because Garrett is marked, he is transforming, and it's Orb Weaver Spinneret. Probably one of the best options for this dagger-centric build, perhaps besides Tarantula.
Now I'm really questioning that choice not to block the CNC.
Okay.
It is a curious one, without a doubt. Wyatt finds themselves a Codex of Frailty Marvel, mind you. We've got a max rarity gamer on our hands. I believe it's another Tarantula Toxin. Hopefully going to be able to make use of it on the next turn. And Garrett, once again, channel the Millennium Tree into Mind Warp. Makes me wonder what that last card in hand is. Perhaps a Sigil?
It could be something like that, or it could just be that both of these players are getting a little bit clunked up and IPing themselves back to back.
Right now, it's 5 arcane damage off the back of that broccoli tree into the most befuddling wizard spell there is, Mind Warp.
And this is the second copy of the tree, so this one will stick around longer as well.
Wyatt in the tank here, probably thinking about cashing in those Widow pieces of equipment. No, indeed, it's just 5 arcane damage straight to the face. Wyatt wants to hold on to those pieces for a later combo turn, I would have to imagine. So 4 cards go back into the deck, and a chance at glory with 3 cards coming back to the hand.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit out of control for Wyatt.
Double live.
Double live, says Wyatt Jackson, as he blushes his way through this Channel the Millennium 3 Mind Warp combo. 27 plays 14 in the favor of Garrett Johnson right now, as a flow counter goes on to Channel the Millennium Tree, and yeah, it's IP1 for Garrett.
Okay.
But he's got to be happy with how that turn cycle played out.
Yeah, you're never sad to disrupt.
Okay, it's Persuasive Prognosis, Orb Weaver Spinneret, and Mark of the Black Widow after that Mind Warp for Wyatt Jackson. Not sure what made its way into the arsenal, but this could be a good turn here, especially considering that he's got Hunter's Clave at the ready to flick and mark Garrett at instant speed. Attack reaction speed, I should say.
Yeah. And you know, I said it last turn and the turn before, but Wyatt really needs to force some cards out of Garrett and stop getting disrupted himself so that the tempo can land firmly in the assassin's side of the arena. Not a lot of health to work with at 14, so he can't really afford to continue to sort of trade life for much longer.
Looks like Graphene Calycera is the first action here. It's only coming in for 1 because Wyatt is currently Orb Weaver, not Marionette. But it's got Go again because Garrett is currently marked. Garrett's got to be thinking, I would love for this mark to be removed from my face at the moment, especially because my opponent has not presented a Savor Bloodshed at the beginning of this turn. So it looks like he said no blocks, and Wyatt is thumbing that Flick Knives, wondering if he wants to go ahead and flick in that Hunter's Clave.
Yeah, clearing up the dagger slot makes a lot of sense with the Orb Weaver flipped up.
Could it be a take up the mantle in the arsenal? Because I believe you can take up the mantle to transform Graphene Calycera into a different attack.
Oh.
There is a Bonds of Agony in the graveyard. I'm being told by our producer it is just cards, action cards. So not available here. Nevertheless, the flick still happened, and I think it's because Wyatt wanted to dual wield Graphene Calyceras once again.
Right. The reaction should have buffed up the...
It buffs the next one.
Oh, okay.
The next one. So Orb Weaver Spinneret is also going to buff the next stealth attack. So it's going to be, 4 plus 3 is 7. A 7 damage Persuasive Prognosis that hasn't even been buffed up by a Justinic. That is all right.
Yeah. That's an annoying breakpoint.
And suddenly Garrett has a bit of a puzzle to figure out here. That being said, he's still got Channel the Millennium Tree, which is going to amp 3 at the beginning of his turn, and he's got Destructive Aethertide at the ready to take advantage of that amp.
If Wyatt's lucky, he can get that arsenal cleared out right now.
Looks like it's just a block for 3. Hopefully, yes, it is a Sink Blow in the arsenal. This attack is covered up unless, of course, Wyatt Jackson has got himself an attack reaction in arsenal.
No.
Looks like no. We're just going to be untapping those Flick Knives and passing on over. Returning to the Brood, of course. Arachne Marionette once again.
In this game, Garrett on Verdance has felt like the assassin. The disruption has been back to back to back, and here we have another really disruptive turn with 4 Arcane coming in, and we know that the Destructive Aethertide is to follow.
And also, Michael, even though Garrett has to send 2 cards into the pitch in order to send the Surgeon Aethertide, they both happen to be Earth. So that Channel, the Millennium Tree, is going to stick around once more. Garrett is rich in his equipment suite, in broccoli, and in arcane damage, and also disruption to boot.
Yeah.
So it gets buffed by 2 from this.
So Wyatt went ahead and blocked 2 of that arcane damage, which take up the mantle in the pitch zone, which means that this Destructive Aethertide is only coming in for 3, but that means Wyatt is probably going to have to invest another card in order to protect that arsenal.
Yeah. If he does, though, I mean, it feels at least good to only take a couple damage and then not get your arsenal blown up. 3 cards to work with isn't ideal, but it's better than dying.
He decides to send 2 arcane with 2 reds rather than the clean blue that's in his hand, which is Reaper's Call. Really valuing that instant speed mark, or perhaps just a pitch card for his daggers.
Yeah, one of those reds is a defense reaction, so I do understand kind of low value on that one, but it sort of begs the question that I brought up earlier. Why are we on defense reactions in the first place if we're just using them for their 1 pitch?
Oh my goodness, Michael. Garrett has found himself yet another Mind Warp in the hand, and he's got Channel the Millennium Tree coming up, another amp at the beginning of his turn. Oh, this life deficit for Wyatt is just brutal. Garrett hasn't blocked with a single piece of equipment yet, Michael.
Yeah. Things are really getting out of hand.
Nevertheless, Garrett is marked. Looks like Wyatt's only action was to discard Reaper's Call at instant speed. Garrett is now marked, and Wyatt Jackson has transformed himself into Arachne Tarantula, perhaps the most enticing of all of the demi-heroes for this dagger-centric build. But Garrett says, all right, give me all the tempo in the world. Here comes Surgeon Aethertide for 4.
Yeah, and Wyatt once again just kind of lining up his blues, blocking it out, playing defensively.
So I have like 2 bonus floating AB basically.
So 2 essentially amp is going to carry over to Garrett Johnson's next wizard non-attack action that deals arcane damage. And we know it's a Mind Warp, but is Garrett potentially thinking about the Pulsing Aether instead? Oh, it's a crack of the Plume of Evergrowth. What is coming our way?
Garrett smells blood in the water. He sees... Oh.
He says Felling of the Crown instead is the more enticing card here.
He wants to keep his channel Millennium Tree around again. Is that 3 Earth cards right
I
now?
think it is. Well, it depends on the blue. Rootbound Carapace and Pulsing Aether are in there, but what is that blue? If it is an Earth card, right you are, Michael. 3 flow counters would be going to channel the Millennium Tree.
That channel Millennium Tree this game, not that one particular, but that card has gotten so much value for Garrett in this matchup.
And it's Felling of the Crown, decomposing 3 Earth cards, getting Garrett ever closer to the second phase of this game where he has a hero power.
Okay, it does not look like it's an Earth card.
So it goes under?
I think Mental Block.
Under.
It is Mental Block, so it does look like this channel of the Millennium Tree is going to go the way of the birds. An interesting choice for Garrett. I wonder if he just couldn't convert the entirety of the hand with that with playing that Mind Warp.
I think he's probably just gotten so used to keeping the tempo. He's realized that his win condition here is just hold Wyatt's head underwater and don't let him play the game ever, and it'll be easy to cross the finish line. So I do like this play, as it looks like maybe a judge call.
Looks like there is a quick judge call. We'll see if the players get it sorted out here. I think Wyatt is potentially thinking about the priority windows for Felling of the Crown. I could see a world where Garrett decides to pivot to that Felling of the Crown play, especially once he sees that his opponent is willing to block Arcane on this turn.
Yeah.
You know, Surgeon Aethertide is not going to buff that Mind Warp quite as far as Garrett would like, so he instead elects to go for Felling of the Crown, not only sneak probably more damage and disruption through, but also move to getting his decompositions online, because that is the one part of this game that is not going Garrett's favor.
That's true, and I think typically that helmet is used to close games out. It's kind of the final blow. You combo it alongside the Storm Striders to just get over the finish line. But he has such a life lead at this point that I like this kind of like, no, I'm just going to keep oppressively stripping your hand. You are not going to get to play the game. And sure, I'm not winning the game off of this play right here, right now, but everything is sort of falling in his favor if he just keeps Wyatt off of any kind of meaningful hand.
And all of a sudden, Wyatt is not only blocking to avoid disruption, he's blocking to stay alive, because 8 damage on the combat chain when you are at 9 is a fearsome proposition, especially when your opponent can play the game on your turn. 25 plays 9 currently, and we haven't even completed the resolution of Felling of the Crown. But it's Mask of Deceit coming out onto the combat chain. Wyatt is not happy with Arachne Tarantula at all. He's going to transform instead into Arachne Black Widow. His choice, because Garrett remains marked. With that and a Sync Blow, 6 of this 8 is covered up, and Wyatt descends on down to 7.
Well, we finally see some value coming out of that defense reaction, but a little too late, maybe.
It bears mentioning that Garrett has not seen a copy of Rampant Growth Life yet, I don't believe. And it looks like Thorn, Ring of Roses, plus 2 blues and a CNC are the draw for Garrett Johnson. No arsenal here, and Wyatt is coming out swinging with a Kiss of Death. Doesn't have any possibility of getting go again, unless, of course, he's holding on to Mark of the Redback. But nevertheless, Kiss of Death is a scary card. Looks like it's going to buy 1 from Garrett. Ring of Roses comes out onto the combat chain. An activation of Black Widow is going to get this Kiss of Death up to 6.
Yeah, three in the -1.
Yeah, and just 3 damage. Well, 4, I guess.
4 damage comes through, and also a banish of a card from Garrett's hand, which happens to be an Earth card. Garrett is wondering if he's online at this point. He counted up his Earth cards. I think he's still 1 decompose away.
And now Wyatt playing 7-21 as a CNC comes across. No arsenal, but this is 6/7 of his life.
So Wyatt is probably going to be relegated to a 2-card hand this turn, unless he's feeling really confident about taking some of this damage. And Garrett is just so happy to sit back and wait until the moment where his boots can pounce.
Yeah, those Storm Striders are just, they can smell blood in the water. Once Wyatt gets into that 4-ish life range, he is in a lot of trouble. Of course, with the Spell Void Arcane Barrier equipment, it's a little bit more challenging to insta-kill this class, but things are rough.
Stains of the Redback has finally found its way into Wyatt's hand, but after that mark has already been consumed, Wyatt he's building a brick house this game, and that is for dang sure.
Yeah, building that brick house, and Garrett's over here just being an earthquake, saying you should have chose timber or whatever's earthquake proof.
Soil definitely seems to be the name of this game rather than points.
Yeah.
Okay, and yes, it is a 2-card block for Wyatt Jackson. No change on the life total, and Kiss of Death comes out of the hand. 3 damage at the moment. Wyatt is back to Marionette, and without any Hunter's Claves on the board, probably no way to mark it instant speed unless he's found that last copy of Reaper's Call. He does go ahead and flick that Graphene Callistra, and Scar Tissue is the follow-up to get that Kiss of Death up to 6 points, mark on hit. Garrett has a yellow Rootbound Carapace in response. Looks like that might be it, and I believe that Verdance is online.
Yeah, I have to imagine as well. So now that 20 life is going to start trickling upwards.
So
16.
never mind that Garrett is descending on down to 16 after all damage is conferred. He is now marked, which means that Wyatt is going to transform into a Chaos Demi-Hero. Oh, we have an unfortunate roll of the die, but Garrett, being the good-mannered player that he is, just pulls the mark token away, lets it fall to 1.
Yeah, I think
Wyatt transforms into Black Widow again.
that is what I hear the best one. But of course, it does mean you need to keep cards. And with 7 life, that can be a tough thing to do.
Garrett is definitely coming for those cards, just as he came for all of that decomposing, and it's Felling of the Crown. What a great follow-up to a lackluster turn from your opponent.
Yeah.
2 Earth cards head to the bin, along with a Command and Conquer, which means that this is 8 bottom a card.
And if Wyatt wants to send anything back, he's taking damage here.
Garrett is telling for cards at this point. There's just not enough equipment to cover up enough damage and stay alive for Wyatt. He is working with a Command and Conquer, a blue, a yellow, which honestly, there are a lot of strong Assassin yellows, and we have seen none of them resolved on the side of Wyatt. Not a single Codex, not a single Take Up the Mantle.
Yeah.
Just having so much difficulty putting together meaningful turns. And it looks like, yeah, just a full block here, return to the Brood and pass back.
And yeah, once again, Verdance sort of playing the Assassin game plan, disruption, disruption, disruption.
And Garrett has found the last copy of Felling of the Crown. Garrett's really lucky that all of these cards have come pretty late. Obviously, he recurred one that he had to block with off of Plume of Evergrowth, but anytime you're resolving every single one of your Channel of the Millennium Trees, every single one of your Felling of the Crowns as an Earth Hero, you are so happy.
Yeah, and it looks like he just goes for it, and there's a bit of laughter as Wyatt goes, "Where is my breathing room?"
Laughter is turning into tears as Wyatt averts his eyes from the camera. Says, "Can you believe it? I've been hit with 2 Mind Warps pumped up by Channel of the Millennium Trees and 3 Felling of the Crowns. Could this get any worse?" He's got himself, I think that's the last copy of... No, that is an up 6 and run. So a little bit block deficient here. Tarantula Toxin goes to the bottom of the deck to pay for that Felling of the Crown cost. Garrett also, because that is a reciprocal effect and he has all the tempo of the world in the world, is forced to put a card onto the bottom of his deck as well.
Yeah.
Looks like it is a roll into Arachne Trapdoor. Wyatt is going to have a little bit more blocking potential on this next turn, but Garrett is running out of physical damage. I think it's all Arcane at this point.
Does Trapdoor can only pull traps, right?
So you can banish any card that you would like, but you can only play it during your opponent's turn if it's a trap.
Okay. So you couldn't go get Sink Below and then play that one.
Absolutely not.
So that means either he's not getting any value off this, or he has Sink Below, Shelter, and Traps in his deck against Verdance, which, you know, I'm not an Assassin player, and I don't really know this matchup that well, but my instinct is telling me that you don't want that many defense reactions.
Definitely not. I think you are kind of pigeonholed into running at least one in your deck because you always have the possibility to transform into Trapdoor, but sitting in the graveyard there is Lair of the Spider, so it's entirely possible that Wyatt has already burned that one, you know, fail-safe trap.
And I think, so I know that Wyatt has recently started playing Flesh and Blood again. He did play quite a while ago, but I've been speaking to him at our locals. He plays at Odyssey with us. And, you know, it sounds like he's kind of fairly new to the current meta. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if this was just sort of an error that he didn't quite realize that the Sink Belows maybe were not appropriate for this matchup. But that being said, this is a good learning opportunity for him, as we saw those brick him up quite a few times.
Back over to Garrett Johnson, who has drawn blood for the first time in a while here. Surgeon Aethertide connects with Wyatt's face for 1 arcane damage. And Garrett has found some physical damage here, which means that if Wyatt was able to banish a trap off of Trapdoor, he's going to get some extra value here, kind of working on a 5 intellect hand, because it's Earth form as the follow-up to that Surgeon Aethertide. 7 physical damage on hit, Embodiment of Earth token for Garrett.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all the traps block 3, right? So not quite going to cover that breakpoint the way that he would like.
He's got Flick Knives at his disposal if he really cares about this Embodiment of Earth token. Definitely not the most relevant thing that Wyatt has to worry about right now. We've got dwindling life totals that are ever present for our assassin compatriot.
Yeah, I do like how he's been holding on to his life, though. I really respect the handing over the whole hand. It's a play that a lot of players in Flesh and Blood, even like very skilled, very seasoned players, are often hesitant to make because it just feels so bad. But Wyatt showing that he can play that slow game and just give up a few turns in a row to find something better.
Looks like it was indeed a trap banished. Layer of the Spider plus a 2 block is going to shore up 5 of this damage. Wyatt takes 2 down to 4, and Wyatt does have a good turn to clap back with. Garrett is already marked, so this Savor Bloodshed that is sure to lead off Wyatt's turn is going to potentially draw a card.
And that arcane damage off the back of the Sigil and the Verdance Hero Power, taking Wyatt down to 3, is very meaningful. 25% of his life that he had is now gone.
So 19 plays 3. Well within Storm Striders is our Marionette player. Savor Bloodshed comes out, a blue in the pitch, and Graphene Calicera on the combat chain, which means that this is a big bad 5 go again. Draw a card on hit, of course.
Is he marked? Yes.
Yes. Looks like a Rootbound Carapace out of the arsenal for Garrett Johnson, only blocking out 4 of this 5 damage. Maybe he just doesn't care at this point about the card draw from Wyatt.
Yeah, I've noticed that Garrett has started to shift his play into a little bit less, the need to protect the life has gone down.
Wow, and Wyatt was hoping to play a Codex, which means that this drawn card is kind of a liability because he's just not going to be able to make use of it. It's another blue. He's already got 2 in pitch and no more daggers to swing.
Yeah, I mean, you can just go ahead and discard it and give up the value of the draw, but feels bad.
There's been a lot of feels bad moments for Marionette in this Verdance game.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that this matchup is as favored for Verdance as we have seen thus far. I definitely think that Wyatt is just kind of at the behest of his, bricked up deck, and maybe the defense reactions that were maybe not the most optimal sideboard choice.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it all depends on how they land. If he was getting the D-reacts, lining up with every single Earth form, and other than that, getting 5-card hands of offense, it would have felt great. But in this case, it's just not how it lined up.
Codex of Frailty, Garrett finds his Felling of the Crown before Wyatt has even thumbed through his graveyard. This is the double-edged sword of Codex of Frailty, and I think why a lot of the people that were talking about it potentially being banned in this latest BNR were a little bit out of their realm, because if you've ever been a Ranger player that plays this into a Bravo that then gets a Crippling Crush, you know that this card can hurt you more than help you in certain situations, and this might be the very one.
Yeah, it is a very powerful card, but I think it is also just an absolute essential backbone piece for both Assassin and Ranger. I would even argue more so Assassin, as it kind of gives them that flexibility and that toolbox that they need for their class identity.
Which here, Garrett is offered a really tempting proposition, but
yeah.
Unfortunately, he's got a mental block in hand, which means that he can't cover up this CNC just with cards in hand. He does have Blade Beckoner Gauntlets,
because, oh no, yeah, no,
he does have an Embodiment of Earth.
Yeah.
You're right.
So he's fine. He's actually very happy to see this.
So yeah, Garrett is going to be able to do 2 cards from hand and then send Felling of the Crown for, 7, mind you, but that is still a nasty play.
Yeah. In the tank a little bit. Not sure what he's worried about. Maybe he hasn't fully done the math with the embodiment.
It's possible.
Because he's tanking in a way that implies we'll just have to wait and see. Reaching for equipment.
Equipment is a possibility here. Blade Beckoner Gauntlets will cover up 1.
He's taking it.
He takes 6 here. An interesting play from Garrett. He takes 6, descends on down to 12. That Felling of the Crown goes right back where it came from, into the graveyard.
Yeah, it may just be that he's thinking, I want to close the game out. You're at 3 life, and I've got a Channel Millennium Tree that I can establish. So, good luck.
Yeah, maybe trying to force out the Widow pieces of equipment sooner rather than later, so that he's basically just at the behest of the combo turn forevermore.
Yeah, and I mean, if Garrett pulls an Arcane spell next turn, that's it. That seals the game. So taking a little bit of a risk, going once again sort of down on value and taking some life off the top in order to find that just finishing blow.
Wyatt does have a pitch card here. It is a yellow, but it's face up from Garrett at this point that there is no follow-up to this Surgeon Aethertide. So Wyatt could be comfortable just pitching 2 and going down to 1, but...
Yeah, this is definitely... He's between a rock and a hard place, because if he goes to 1... that's scary. But if he blows up his Arcane Barrier, that's also scary at 3.
Oh, man.
Yeah, oh, man is right. So sort of, I like this play, actually, a lot from Garrett. Sort of saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I see the finish line. It does hinge on Garrett drawing an Arcane spell. So if he somehow bricks on that for the next couple turns, he could have just given Wyatt a bit of a window. A tiny crack in the window. It's not, nothing to be too excited about, but taking that damage, now being at 12,
Yeah, this is a really interesting line here. Verdance has a lot of branching possibilities, as it were, and Garrett choosing a line that is maybe more deterministic because this is the last tree left in his deck, but also a little bit more risky because he's allowing Wyatt to claw back a little bit in the life total realm and also disrupt him a bit with that Felling of the Crown destruction. But we'll see the way it goes. Garrett definitely has a lot of life to play with here. 12 plays 3 as Wyatt tanks on this very difficult decision.
I got to ask you, do you go to 1 or do you give up the equipment here?
Oh my gosh. I think you kind of have to go to 1 here. As long as your hand is going to convert on offense, that's the big kicker here. It is a Savor Bloodshed plus Command and Conquer. We're lining up 2 cards right now, but I believe Wyatt only has access to 2 Arcane Barrier right here.
I wonder if it's ever give up the equipment and go to 1. And then keep the 4-card hand and just try to slam it.
Yeah, it depends on if you can convert it. We have Savor Bloodshed going to the pitch zone. Looks like Wyatt, yes, is going to go to 1, but the way he's going to do it is Savor Bloodshed plus the Widow Web Crawler in the foot slot.
Yeah.
Down to 1 is Wyatt Jackson, and we're passing priority back over to him. His turn will begin with 1 life point to work with, a Graphene Callistra, 3 cards in hand, and 1 arsenal.
And this hand right here is going to spell... that's it. Garrett got the Pulse of Aethertide.
So possibly the end for Wyatt. Codex of Frailty is the first play for our assassin player, which means that he's going to be having to discard a card.
There is always the possibility that Wyatt has some form of Arcane Prevention in hand, so Garrett isn't 100% guaranteed to connect here with the Arcane damage, but that being said, we haven't seen any so far in the game, and we've gotten through a lot of cards, so I think Garrett's feeling very comfortable about the possibility of just sending 4 at instant speed, or even, letting the turn resolve and then sending 7, and that's just going to do it.
Yeah, I definitely think that because he has Channel the Millennium Tree out, if he's only got... What I was trying to peek was if he had another card that does arcane damage. If he only has the 1, I would have to imagine that he's inclined to try to wait until his action phase to send it, because you don't want to let that amp go the way of the birds if your opponent's just going to block out the arcane damage on your Strider's turn.
Yeah. And it really is, the only thing you have to worry about is maybe an Oasis Respite, like some kind of sneaky, you haven't seen it yet, but he's got it type of effect. Otherwise, that's going to do it.
Codex of Frailty resolved here. Command and Conquer is the discard for Wyatt, and Mark of the Black Widow is the choice. Looks like Garrett just throws 1 card and Barkskin of the Millennium Tree in front of it. That card thrown is not a non-attack, though, so only blocking 4 on this Mark of the Black Widow currently. Garrett, however, is not marked. And Wyatt gives a wry smile as he says, "You might have sniffed me out here."
Yeah.
can't stop the Arcane.
At least let me
Yeah. Okay.
Let me do the thing.
Garrett says,
There
at
it
least
is.
let me pop these boots that
There
I've
it
been waiting
is.
for all game
Yeah.
long. And Pulsing Aether is going to close it out as Wyatt realizes the writing is on the wall. He simply didn't have any way to mark his opponent to play out that Take Up the Mantle, which, honestly, we've been waiting all game for a Take Up the Mantle from Wyatt. And unfortunately, just not getting there in the end.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a clunky draw on the side of Wyatt. I would say also some really, really solid tempo manipulation on the side of Garrett. Just, oh man, so much disruption after disruption after disruption, and a lot of it unpreventable in the form of those mind warps being pumped up to 5, unpreventable by Wyatt's board. Of course, if you brought a little bit more Arcane Barrier or had some kind of Oasis Respite, you'd have protection against that. But because he didn't bring those tools and instead had a deck with Sink Belows and Shelters, he was a little bit vulnerable to that, and we saw that vulnerability get exploited excellently by Garrett.
Well, this is the first stop on the road to the top 8, which will confer some really juicy prizing for everybody that attends an Arcane Games and Events Open Series. Our winner, of course, is going to take home $400, second place $200, third through fourth $100, fifth through eighth $50, which all adds up to the fabled 1K that we offer every single month at every Open Series here at Arcane Games and Events.
But don't forget, we've got AGE points on the line,
What
too.
are AGE points, Michael?
Well, let me tell you, these puppies will get you into the Players' Championship at the end of our season. We've got a big old tournament for the top 16. Everyone who competes in an AGE Open gets these points depending on their placements, as you see here on the chart. And the 16 players with the most at the end of it get the illustrious AGE Players Champion tournament to participate in.
You mean that you get to go to a tournament and compete for more cash just by playing these events?
Not only cash, Bryce. We've got a PTI and a gold cold foil on the line.
Okay.
That's right. These are sanctioned events. We've got some real serious prizing up for grabs, and these players are competing. Right here, you can see who's currently on the top 16 leaderboard, currently led by Colin Eriksen at 68. Looks like he's pretty shoot in for this.
Yeah, some of these names are stranded in Taipei trying to fight their way for some gold tokens. I see Chris Ayali, John Zapata, which means that this leaderboard is rife for disruption if some of the people that were able to venture out today are able to get a favorable result. I also see some regulars that are in the room today. Julia Dame in 12th place is here from Simi Valley. Brian Gutierrez, our Jarl expert in the room. Patrick Rubicalva is here. Taotao Chu, Paul Selinske. There's the whole throng of AGE is out.
I think I saw Clark Moore get booed on his way in the door as well.
No. I think it was just Honda Pilot that did, right?
I mean, he
came in a little early. No. He came separate.
Well, he's
Honda,
here.
Yeah, he is here. Team Honda Pilot did, led up by number 6 seed, Anthony Pham. Did get booed on their way in because they hit a little bit of traffic trouble and were here late. It was all in good fun, though.
Unbelievable.
Well, folks, that was round 1 here at the May Open at AGE. We will be back with more Flesh and Blood action after this. Drop your daggers and grab your dirt. Earth takes down Assassin in this round 1 of the May AG Open. My name is Bryce Platts, and I'm here with Michael, Swinger of Hammers Murray, and we are ready for more high-octane action. But first, we got a metagame analysis for you, folks. We've got, oh my goodness, is Fang the most represented deck in this pool?
Cool.
Come on now. 4 Fang, 3 Mario, and 3 Florian round out the most represented decks here. There are 3 new, but producer Justin has relegated her to the side slot because she is not long for this world, is she?
No. Those MST heroes, they zoomed through this.
Yeah, speed running the LL leaderboard are all the MST heroes. But we've got other interesting things in the room today. We got 2 Riptide, of course. There's always going to be one because Talon Stradley is a player at AGE. I don't actually know who the second Riptide player is.
I don't either.
Because Anthony Pham is our one of Jarl in the room. Wait a minute, Brian Gutierrez is not on Jarl?
No, I think he's on Florian.
That's absurd. Okay, all right. The regulars are really shifting things around here for us.
Yep.
2 Dorinthea in the room as well.
Oh,
We've
cool.
got very consistent Dorinthea players here at Arcane Games and Events. 2 Kanos, which hit 2 of those 4 Fangs in round 1 and took them out. That is incredibly unfortunate gem matchmaking. I also saw that our 2 Victors were facing off in a mirror match round 1.
Yeah, wow.
2 Verdance. We do only have the 1 Katsu. I did happen to run into Fuzzy Delp, who is a preeminent ninja player. He said, no, it's not Katsu today. I had too much work to get through this week. I couldn't put together a list after the BNR, so it's going to be something else until I can get that sorted.
Yeah, and seeing a Reinar as well, nice little spread.
Yeah, it was posited that Reinar was going to be like the perfect answer to all these slower Florian lists. But with the Scepter of Pain ban, it makes me wonder if Reinar is the pick here.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not like Florian's fast now, so maybe
True.
still kind of okay. But, man, the D-React heavy list would have just been breakfast for Reinar.
Without a doubt. So our next match, folks, is going to be between Colin, the boy wonder Eriksen, who happens to be at the top of the AGE leaderboard at the moment. We have a player profile for him. And Colin would love to get rid of mayonnaise on burgers forever for everyone if he possibly could. How do you feel? Are you a mayonnaise on burgers guy?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Love it. Yep. Mayonnaise instead of ketchup for French fries.
You can't be serious.
I'm 100% serious. I mean, you can hit me with the Chipotle mayo, and I'll do that over it. But, yeah.
Michael, I don't know if I can sit next to you for the rest of this day.
We've discovered a few key differences in the way that we do things recently. And
what was the other one?
I can't talk about it.
Okay. That is not
Justin knows.
That is not okay for a family show like AGE. Okay, what else have we got for Colin? He would have been a professional Legends of Runeterra player had that game not gone the way of the birds. But we do have a League of Legends card game coming out, physical card game coming out soon, I think.
I didn't know about that.
I know nothing about it except for the fact that it is going to exist. Whether it's going to be as good as Legends of Runeterra remains to be seen, because that was a massively good game.
Yeah.
Looks like Colin does also like to make fatigue decks if he can, and Kassai, his namesake hero, which he is on today, is no different. We have seen that man probably gain upwards of 20-some-odd points of life with Heart of Fiendal on stream alone.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. About his fatigue decks, I do have a funny anecdote about one of the brews he cooked up. It was a galvanized -IO utilizing High Striker to make a bunch of copper to then galvanize and block out. And funnily enough, I think with the new advent of Puffin, we can start to use that galvanize mechanic in a less homebrewy kind of way. But
slap some grinding gears in there and sign me up.
I have 1 copy of High Striker in one of my Puffin lists because of him. He was the original author of that kind of piece of tech, and I think there's maybe something to be explored there. 6 copper and it just sits there, and you just galvanize each one at a time. You don't need to give up any cogs.
It is without a doubt that Colin is one of the most unique and amazing deck builders in this game. So let's stop talking about it. Let's be about it. Let's head on down to the match floor and see what he's got cooking today. Even though he loves to tango with weird builds all the time, he nevertheless sends Kassai of the Golden Stand pretty much every time he is in this room.
Yeah.
And today is no different.
Yeah, he is definitely known at this point to the world as one of the premier Kassai players. And I always love watching him and casting him. He's just such a meticulous player and someone who I feel like I learn from every time I watch him play.
Yeah, and I learned from him personally every time I play against him. He's one of those guys that you can always depend on to have the exact answer at the worst possible time for you. So he's really good at teaching you all of the things that you really need to be playing around and thinking about when you are constructing an offensive turn. Because Colin is a wall when it comes to defense.
Yeah, he really plays into the defensive side of Kassai better than I think most players. So.
Speaking of a wall, he's got a wall on his head. It's Kabuto of Imperial Authority, which is going to be sitting around against Cindra all game long just saying, I dare you to send Wrath of Retribution.
Yeah.
So it looks like Colin is just doing a little bit of filtering. He activates Iron Song versus, and then Arsenal passes. He pitches away a pretty critical card for Kassai as well. It was a red Blade Runner that made its way to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, just setting up that pitch stack early.
So it's back over to Travis. No damage conferred on turn 0 here, and it's one of many head jabs to lead it off. It is Brand with Cinderclaw, which means that the next attack that Travis throws Colin's way is going to be Draconic. Can he find a payoff for it, though?
Yeah, leading the chain with that makes me think it's probably just a 0 for 3 unless he's planning on pitching something and then arsenaling the last card. But we'll have to wait as Travis tanks a little bit.
Let's see what Travis is working with. It is a Hot on Their Heels, which is already Draconic, so a little bit redundant there. But this is 3 now go again because he has 2 or more Draconic Chain Links and Mark on hit, which Cindra definitely utilizes those fealty tokens incredibly well if she's able to generate them. She doesn't need nearly as many as her counterpart Fang, but she can definitely put forth some nasty damage if she's able to make them.
Yep, and Colin proving us right, blocking out the first 2 attacks. Still no damage going through as the That All You Got gets played. It doesn't have its text active because that attack is coming in for 3. That All You Got looks for 2, but it is still a nice block nonetheless.
Probably a finish up of this combat chain for Travis. I think that last card is destined for the Arsenal because March of Loyalty is the attack here. And Colin posturing exactly like he does when he has the defensive capabilities that he needs, slamming down that Shelter from the Storm, shoring up all that damage. Travis does, however, flick a dagger to sneak First Blood onto his opponent because he's going to be able to buy those daggers back for free.
Yep, and finally, a little bit of blood, a drop of blood comes through as Colin goes at 39.
A drop, not a drove. 39 plays 40 in the favor of Travis Wagner, but Colin Eriksen has something to say about it. You painstakingly set up that card in Arsenal, Travis, so here comes a Command and Conquer, one of the best 2-card plays in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and Ninja particularly weak against it. A lot of 2-card blocks in the deck, so hopefully for Travis's sake, he's got 2-3 blocks that he can put
I'm not
towards it.
seeing it, Michael. That is a plethora of 2 blocks if I have ever seen them.
Mm-hmm. So really, really nice start for the game for Colin. Just having all the answers, just like you said.
And Colin was not even forced to commit those Valiant Dynamos, which is fantastic because he wouldn't be refreshing them here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So Travis making the unfortunate but probably correct decision to just take all of that damage, descend on down to 34, and get that Ravenous Rabble that was set up in Arsenal blown up.
Yep, and really nice clapback from Colin. No Arsenal this time, so a little bit weaker on the defensive end as we know there's no defense reactions.
Rising Resentment is the first attack for Travis here, blocked out by Blood on Our Hands immediately by Colin Eriksen.
Yeah,
Both players having a laugh here as they navigate the extra responsibilities of being a streamed match.
I thought they were the same.
Colin always likes to gab with you while you're playing against him.
He does.
When you're ramming your head against the table trying to figure out how to beat him, he's always got a joke locked and loaded.
Yeah, he does. And I don't know if it's tactical or not, but for some reason, every time I play against him, I make some kind of game-losing mistake. And they're not always huge mistakes, but they're game-losing mistakes. And it's one of those things that, like, I don't know if maybe I'm making those mistakes in every game, but it's just Colin that's so consistent that it always feels like he's the one I make them against. But, man.
Dagger flick on the first combat chain here, which means that one combat chain has hit, but Colin says, I want nothing to do with that Mask of Momentum. Run through, blocks out that Brand with Cinderclaw. Pain in the backside is going to be Draconic, but blocked out by a Slice and Dice from Colin Eriksen. Looks like these players are just trading cards this way and that. Every time you have a head jab, I have a head jab on defense.
Yeah. Oh, getting that lapel clipped on, so we get a little bit better audio there.
Definitely want to make sure that we hear all of this gab going back and forth as these players trade cards and friendly jabs back and forth.
I think it goes both ways.
Players talking about the both ways in which Flesh and Blood can be played, and also both ways in which those mics on their heads can be mounted. Because that pain in the backside was turned draconic by Brand with Cinderclaw, Travis is able to buy back that flicked dagger for free, set up yet another arsenal, and hope for not another CNC. Colin just draws back up and passes. 34 plays 38 in the favor of Colin Eriksen here.
And I love that patient play from Colin, just arsenal pass. No need to rush things. All you need to do is make sure that Cindra isn't popping off in your face.
It does. Travis has not seen a single blue yet, which is either an unfortunate bit of luck or indicative of the fact that he might still be on that red line Cindra list that was popularized by Yuki Lee Bender and Brody Spurlock at the beginning of the hunted meta. It remains to be seen, but I definitely am more inclined to pick up that more blue line spreading flame Cindra nowadays. Just leaking through so much chip damage. I think people have really learned how to block out these Mask of Momentum triggers and be a little less scared by them.
Yeah. And so here we actually see Colin saying no blocks on the first attack, implying that he kind of is happy with the offensive side of his hand. Travis playing the Ancestral Empowerment, drawing a card. One chain link is hit.
Which is a curious choice here, because usually you want that Ancestral Harmony to kind of force through a Mask of Momentum trigger. In this case, just like becoming a net neutral kind of cantrip with +1.
Yeah, unbricking is probably what I am thinking here.
So 1 on the Kunai of Retribution here. Valiant Dynamo devoted to the block for the first time this game, and Travis has yet another Ignite. So he's going to be able to go super wide here, probably threaten another Mask of Momentum trigger, despite the way that Colin blocks here.
Yeah, and I am seeing some of those draconic fealty payoffs without any fealties on the board yet. So Travis maybe a little bit bricked up or planning to arsenal them.
Also, go again deficient. We've got a Lava Burst plus a Dragon, plus a Hunt the Hunter, plus a Art of the Dragon Blood with no fealty tokens. So Travis may very well be a little bit too bricked up in order to resolve every single card here. One of those reds might go the way of the pitch zone to pay for a Kunai of Retribution, just to make sure that we get all of the value we possibly can.
Yeah, that makes sense. It could, yeah.
With the discount, this is for 5. We've played a red card, so I will mark you.
Okay. Opting instead just to get that mark on the field.
No blocks.
Very curious here, because as it stands, Travis is going to have to IP one of these cards, which you really don't want to do because neither of them have go again.
Well, it could be a boots activation, losing some value on the blocking end, but with Colin not really sending anything.
Colin is marked. Sink below is the reaction to cover up 4 of this damage from Hunt the Hunter, which does mean that, yes, Colin takes 1 damage down to 32. Travis gets his first fealty token of the game, perhaps hoping that that would be the case. No, it is an activation of Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
Put him here, I guess. So make that.
So go again conferred on Hunt the Hunter.
Now that he has that fealty, I can see the rationale, because he's going to be presenting that that break point.
Yeah, Lava Burst is going to come in. I think he's going to save that Art of the Dragon Blood for next turn, because it's automatically going to get go again from the fealty when he cracks it, probably at the beginning of the next turn, and then he might get more payoffs by discounting further chain links down the line.
Yeah, interestingly, the Mask of Momentum is online here. Of course, not helping in any sense, because Travis already has that card in hand and no go again on the Lava Burst. But
Colin sniffs that out.
Yeah.
We will buy back our daggers with Cindra. Cool.
Okay. Dagger comes back from the graveyard, back to Cindra's hand at the ready for another turn. And yes, Travis is not able to make use of that Mask of Momentum trigger. Colin very astutely noticing that that was the case, and allowing his enemy to draw up.
Yeah, keeping a 3-card hand and really not taking a lot of damage on the back of what was a pretty explosive turn. Using those boots is one of the tools that Cindra has to push a ton of damage, and now those are off the table for the rest of the game.
Looks like it's the first real offensive swing from Colin Eriksen, and it's going to be 2 Outland skirmishes plus a Kassai activation into Centauri Saber. He is out of cards at this point, so Travis knows that there is not going to be any go again here, no refresh of the Valiant Dynamos, but 2 copper tokens are threatened and a gold token on this swing, which means that blood on our hands is going to loom large. And at this point, I want to draw our attention to the chest slot of Colin Eriksen. He's got the Courage of Bladehold, which is always his choice when going into an aggro opponent. That because at any point, he's able to keep simply a 1-card hand of blood on our hands with 4 copper, activate Courage of Bladehold, and swing out for, I don't know, it's like 10 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage for 1 card and can be the difference maker in a game where your opponent's really not wanting to block.
It has been Colin Eriksen up until this point who is doing all of the blocking. Right now, a lot of damage conferred onto Travis Wagner's life total. He descends on down to 26, which means that Colin not only has a 4-life surplus, but also 2 copper tokens and a gold for his trouble.
That being said, Colin will draw up to 4 cards, staring down the barrel of Travis's 5. So once again, Travis will have an opportunity to do something very explosive and kind of come back a bit.
But not a bad 3-card retort when you were very red-locked in the for Colin Eriksen.
Absolutely.
Looks like Travis is looking to start off with the fealty pop in the Art of the Dragon Blood. He did find a payoff for Art of the Dragon Blood. It's Demonstrate Devotion, which is normally a 1-cost. But once you've played Art of the Dragon Blood and it is Draconic, that's going to discount your next 3 Draconic cards by 1.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid card to draw here.
Which, of course, just like Ignite, can be utilized on the daggers, Kunai of Retribution. So Travis is going to get a lot of free damage here, and we still have not found a blue, which makes me think that he is still on this red line Cindra.
Yeah, I think so too, especially seeing cards like Ignite and Art of the Dragon Blood to help with that cost curve.
So Travis's 1 fealty token, all of his loyalty to the Emperor goes into this attack, Art of the Dragon Blood, which confers the Draconic keyword to it. Colin Eriksen is just taking a lot of damage here. 7 so far as he descends on down to 23. All of a sudden, Travis has a bit of a life lead and a lot of damage still left to send Colin's way.
I do wonder, I suppose Colin wants to save that helmet for the card you mentioned earlier, but I am anticipating the potential for 2 kunais to come through.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Demonstrate Devotion is going to create a fealty because Travis has more than 1 Draconic chain link. This turn, 2 equipment blocks are devoted to the combat chain, and also the Mask of Momentum trigger that could come through. Travis Wagner does go ahead and flick a Kunai of Retribution to make sure that that mask stays live for the next chain link. That being said, he doesn't have any attack reactions, so as long as Colin blocks out efficiently, he's going to be able to prevent this draw. March of Loyalty now comes down. Travis has created a fealty token, so March of Loyalty is going to have Go Again. For Go Again, Colin devotes 2 cards to prevent that Mask of Momentum. Travis says, all right, you're losing a little bit of efficiency on defense, but I'm not drawing my card. So
ooh,
there
snatch.
it is.
That's
and
a
snatch.
nice way to end the chain.
It is important to mention that Travis did not make use of the kunai swings off of Art of the Dragon Blood. I really think that that is a legal play.
Yeah.
It's actually one of my favorite generics. It's so good, man.
He flicked one of them, and now one's just kind of sitting on the table.
Yeah. I would think that you would really want to go down to 1 dagger here just to chip 2 more points of damage in.
Yeah, it seems like a good use. Perhaps valuing the breakpoints.
Oh, you know what? It doesn't discount it because Ignite says play or activate. That's the keyword.
Got it. That clears it up.
So Travis playing perfectly and commentators commentating lacklusterly. Is there a tale more true?
And I think that was a really good turn for Travis, kind of swinging things back in his favor as Colin goes down to 18 with just a couple cards in hand to work with.
I think Colin popped his gold to draw a card and also a copper token, really not liking the hand that he's working with, which is interesting to me because he did take a ridiculous amount of damage there.
You'd sort of think he'd just go ahead and fold the hand, but opting instead to play it like this.
So it is 2 blue cards in the pitch. He does have free swords for the rest of the turn. A Kassai activation and an unsheathed means that this Centauri Saber is 5 go again on hit, create a gold.
Yeah.
Travis in the tank here. He does have a massive life lead, though. This is usually where Cindra is so happy to be.
Yeah, I'm feeling a no blocks. But of course, if he has a clunker, you still want to get the value you can.
It looks like he's doing all right. I see a plethora of head jabs, one that's especially good in Blaze Headlong, and also an Ancestral Harmony, which means that he could finally force through that first Mask of Momentum trigger of the game.
Yeah, so Colin refreshing that gold with the hero power and just sending another 2.
I think Travis also forgot to buy back his dagger.
Oh, you might be right.
Because he only flicked the 1, so he should have been able to get it back. That could spell doom. Granted, a lot of these red line Cindra turns don't really hinge on actually swinging the daggers, unless, of course, you draw like Wrath of Retribution. So it could be a moot point, but definitely one you want to keep your eye on. Life totals are getting ever closer. 18 plays 19 in the favor of Travis Wagner, who's leading off with a Fire Tenet strike first. 3 go again. Next Draconic. Attack this turn gets +1.
Powerful card. 0 for 4. Colin looks like he said no blocks.
Already descended down to 15, so it's a lock. Rising Resentment is the follow-up here. Should be coming in for 4. Travis adjusts the numbers there. Colin immediately snap blocks with a card plus Valiant Dynamos to shore it up. Travis thinking yes about the Ancestral Empowerment here means that this 1 is going to leak through, and the next attack this turn is going to be threatening Mask of Momentum. This is exactly the use case for Ancestral Empowerment in this deck.
Yeah, super, super useful to keep those chains going when you're running that Mask of Momentum. And if he can present another breakpoint, that will force Colin into another awkward blocking situation where he might have to overblock.
It does not look like Colin Eriksen has a defense reaction unless it is lurking in the arsenal. No, it's a slice and dice plus the last block on his Iron Song versus, which is also going to destroy that equipment when the combat chain closes. Travis now has full agency to flick one of those daggers and threaten Mask of Momentum once again.
Right, you are. And this is getting a little bit scary for Colin. I think he has a little less life to work with than he would like in this position and sort of has yet to have an opportunity to have tempo in his favor. Of course, blocking efficiently is the name of the game into Ninja, but you do need to be able to present damage on the backswing if you want to close the game out.
Yeah, besides that Command and Conquer, he's pretty much only been able to send like 1 sword swings and often pitching reds in order to do it, except for the last turn, which was not efficient either because we're popping gold and copper in order to get there.
Right, yeah, pretty inefficient offensive turns on the side of Colin, which does make me wonder why he's not blocking more. But certainly he's got the answer to that in the way that he understands his hands.
Interesting. Travis pops a fealty token in order to make this Snatch Draconic. I wonder what that... Is that simply... That might simply be to be able to buy his daggers back. Because now he has 3 Draconic attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So Travis is drawing 2 cards. It is the second Mask of Momentum trigger this game, but also the second benign one. He's simply not able to utilize the cards drawn off of either Snatch or Mask of Momentum here.
So Colin actually making out pretty darn well, all things considered, with the inability to block the last attack there efficiently.
But Travis continues to chip away, and Colin has found the 2-card answer. It's Command and Conquer once again. You want to keep protecting that card in Arsenal there, Travis? It makes me think it's kind of juicy. 12 plays 19 and 6 damage. No D-reacts on the board.
Yeah, Command and Conquer is one of those cards into Ninja that is just so good due to that low block value on the bottom right hand of their cards.
Looks like we got a whole lot of head jabs, which means a whole lot of 2 blocks on the side of Travis Wagner, and he's taken the second CNC straight to the face once again. And let's see what the card is. It's another Snatch, the 3rd copy in the deck. No more Snatches to be had.
There's that Heart of Fiendal we were talking about earlier in Colin's hand.
Okay. I don't think he's going to get more than one value this game, but...
Sometimes. Fair.
Okay, it's a Ronin Renegade, which is a primo Draconic starter here. Display Loyalty for yet another fealty token. Burning Blade Dance for a free flick and a Ravenous Rabble to round it out. This is a pretty bread and butter Cindra play right here. Ronin Renegade to start it off, 3 go again, Draconic.
I'll block 3.
Colin Eriksen blocking 3 for the 50,000th time this turn, or this game.
Yeah. A little bit worried about his lack of copper. You mentioned his chess piece earlier. That seems to be the way that he'll get back into the game, and so far he hasn't had really any copper generation, and the lower he gets, the harder it will be for him to connect with those attacks.
And that's the second blood on our hands we've seen this game, and it's devoted to the combat chain to block out that Burning Blade Dance out of Travis Wagner. So no free flick to be seen here.
Do a flick knives here for 1.
He will utilize the once per turn attack reaction on his arm piece to send one of the daggers at Colin's face, conferring 1 damage and sending that dagger to the graveyard.
Okay.
How will Travis follow up here? It's either Ravenous Rabble or Display Loyalty. Looks like it is the Display Loyalty. Yet another head jab. 3 go again. Create a fealty token.
Nice to have at least one of those online for the payoff cards that are to come.
Colin says no blocks here. He does have a Heart of Fiendal in hand, spotted by my co-caster, which means that he's kind of forced to make a 2-card play here.
It's a red card, March of Loyalty.
Okay, so the confidence in it being a red card proves a little bit further that he's not on the blue list.
Yes, I think he's very much on the red line list. Colin forced to block with a Spoils of War. That was probably one of the ways in which he's going to get the copper he needs in order to make a Blood on Our Hands turn. Not only that, he blocks with the Courage of Bladehold, saying this is just not the game for that combo piece.
I almost wonder if maybe you give up the headpiece there. It's not like it gets a lot of value into Cindra.
Yeah, I think he's thinking that he could totally get blown out by a Wrath of Retribution turn.
Okay.
And so you've got to keep that headpiece around until the last possible moment.
Fair enough.
Right now, it's just pop a gold token, activate Kassai, and send a free sword.
Yeah.
Sending the hot streak first, hoping that Travis respects this Kassai activation and blocks with what is almost assuredly going to be an attack from his hand and give this sword go again. And yeah, it's all attacks in the hand of Travis Wagner.
We're going to say no blocks.
Yeah, no blocks is the choice here. Colin does have a follow-up. It's Blade Runner, unfortunately, just in the blue. But because his swords are free, he is going to be able to convert the entirety of this hand.
Take 2, yep.
Yeah, and the nice thing about that is it will allow him to refresh Dynamos at least, so he's getting a little bit of defensive value out of this, which he really needs. And I will point out that we're at life parity if Travis says no blocks, so Colin doing an absolutely great job of sort of working with what he's got so far and keeping things even though he has not really been able to line his cards up the way that he would like to, getting that copper online and enabling the Blood on Our Hands play.
3 damage comes through to Travis Wagner. 9 plays 8. Colin has finally found himself a life lead, albeit 1 in this game. And the last copy of Blood on Our Hands is in the hand of Colin Eriksen. Probably just going to be a 3 block in this game. But as long as the life totals are dwindling together, this is where Colin Eriksen is comfortable. He can grind out a game with the best of them. And it's because his gem buddy is Charles Dunn, the scrappiest player of all.
Ooh. Oath of Loyalty to start is tough. Those breakpoints, especially at this low life total. But of course, Colin's got the sync below to answer, so
he's always got it.
Nice response there.
He's always got it. The card drawn there is a Trot Along. I didn't see which one he tucked to the bottom of the deck. Perhaps it's that Blood on Our Hands to make sure that he's got it for late game. Yes, it was the Blood on Our Hands. So it's a 3 block here. Colin is very deficient in Go Again in this hand, so I would have to imagine it's going to be almost assuredly a full block on his side of the board and hope that Travis doesn't draw up anything juicy on the next turn. Right now, Provoke blocks out a Burning Blade Dance, so that's 2 chain links wide so far, and Travis is in the tank on how to continue this turn.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about not flicking his daggers here. Or does it need to hit in order to flick them?
Nothing needs to hit in order to flick them.
From the Burning Blade Dance?
Yes, it does need to hit in order to flick them. So the Flick Knives is going to flick the left-handed dagger of Travis Wagner. 1 damage comes through. We're at life parity, 8-8. And Travis has to continue this turn, and he can only play Draconic cards.
And while the blocking has been super clean from Colin, one thing that he cannot block is that Flick Knife. So Travis does have some sense of inevitability with the with that damage there. Of course, it would take 8 more turns at the rate he's doing it, but it is something that can help a lot to prevent being completely fatigued out in this matchup.
The way Colin Eriksen plays, it is entirely possible that we have 8 turns left to play here. And yeah, March of Loyalty is the finish up here. Colin is probably going to cover it up. Oh, not with a card in Dynamos, just Dynamos, which means that Colin descends on down to 5. We are getting ever closer to the dregs of the Boy Wonders life total. So passing back over to Colin, Travis has not established an arsenal here. 5 plays 8 in the favor of our Draconic Ninja. Looks like Colin is just cashing in a gold for free swords. I think this is the real game plan of his Kassai deck. He wants to play 1 card hands rather than 2 or 3.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think I saw a D-React that he just drew, which it doesn't help him offensively here. And of course, I only peeked it, so it could be wrong. But if that is in fact a D-React, it could help him swing tempo back in his favor. That in Arsenal is a huge deal at this point in the game.
Unfortunately, yellow card deficient in the graveyard is Colin Eriksen, so no activation of Kassai here. So unfortunately, not able to find like a buff or a Blade Runner in this case in order to maximize the value on offense. So Travis is keen to just take 2 there and continue throwing 4-card hands.
Yeah, but that all you got in hand, plus what I think was either a Fate Foreseen or a Sink Below in Arsenal. Oh, in the perfect time. So he has a blue card in his deck after all the Warmonger's Diplomacy coming through.
And Travis astutely swinging with the dagger first to play around that Kabuto and prevent Colin from getting maximum value from blocking with it.
No reactions from me. Anything from you?
No reactions here. Colin deploys the That All You Got immediately on this dagger, saying blocking 1 with this card is enough as long as I can replace it.
Yeah, it's nice to just kind of make that not hit and make the Mask of Momentum that much harder to connect.
Colin takes 1 from the second Kunai of Retribution. Travis uses all of the resources on this blue pitch very well. It came up at the perfect time.
Yeah, I was just about to comment that he hasn't used his chest piece yet, but there it is, getting an extra resource. And Cindra with resources is scary because those cards that cost, those are breakpoints.
Yeah, and this first one is probably going to be Demonstrate Devotion coming in at 4 go again. It's looking really scary for Colin at this juncture.
Yeah. Hoping for his sake that I was right about that defense reaction in Arsenal.
Travis also has a Hunt the Hunter, which is going to come in for a breakpoint, but at 5 instead. Hot on their heels coming in, threatening a mark here on this 3rd Draconic Chain Link. Colin blocks with an Emboldened Blade, covering that up nicely, but Travis has a flick to talk about here. Colin takes 1 damage, descends on down to 3. It is getting scary here, folks. 2 resources left in the pitch for Travis Wagner. He's already activated his blood-soaked vest, blood-splattered vest, which means that Colin knows there's a lot more pain coming his way. Demonstrate Devotion comes in for 4 go again and creates a fealty token. No blocks, says Colin Eriksen, which means there's got to be that defense reaction in Arsenal, and it is a Fate Foreseen.
Maybe he doesn't have it this time. Maybe I don't. But nah, he's got it. He's got it.
He always has it, Travis.
Colin, he's always got it, the Boy Wonder Eriksen. You can't stump Colin. But I don't know. Travis looks like he's pretty close to doing just that.
Yeah. What's the last card in his hand there?
Travis's hand?
Yeah.
It's Hunt the Hunter, which means that he's got 5 more damage and a mark to confer on this turn.
This might be 1 card block and commit that helmet.
Maybe.
Because if he can stop the mask trigger, I guess the mask is not being threatened, but basically he's at 3 life, so he definitely needs to do something about this, whether it's 2 cards from hand or 1 card from hand and the mask. That's up to Colin to decide. But either way, he will draw a card at the end of this turn thanks to That All You Got.
And there it is. Blade Runner plus the Kabuto committed here. Colin only holds on to a blue, which means that he's probably really hoping to draw some gas off of That All You Got.
Yep.
He was able to opt with Fate Foreseen, which is a perfect
Did he leave it on
here.
top?
I think he did.
Okay, so this is actually a really nice setup for Colin.
There it is, Blade Flurry, which is
No go
Interesting.
again.
No go again currently. He is going to activate Kassai, however. Perhaps just trying to set
If
the
he
Blade
can-
Flurry up in Arsenal for a future kill turn.
If he can bait a block, that could be huge.
Yeah, I think Travis is too good of a player to get encouraged to block the way the previous turn played out.
And Colin's thinking, because he knows that too, would really like to end the game right here, right now, but without go again in his hand, he doesn't have a lot of recourse.
Colin's stuck in the quicksand, looking to the skies, to the deities above for inspiration. Travis confirming that we're not waiting on him. Colin is the one in the tank, as it were. Thumbing through the graveyard of Travis Wagner here.
What was the blue in his hand?
Provoke.
Provoke, okay.
Something that won't convert. Something that is definitely just going to be a blue, you know? So it is possible I missed the what he actually did with the Fate Foreseen there, because I don't think Colin would have left Blade Flurry in his hand or on top of the deck if he knew he was going to draw it off of that all you got. Could be wrong about that. But it is true that if he's able to bait Travis into blocking this hot streak with an attack, then he is going to be threatening lethal. Travis says, nope, it's just going to be Mask of Momentum here, which means that Colin is kind of forced to throw that Blade Flurry because he has activated Kassai this turn.
Yeah.
And I think Colin is still fine with this because it allows him to do the whole one-card hand thing that is clearly his game plan into Cindra.
The question is, can he keep a one-card hand?
Well, we got to start with this one.
He's got one thing going with him, one thing going for him, and that's that Travis does not have an arsenal. Colin has been very diligent about denying the arsenal from that Mask of Momentum whenever possible. Oath of Loyalty comes forth as the first attack action for Travis Wagner. 1 damage is going to leak through over the top of that 3-block run-through from Colin Eriksen. Travis has a blue in hand, which is not one he's going to want to play, but in this case, he's basically going to get 1 free damage if he pitches it. He is, however, only 1 dagger in the arm slot.
Yeah, he would really like to have both daggers in this type of situation. Colin sitting at 2 life, 2 dagger swings could just spell the end of the game. So hard to block those out.
Travis really thinking about how to close this game out. This might be the last turn, folks. He's got a lava burst, though, and he's just... No, he can go 3 chain links wide.
Yeah, he can. I mean, he can swing the dagger, right?
Yeah, he can swing the dagger. Then he sends Burning Blade Dance, and then he finishes off with a Lava Burst. I kind of think this is curtains for Colin Eriksen, unless he's got himself some good D-reacts. But you would think that he would have deployed it on that Oath of Loyalty already.
And if Travis wants to pay for it and sacrifice daggers for his next turn, he can just get his second dagger back after swinging the first one.
This is spooky. Not only that, swinging the first one, flicking it, and then buying them back.
Yep. So he's got 3 potential pings to work with.
That must be what Travis is thinking about. I really think this is the last turn of the game here, folks. Travis is just dotting his I's and crossing his T's here. There just can't be enough defensive capability in the hand of Colin Eriksen.
Yeah. He could be thinking about that all you got, going through the graveyard. That could be a card that could help Colin a lot in this spot, allowing him to block with 4 cards from hand and stay alive. But I think he's already played 2, if not 3. And there we see it.
This is why these blue line, I shouldn't say blue line, just like extra blue Cindra decks are so scary because these daggers come in every single turn. It's like Kadachi on steroids, ultimately. One go again here for Colin Eriksen, who has nothing left in the fridge. Valiant Dynamos has a -1 defense counter on it currently.
Man, he would have loved go again last turn.
He sure would have. That would have completely changed the topography of this game.
Yeah.
Right now, Colin says no blocks, which means that he is technically dead on board to Flick Knives.
True, but did you see what's in his hand?
I didn't. Is it a shelter?
The one that creates a an agility token.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The one that's like Slap Happy.
Oh my goodness, this is so embarrassing right now. This was like
Fang player.
Well, honestly, I don't play that card
Fair enough.
in Fang, but yes, the prevention effect.
He has a prevention effect in hand.
But man, that is not where Colin wants to be. An entire card to shore up 1 damage and lethal.
Yeah. And you got to know that Travis knows that now. Like, why would he go to 1 if he doesn't have some way to stop the flick?
Which is hilarious because Travis was just in the tank thinking about this turn and probably did not expect this.
Yeah.
So Colin still has, even though it seems like he's on death's door, he's still got mind games to play against Travis Wagner.
He's got a good poker face.
He is a massive Lady Gaga fan as well, so he's got that going for him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My mama poker face, my mom poker face.
If you could do that, then that would work perfectly, but you can't.
Love that tanking.
This is the superpower of
Take it
Colin
on the
Eriksen.
chin. Thank you to our producer, Justin.
We just do the basic turn.
Yeah, I think he's got to take it on the chin in his hand.
Go again, mark on hit.
Okay, it is hot on our heels. Following up, Colin has a 3-block here.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we should consume that.
Okay, we are recorrecting the board state. Colin Eriksen was marked, which means that Travis has an extra fealty token. I don't think 3 rather than 2 fealty tokens is going to be relevant here, but it is important to maintain a clean lava board state. It's
Colin's
lava burst
got
here.
2 cards in hand, so this flick knives
This one is prevent 2, right? Yep.
is not enough.
It
Or I mean, it is enough. I'm sorry. That take it on the chin is not enough.
Isn't this 5? Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, we are also correcting the damage that's coming in off lava burst. Colin saying, "I'm not a dope."
Okay. In response.
Yeah, put it together, Travis. This is going to be it. The flick knives comes through, eats up the prevention effect, and then descends Colin Eriksen down to 0.
Yeah.
Which means that Cindra, Drakai of Retribution, reigns supreme against the Golden Sands.
Well played to Travis. Really back and forth game. That was a treat to watch.
It was, and honestly, I think Colin was in a very, very good spot until that critical turn where he drew Blade Flurry off of That All You Got.
Yeah, I would almost argue that Colin didn't see things line up very well throughout the entire game. So the fact that he was in a good spot, that he kept life parity, it really even just came down to that top deck. And I would almost argue, in hindsight, that maybe it was a mistake not to bottom the card off the Fate Foreseen.
Honestly, I'm not sure if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that. We may not have seen it correctly. So if he did bottom the card, kudos. If he decided to keep that reaction, that could have been the game-ending mistake, and such a tiny one at that. But either way, super close game, really cool to watch, and well played by both players.
But you're absolutely right. I think Colin's deck did not really do him justice. I mean, when you're talking about like 12 copies of Go Again for your swords and a plethora of blues to boot, like the fact that he wasn't refreshing dynamos on all of those offensive turns is not indicative of how he plays Kassai at all.
Is he only on 12 copies of Go Again?
I'm sorry. It's probably more like 15 because we have... Oh, no. It's more like 18, actually, because we have Spoils of War, Unsheathed, 9 Blade Runners, 3 run-throughs, and something else I'm missing, Trot-alongs as well.
Right. Okay, so, but that number is so critical in making sure that you have the Go-Again pieces that you need when you need them. And in this game, they didn't seem to line up. There were multiple turns where Colin only swung one of his swords, and it looks like at the end, that little difference in value that he missed out on had he had the Go-Again and the extra block from his Valiant Dynamos really could have gotten him over the line. Didn't get there. And well played to Travis.
Redline Cindra carries the day. We will be back very shortly with an interview with our winner, Travis Wagner. Odyssey local, by the way, shout out. And he'll talk about exactly how he dismantled the Boy Wonder after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with our winner of round 2, Travis Wagner, new dad. What do you want to start with, your tagline or the game?
I mean, yeah, I'm a new dad, just had a little baby girl.
That is
Just
awesome.
Beautiful, wonderful experience.
How many days, weeks ago was that?
She's a little over 2 weeks old now.
Wow.
So, yeah.
It seems like all of our local players have been having kids. My brother Elliot, we've got our producer Justin, and of course Bryce with his 1-year-old. So really awesome stuff going on here outside the Fab community. Well, in the community, but outside of the game. But let's get back into the game. That was a really nice, grindy back and forth on both ends. Well, I guess you didn't do any blocking, but
No.
yeah. How did you feel about the game as it was progressing and the life totals were dwindling?
Yeah, I think with the matchup, I haven't honestly played like no Cindra, so don't take a lot of what I say with much grain of salt. That's what happens when you have a new baby. You don't play much Flesh and Blood, but
the one downside.
Yeah. So I hadn't played Colin on this deck before, but I played Colin a bunch before. I kind of know how the deck works, and with Cindra, I don't give him very many turns to kind of set up the things he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And when he wasn't fighting back too much, like he wasn't able to line up his big turns, he does start running out of time. And once he got down to, like, not refreshing Dynamo, like it felt like eventually I'll get there. I just have to keep pushing as much damage as I can.
Yeah, we were noticing a lack of go again on his turns, not really being able to piece together the double swing refresh that he so badly wants to do as part of his game plan. But of course, on the other side of the table, it looked like you played things really, really efficiently. Pretty much every turn. I will say that there was the turn where you popped a boot super early that we were like, we get it. You have to do that. But that was one part where we were a little bit worried that was going to be a stumble for you, but it turned out not to be too painful. How did you feel when you were popping those boots?
Yeah, I mean, if I was to play it again, of course, I would just block with them before that.
Oh,
so you get the one life.
Yeah.
There was, I think, no way I was going to get out of that turn without trying to pop boots because I don't have... Like, if I'm stumbling at the same time, I'm just letting him set up. So I have to keep the pressure on. And it wasn't a bad turn to pop boots. And I don't think there were, like, a lot of times where I could have used them. I know there was the one time when I had,
like the double, triple snatch thing going on?
I ended up with, like, 2 cards in hand off of the mass draw and stuff. That it would have been nice to have another boots.
Fair. I will also say that one of the things that we noticed was a lack of blues in your list. And I know that there's been kind of a shift for the Cindra decks in the meta to kind of go a little more blue heavy. Can you talk to us a little bit about your choice to bring this list? Is that like a lack of time to prepare, or is that a choice that you made?
Yeah, so basically I was trying to decide between like a blue line and a red line list, and what I brought today is the red line. Although you did see me pitch 2 blue cards. They were not Warmongers
is the one blue I think that you're running.
Yeah. They were not included for me to actually pitch them. I was supposed to play them and disrupt him, but since he wasn't, setting up big turns, it never really found a line. And by then, the 1 dagger damage was like kind of just good enough to throw. Basically I was looking at the blue list and it's kind of preferring that since it's similar to what I played before, which was Phi. I like the Lynx lines, the tenacity, the Salt of Wounds and stuff. But then I realized I don't have throw dagger and it's like $20 now and I can't get it in time because I started prepping like 2 days ago.
Okay,
so
got it.
I was like, okay, I guess red line it is.
Sure, sometimes we just have to work with what we've got, and you kind of showing that even if you don't have every single card you need, you've got enough to get over the line, even against one of the best Kassai players that I know, maybe possibly in the world, but of course I don't know all the Kassai players in the world, so he's a great player to beat.
I was really excited because it can be, I think, a tough matchup is what I've heard. Like, I've never played it, so.
Well, even though he didn't get the go again that he needed, it was very close. So it seemed like if things had fallen a little bit more in his favor, it could have been a difficult thing for you to get through just because he's got so much good blocking and you relying on that mask of momentum to gain your value. Sometimes it just doesn't piece together.
Yeah, I think when I saw him draw off the copper, I'm like, oh. He's in trouble.
That's a good sign.
You never want to do that because that's for their combo turn, and it's so expensive. So I felt like that was kind of the moment where I was like, okay, just keep pressing the damage.
Cool. Well, we've got 4 more rounds to go. How are you feeling for the rest of the day?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm already happy.
Awesome. 2-0 is a great start.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Any other thoughts that you want to share with the world before we end our interview?
Oh, I just want to say hi to all of my parents and my wife's grandparents. They're all out there with the baby, keeping her happy while I'm gone.
Are they watching you right now?
They might be, yeah.
Cool.
I've heard that they've been checking it out. So
very cool, very cool. Well, thanks to all our viewers at home, especially his family and the people watching his new baby daughter. Congratulations once again. And thank you for joining me here in the booth. For all of you at home, we will be back shortly with round 3, so don't go anywhere.
Plenty of retribution last round, and the next one promises some fire and brimstone. That's right, we got a Fang matchup, and he's going to be taking on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. We're back at the May AGE Open in Season 3. My name is Bryce Platts, and I'm here with Michael Murray. Are you excited for this next match?
Oh,
or what?
yeah. I love seeing Slippy these days, the aggressively slanted assassin. Super cool to see the natural go again every turn and have these wider, kind of more unpredictable, aggressive assassin plays where the other assassins have a tendency to be a little bit more defensive.
And this is one of the players that's going to be on this feature match. You might recognize him if you've been watching AGE streams. It's Peter Buddensiek, our only representation from Las Vegas today, who has shifted teams once again. He's now on Team Runaways.
All right.
And he would definitely be a League of Legends pro if he wasn't competing in Flesh and Blood, or so he says. And his rival is his, I don't know if teammate anymore, but longtime compatriot on the Kano Council, Majin Bey, who you might have heard of as well.
Heard of that guy.
Yeah, you're probably one of his disciples.
Yeah. Definitely looking at his content whenever I want to know how to play a wizard, although I will give a shout out to Yuto, the Azalea master. He's my main guy when it comes to learning how to play this new lightning wizard.
Peter says he would banish taxes from the world forever, which is interesting because I don't think he pays them anyway. And his competitor is going to be Patrick R., a member of the AGE Pro team, and also somebody near and dear to my heart because he and I have been working on this Fang Drakai of Blades list since its conception?
Both.
Yeah, both of those things since The Hunted has come out. So Patrick is a very proficient Fang player at this point. He also is a master of the Mechanologist class. And he is a turn 0 local, which is where his card game rival comes from. John Kim is a very proficient Prism player at turn 0, and he's Patrick's rival here.
Makes sense. Those Illusionist players tend to slot right into the rivalry slot from what I've done and seen in this game.
He also insists that our producer, Justin Leewog, should get more FaceTime on the AGE stream. Little does he know that Justin is not actually a real person. He's just a dog puppet that we keep behind the producer desk.
Yeah, well, 3 of them, right, in a trench coat.
Yeah, definitely, because they have to be taller. 3 puppets on top. So are the lower puppets puppeting the upper puppets?
There's one, yeah, exactly. There's one arm kind of going through all of them.
All right, I'm dead. What are we doing? Let's go down to the match floor, shall we?
Let's get it.
Okay, like we said before, it is Arachne Slip Through the Cracks in the hand of Peter Buddensiek versus Patrick R. on Fang, Drakai of Blades, who happens to be a Lakers fan as well. So eat your heart out, Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, but he is a Warrior.
Oh, true.
It's important to mention at this point, folks, that there was a little trash talk going on at the feature match table before players shuffled up. Justin Leewog, our 3 dog puppets in a trench coat, asked Peter, what do you think? Do you have any hot takes about the matchup? Peter responded, well, Warrior sucks, right?
Yeah.
And then Patrick responded, do you remember?
I beat a Slippy last round, baby.
All right. And both these players are X and O. Looks like the trash talk is flying. And hopefully for Patrick, the fealty tokens will be as well as he tries to prove his loyalty to his Emperor and reach Value Town, maximizing free daggers until Peter is nothing but dust.
Looking forward to the way this one falls.
Looks like Patrick just goes ahead. He elected to go first here, and he just arsenaled and passed.
Oh, and Peter says, I don't like that arsenal.
Here comes Command and Conquer. Patrick, however, should have a good number of blocking cards. Oops, hello. That's not the right button, Bryce. He does, however, have a Shelter from the Storm, which is not applicable here. Command and Conquer says no defense reactions.
Yeah, it's an
sir.
annoying card to draw in this spot, but does have plenty of 3 blocks in the deck.
I think I saw Glint the Quicksilver plus Long Whisker Loyalty, which does mean that Patrick can block it out, but that being said, it's not ideal. What is ideal is throwing that foot piece right in front of that CNC, so it's covered up nicely there. And Patrick does have 2 reds in hand, not where you want to be as Fang. If you are going to be pitching reds this early on in the game, you kind of need a full grip. In this case, just pitching away that Shelter from the Storm, Patrick probably really upset that he didn't discard it away early on that turn 0 because it's basically useless here anyway.
I think he drew into it. No?
No. He had it in hand.
Okay.
In this case, he goes ahead and plays Obsidian Firevein, uses Long Whisker Loyalty just to get the mark effect here, which is an astute play here because Peter was sitting on that sink below anyway, and so denying Peter a little bit of defensive value there.
Yeah, worked out.
Filtering away some bad cards is Peter Buddensiek, though, as he ticks up his tunic to 2. He is sporting that Mask of Perdition, which was popularized by Chris Ayali last month on the AG stream. Important to mention, too, that if you want to go back and take a look at that Chris Ayali list, we've got our first ever match of the month on the YouTube channel. Chris Ayali versus Anthony Pham just got uploaded yesterday. It was a laugh riot, and we have a little bit of player commentary to boot. Back to the matter at hand. Hunter's Clave is covered up by Patrick with a That'll You Got, and it's Infect as the second attack here. Sink below, so far covering up this damage, but Peter has himself a yellow shred, which is going to reduce the defensive value down to 1.
Patrick going ahead and taking that 2 damage, goes across the table, as well as that Bloodrot Pots token. So 4 total if Patrick decides not to pay into it. Unlikely he will. Those blues do need to be pitched for the daggers early on if you want to be able to swing them without those fealties.
I do believe Patrick did not have himself a resource card, and off of that all you got, he draws himself a... Oh, maybe not, because he's resolving this Relentless Pursuit. Nevertheless, this is a fantastic card to resolve early on in the Fang game plan. Peter is now marked, and Patrick is going to be threatening fealty tokens over and over again, and yeah, it's a second Relentless Pursuit going into the pitch zone. He is fine with this.
Yeah, nice draw there, and finally getting the mark and starting to threaten those fealties. Patrick wants to get online as fast as possible, as you probably already knew, and this is a great way to do that.
A really curious choice in equipment for Patrick. He elects to bring in the Kabuto of Imperial Authority, which is not usually my flavor against Slippy. I would much rather have Crown of Providence just to skirt more arsenal disruption throughout the course of the game. But Patrick is a magnificent player in his own right, and he is resolving Tooth of the Dragon plus Scar Tissue on this first dagger, bringing Obsidian Fire Vein to the fabled breakpoint of 5, which is much better than 4 in this case because a lot of decks are packing defense reactions. So, resetting the mark and creating his first fealty token of the game is Patrick R, and sending yet another Obsidian Fire Vein, this one for 4.
Yeah, really nice here. Clean play. Got the blue, got the resources, just enough to make the vigor, and 2 fealties on the back of this Patrick. Now 2/3 of the way online. Really nice turn here. And Peter holding back all the cards, saying no blocks across the board, makes me a little bit worried for Patrick, as the clapback is probably going to be kind of rough.
Patrick still has access to a lot of armor here, so if he has the skills, he probably has the blocks that kills, but we're going to see if Peter is able to sneak it through here. Right now, 29 plays 36 in the favor of our Draconic Warrior, and Peter is starting off with 2 Saver Bloodsheds, ladies and gentlemen, and he's got plenty of daggers to flick and draw off those Saver Bloodsheds.
Ooh, this is a really tough spot, because as much as you'd like to block this out with the number of reactions that Assassin brings, I wonder if you just let it hit. And I think Patrick is going to tank here for a little bit as he answers that question for himself. 9 damage being presented with 2 cards still left to play.
This is going to be one of the most critical blocks of the game, but does Patrick have the sauce? He does have a massive left shoulder, which is going to Quasimodo us out of seeing what the heck is going on in that hand.
I'm not seeing
it's a Tooth of the Dragon. And yes, a cut from the same claw. So currently, total block value in Patrick's hand is 8, which is not quite enough unless you want to overcommit on
he just
equipment
says no
blocks.
He knows he can't get cute and try to block this one out. But, drawing 2, that's a lot of cards.
Drawing 2 is Peter Buddensiek, and he hasn't even played a stealth card this turn. So this combat chain could get extra wide.
Wow.
Patrick, just like that, is down to 26, eclipsed by Peter's life total by 3, and there is plenty left to say.
Peter feeling pretty darn good about this as he now gets his Orb Weaver Spinneret online, replacing the dagger immediately with a Graphene Calycera. Even more wide chain links to come.
Man, if that was one of the draws off of Saver Bloodshed, Peter is being rewarded to the 9s.
Yeah, you love to see those go-agains when you've got a bunch of cards in hand, that's for sure.
Ooh, interesting. Graphene Calycera is the next attack here. Does have go again because it has stealth. So this is going to be 4 go again here for Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. I also spied a Pain in the Backside in Peter's hand, so probably going to be able to convert every single one of these cards on offense. And Patrick, still not quite online. He does, however, have a Vigor token, which means that if he can somehow get a Mark or another fealty token, he's going to be placed squarely in Value Town. But I don't think I see a marking card
Yeah, if there's anything I've learned about playing as Fang, you really would like the games to go longer, and this does not bode into that game plan, the amount of damage that Peter is currently sending.
No block, says Patrick here, which means he's got to have something going for him. He did, however, shove armor in front of that pain in the backside. Did take a Bloodrot Pox token for Peter's troubles, and right now there is a life valley between these two players after that really nasty turn from Las Vegas. Patrick R is starting his turn off with a Vigor token popping and then cut from the same cloth, which means that we're probably going to have a mark conferred here. Yes, indeed, we have found an attack reaction, and also Patrick has found himself a ton of information with which to use on the defense.
Yeah, being able to see an assassin's hand is one of the best classes you could possibly peep the information of. They're so tricky that being able to just know what their next turn looks like is a huge boon for Patrick.
Kiss of Death in the hand as well, which makes you wonder what that Arsenal card was. That's the one thing that Patrick can't peek here. And if it is a Tarantula Toxin, that next hand could be really, really devastating. For now, however, Patrick's got himself a Savor Bloodshed as well, which means that this next dagger, this first dagger paid for by a Vigor token, is coming in for a big, bad 9.
Does Assassin block? I mean, does Slippy block? Does Peter block? This is a huge... I mean, Patrick's just doing it right back to him. Peter just hit him with the Savor Bloodshed, and now he's saying, can you block 9?
So if he is going to block here, he does have to consider that whatever attack reaction Patrick has here is going to go over by an extra 3. But Patrick has 2 cards in hand, which is amazing because he can bluff an extra amount of damage to leak this dagger through. And so Peter is probably staring this down going, I can't stop this.
Yeah, I think he's in the same exact position. And one thing I want to point out now that Peter is marked is as soon as he gets that third fealty online, Patrick can switch to his defensive game plan and start to convert 1 card hands.
Yeah, and at that point, once you are squarely in Value Town, it is Fang's game to win.
Huge moment for Peter.
Really in the tank here. It all kind of hinges on whether or not he's got a defense reaction in the arsenal. He could throw, because Patrick has Tooth of the Dragon in his hand, Peter could throw everything in front of this, but then Patrick would simply swing the dagger with the other red floating in hand and get through anyway. So Peter has got to sniff out whether the juice is worth the blocking squeeze. He says no blocks indeed, can't stop it. So Tooth of the Dragon is going to confer +1 and go again here. Peter will take 10, all of a sudden back down to life parity. 19 plays 19, and Patrick is drawing. Oh, you didn't show me. Dastardly teammate, my butt. Okay,
but
3 fealty is now online. Free daggers.
Huge clapback from Patrick.
One of the cards in hand is for the Drakai, which means that if Patrick was able to find... Yeah, he found an attack reaction there. It's Blistering Blade, which means that this chain is going 3 links wide.
Blistering Blade can't mark, though.
No, Blistering Blade does not mark, but it does do damage. Interesting that Peter went for the overblock here. Patrick is enticed, however, to go Blistering Blade all the way up to 8, which means that 1 damage should get through here. Peter descends on down to 18, and then for the Drakai comes in for 4. Peter really wants to hold on to that Kiss of Death and the other attack in his hand and probably just play 2 really threatening head jabs on his turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. But one of the things about Assassin is while they are extremely disruptive, their raw damage output is not as high as some other classes. So the life lead right here for Patrick is a big deal.
Especially now that he has proven his loyalty to his Emperor and is going to be able to swing free daggers for the rest of the game. Value Town, population Patrick R, as Kiss of Death comes in as the first attack on Peter's side of the board.
3 go again with an on-hit of losing a life. All that life is meaningful, and Patrick reaches over for that equipment, says, I'd rather not.
It's important to mention here that the fridge, even though some of it is being devoted here, oh no, it's Tarantula Toxin out of the arsenal. It was that faded card, which means that Grains of Bloodspill is not only going to have his defensive value reduced, it's also going to blow up at the end of this combat chain because it has temper.
Yeah, and at least he's online now. That card really has the most value at the beginning of the game before the fealties are popped. So Patrick is probably not heartbroken, but being able to get the extra value, those extra 2 out of the Tarantula Toxin is tough.
Wow, and Peter popping the Mask of Perdition here, trying to hit 2 reds off the top of Patrick's deck in order to get 2 silver and simply buy back the Mask of Perdition immediately on the next turn.
And that's a very likely thing, as Fang is a very red-heavy deck.
Red heavy indeed, but there are blues and yellows in the Fang deck. So Peter risking a little bit here.
Okay.
Or do you have a defense reaction?
But once you said that, you passed priority to me.
I'm waiting for you to say if you have a defense reaction.
Listening in on the players here, we're talking about a priority window.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Looks like we're all cleared up here. Just a little bit of syntax miscommunication here from both the players. Peter is a very clean player. I must say, like, when I've seen him play Vincent, for example, he's very diligent about, like, you know, creating the rune chance on the Malefic Incantation after the attack is resolved and after the opponent has chosen to take arcane damage or not. Like, that kind of stuff. He is just super, super clean in the way he represents his game actions.
Yeah, you know what? It's not a big deal. I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, yeah. So, I'll flick my Kiss of Death.
Sure.
Okay, and we're flicking the Kiss of Death as well, which means that Patrick has taken a boatload of damage here, descending on down to 5. He's got a 9 life deficit to make up, and no, it's a red and a blue off the top, which means that Peter is not going to have access to an extra 1 block for the rest of this game.
Could have been nice. Didn't get there.
Not quite, unless he's able to resolve yet another Leave No Witnesses and hit a red.
Patrick with a Sigil of Solace is nice to kind of climb back up a little bit from 5 to 8 when he decides to do that. Starting things out with the Obsidian Fire Vein.
Here we go, second free dagger of the game. 9 life to overcome here for Patrick R. And Peter in the tank. Plethora of 3 blocks here. Tons of attack reactions. Yeah. We've got a Justinic, we've got a Tarantula Toxin, but neither of the cards that really benefit from it. There's also a Razor's Edge and an Art of Desire Body, which means that Peter is a little bit in a brick house right now.
Yeah, he's probably going to be blocking here.
Peter potentially regretting choosing to pop the Mask of Perdition there, because one of the really awesome use cases for that card is when you have an Art of Desire Body on the combat chain, because if you're hitting reds there, you're drawing cards and gaining life.
Ooh, 7 coming out with the double attack reaction.
Blistering Blade plus Scar Tissue equals a 7-power Obsidian Fire Vein and a mark conferred on hit, which means that Peter is sub 10 life here, and that is a very scary place when you're facing down a Fang. And Patrick has 2 cards in hand. Little does Peter know that one of those is a Sigil of Solace.
Yeah. The other one, I think, Long Whisker Loyalty,
yes, sir,
means he can attack again if he chooses that mode. Just another piece of chip damage.
Vandal Spring Tunic looks like it's coming out to block this Obsidian Fire Vein. Peter also thumbing a card in hand. I would have to imagine that he needs to be blocking here with what he has been given. Long Whisker Loyalty is going to get this attack. It could get it up to 4, but in this case, Patrick is probably going to choose the other 2 modes to force through a mark on this last dagger swing.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so this next dagger, the 3rd of the combat chain, is going to mark on hit. And yeah, so Patrick goes up to a 4th fealty, refreshes the mark on Peter Buddensiek, arsenals that Sigil of Solace, which I absolutely love here, Michael, because oftentimes you can bait out Arsenal Disruption from an assassin and then simply play out Sigil of Solace, gain your value there. Art of Desire Body is the first attack for Peter.
So does Peter give 2 cards here? Or does he... No, just the armor.
Okay, looks like Kabuto is going to come out to play, perhaps thinking that Peter really wants to send daggers after this, but based on the context of his hand, we know that is not the case. So 3 blocking 6, now that Razor's Edge is buffing up this Art of Desire Body. Will Peter actually be able to make use of a card if he draws it, however?
Well, this had Go Again, right? It's a stealth card, and yeah, Peter gaining that life is huge too, going back up to 7.
It is a red. Oh my gosh, and Patrick's block of Kabuto is huge here.
Ooh.
So Peter is going to be forced to hold on to these 2 cards.
Massive.
Kabuto showing its stripes here, kind of fortuitously, though.
Yeah.
Wow, Patrick is looking like a god here. Still holding on to 5 cards.
Pitching to the silver, trying to get something out of this.
I love this play from Peter. Silver is not an inane source.
Oh, he's got Kiss of Death. He's checking to see if he can even play it.
So Kiss of Death is not a weapon. Even though it is a dagger, it is still an attack action card. So Peter is good to send this.
You know what they say, pistols aren't guns and daggers aren't weapons.
We are, however, going to call a judge.
Okay.
And make sure that that is all good.
Right.
But I really think the ruling is on the side of Peter here because
I believe
even
the
though,
weapons say weapon on them.
Exactly.
So-
Exactly. And in Kabuto of Imperial Authority says you can't swing with weapons this turn,
Right.
not daggers.
Yep.
Okay, and we're back to the match.
Yep.
Everything is cleared up. Here comes Kiss of Death for 3. No go again here because a stealth attack has already been thrown, and Patrick is going to be forced to play send 1 card, but he is very happy to do so in this case.
And it's a blue, too. He's like, doesn't need that. Flicking the Calistera, taking Patrick down to 1.
And even though it looks really hairy for Patrick, he's still got that Sigil of
Yeah.
Solace in Arsenal, which is exactly where you want it to be in these endgame states. You can encourage your opponent to take way too much damage and then simply blow them out with that Sigil when they think they've got you by the throat.
And look at this. He's got the mark. He's got the Saver Bloodshed. He's going to say, hey, Peter, do you want to keep any cards this turn? Because if you do, you're probably dead.
And look at Patrick. He is so comfortable right now.
Yeah.
This is exactly where Fang shines. When you are online and your opponent is only going to do the wrong thing. They're damned if they block. They're damned if they don't. Here comes a firm loyalty to push this up to 8, which is currently over the block of 6 from Peter Buddensiek.
Yeah, did I see a Sink Below in Peter's hand?
I don't know. I didn't see it. But there it is. Okay, we're going to cover it up. But
Okay.
Patrick's fine with this because he's got another dagger to send. Peter's
Yeah.
only got 1 card left.
Yeah.
Losing 2 block value essentially is Peter when this dagger is definitely going to connect and draw a card no matter what.
And there's the no blocks. There's the...
Searing Gaze up to 4. And also, even though Patrick might not be able to use the card drawn off of Saver Bloodshed, he's still got Sigil of Solace in the arsenal, which means that he's going to be able to convert the entirety of this hand and save 1 for arsenal.
Yeah.
That being said,
he
what
doesn't love
drew-
it, though. I think it was a blue.
Yeah.
But it's probably still correct. Going up to 4. Peter with only 1 card in hand. 2, sorry.
I think it's just 1.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was
he
Sink
did the
Below
Sink
plus
Below.
2 cards.
Yeah, so he's really not looking at much in terms of threats here. Just 3 damage.
It's just another situation. Like, this is exactly why people play Fang. It's once your opponent is sub 10 life, you have all of the authority in this game. You've got sidesteps. The moment they commit blocks, you skirt them.
Yeah.
The moment they don't block, you've got Hunt's End. None of which have in his deck have Patrick seen this game. There's still 3 Hunt's End to find, and those will probably spell the end of this game.
And just blocking 3. 4 card hand to work with. Blue in Arsenal, not the best, but with 3 life, it can be such a challenge to block out.
Oh no, it's a Twist and Turn, which is a much better arsenal than a random blue here. Twist and Turn is going to allow Patrick to swing with this first Obsidian Fire Vein again if it connects with Peter's life at all. So right now, it's just 4 with a threatening on hit.
It looks like at least 1 reaction in hand.
I see a Blade Flurry.
Yep.
I think, a Pledge Fealty, which is definitely something you want to see early. But in this case, when your opponent is blocking with 2 cards, you can simply say, you're going to lose value on these cards.
We see that Fealty popped.
Down to 4 Fealty is Patrick. Slightly less loyal, but for good reason. Blade Flurry is going to get this up to 7. Leaking 1 damage over Peter and also conferring an additional attack. But no, Patrick says that's not it. Scar Tissue as well, and that means Patrick takes down Peter Buddensiek. Warriors suck, don't they?
That's what I hear.
Oh, Peter. I love Peter so much. He's one of my best friends in Flesh and Blood, but he is notorious for trash talking right before going on feature match and getting absolutely dome wrecked.
Well, this time... He did it again.
You love to see it. And Peter is such a good sport about these moments. So I think he's going to have nothing but smiles going down the line.
Yeah. Tough opponent. I mean, he's a really good Flesh and Blood player. And you saw it here in this game. It was a close one. It's not like he folded. Certainly had a nice back and forth there. And Patrick was just able to get the game state exactly where Fang wants it. Low life totals where you have to respect those attack reactions, and then he just overwhelms you. And that's exactly what happened.
Patrick R showing exactly why he and I are so enamored with our Drakai of Blades. So go ahead and venture into your kitchen, grab a kitchen knife, pour some kerosene on it, and light it up in the name of the Fang Gang. And we will be back with an interview with Patrick R after this. Welcome back. We're here with the latest resident of Value Town, Patrick R. That is not a place you are altogether unfamiliar with, though, is it, Patrick?
It's not. It's not. As you know, you and I have been big on Fang basically since Hunted came out, and obviously Bryce had recently published a deck tech for his version of the Fang deck, which is not that different than my version of the Fang deck, on AG's YouTube channel. So that's really what I got today, and so I've been a big proponent of Fang for quite a bit.
And he is just so much fun to boot, isn't he?
Yeah, he's so much fun kabuto, I would say. Sorry. Which was obviously a big headpiece for me in that particular game against Peter. I think it maybe caught him a little off guard. And it's just so many cool tools, so many cool things to do with Fang. It's probably my favorite hero in Flesh and Blood thus far. I didn't know if I could ever move past Dio and Dromai, but I think we're getting there.
Nevertheless, you were not completely locked on him when you walked into the room today. You were debating until the very last moment about playing Dio instead. And I like to think I had a little something to do with you locking in on Fang.
I think that's definitely, your enthusiasm is infectious. But I think I was just a little bit afraid because my version of Fang may be a little different than yours. It just completely loses to Kano. I have no fight there. I'm hoping to play the gem lottery, and I know Ryan Brown's around here, and he's a killer on Kano. Yep. So I was a little bit scared, but I said, you know what? What's going to be more fun today? And it's swinging daggers.
We have been talking a little bit in the AGE Discord about that new dagger coming our way, the Spell Void 1. Would that make you any more comfortable into Kano?
I don't think so. I don't want to look. We have a tendency to disagree about card evaluation, and you have been right just as many times as I have been, probably more often than I have been. I think it's more of a Cindra card.
Okay.
I would love to be proven wrong. I think I don't really want to lose the one extra. Never mind the one extra value. Because I'm,
right.
Not that I'm in the business of beating Kanos, but I think that extra point of damage over time is maybe worth the extra spell void. But I will try it. Especially
if you're packing those like twist the turns in your resource base, which really looked good today.
Yeah, I think that was a card that I was seeing played a lot by Camo on the Purple Discord. Mara Ferris as well, I believe, is a big fan of the red version. But I looked at it in terms of I'd really like for my pitch cards, my yellows and blues, to block 3. Does that. Not that many of our cards do that necessarily. And then, once you're online, it's the 3 that's printed on the card, and a lot of the times it's an extra 1 from being able to swing again. So the red is a lot of times a 0 for 5, the yellows is 0 for 4, and I feel like a 0 for 4, once you're online, is about the most you can ask for your yellow.
There are a lot of ways that Fang deck can kind of like turn cards that look pretty lackluster into that fabled 0 for 4. Case in point, Pledge Fealty, which is arguably the worst card to see after you're already online. But nevertheless, if you are able to block out with the rest of the cards in your hand and you go Dagger, Pledge Fealty, Dagger, Refresh Dynamos, that's technically still a 1-card 4. But that being said, Patrick, you didn't see a single one of those cards before you were online. And furthermore, you didn't see a single one of our namesake attack reaction, Hunt's End, until after you were online, throughout the entirety of the game. So I don't know. You did kind of lackluster Fang things and still got there in the end.
Yeah, and we did see a Hunt when he banished it off the top of my deck. I didn't get to play one.
Oh, I did miss that.
No, but I didn't get to do the fun thing we wanted to do with Hunt, which is, I love a targeted hit card. I think we...
Hunt's End, not Hunt to the Ends of Raid.
Oh, sorry, yes. Didn't see any of those. And I think it's almost like Peter and I had a gentleman's agreement to not block that game. There's very little blocking happening, and I think I had 2... He had the double Saver Bloodshed hand. He got to draw 2 cards. I don't know if he converted it quite as well as he wanted to, maybe. I'd have to watch it back. I had 2 very effective Saver Bloodshed hands, and it's just, there's so much velocity, I think, you get with Saver Bloodshed, and, it says something, because we're probably only the 2nd best Saver Bloodshed deck out there, right?
Definitely. I would have to agree. Even though I love Fang a lot, I would say that Slippy and Marionette probably do it way better than us, at least in terms of Saver Bloodshed. So I want to walk back to the beginning of this game, Patrick, because you did have a couple stumbles, namely turn 0. There was no Pledge Fealty to see, no marking cards to boot, and furthermore, you saved a defense reaction when your opponent then just sent a CNC on the following turn, and you were forced to give up not only 2 cards from hand, but one of them being the only resource card you had to work with.
That's right. I had the Sink Below in Arsenal, as you mentioned, but I also had a
Shelter is
from
the one I'm really concerned about.
Which became my pitch card, unfortunately, and I think to your point, we are at our least efficient as a deck, and I know you and I have had some discussions about how volatile Fang can be, like, or sort of how much variance you can have. That was a little bit of low variance there. Sending one dagger, pitching a card to send one dagger and do, did no damage because he had a sync blow, is terrible. So I was on the back foot there for sure. But, I got online relatively quickly. He wasn't doing a lot of blocking. That helps with that. But I think, to your point, once we are online, there's pretty much, nobody's matching that value. So even when we're stumbling, if things can line up, if we can do as much as we can to be ending the turn with them marked so that we can maximize those savor bloodshed, weird, cheating sort of turns, then I think we're going to put ourselves in a really good position.
So despite the fact that you were able to then get a mark off after that first stumble and generate 2 fealty tokens pretty quickly, you still were locked into this phase 2 of the Fang game plan where you are forced to do something affirmative on your turn. You simply can't just block out and give all the tempo to your opponent at this point, even if you want to. And you were faced with a situation where you might have wanted to do just that. It's a double savor bloodshed turn. At this point, are you sweating?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, sweating in the sense that I'm thinking I'm in trouble, not sweating in the sense that, if you're falling from 1,000 feet, what is there to worry about sort of thing. I don't think I didn't seriously have any consideration to being able to block that out. So I sort of thought, I gave a second to think about it. Could I do this? Figured I couldn't and said, hopefully he's drawing so many cards. Like, I'm saying that as if it's a con. Hopefully he doesn't convert the rest of his hand super well, and I can do, I knew my hand also was going to be able to present a lot of damage, which is what I did. I don't think I quite matched him, but over time, I really do think the turning point was that Kabuto turn that I was able to sort of force him to pitch a red and a yellow to pop one of his silver, that's sort of what I fortunately, my hands were smooth. I was either blocking with them or I was able to present enough pressure such that I didn't have the sort of stumble quite like that. I think that, it was a close game.
Yeah.
I was thinking at a certain point, I had a sigil in Arsenal. I was thinking, is the lethal presentation with me saving myself going to happen? Didn't quite get there, but it was really close.
Yeah, I saw you take a pause after you drew that twist and turn. I could tell you really wanted to just leave that sigil in Arsenal for as long as possible because that is one of our best Arsenal cards against Assassin. I do want to come back to your choice of headpiece. The Kabuto of Imperial Authority is an interesting one in this particular matchup. I myself really am big on Crown of Providence here, just because Assassins be coming for your arsenal, man, right? Yeah. So walk me through exactly how you got there, because this is something that we haven't truly discussed for a while.
No, we haven't. So let me start by saying, threshold issue, I don't have a Crown of Providence in my 80. So that if I did, I probably would have played it. That being said, obviously I made that choice.
Yes.
What I was thinking is, so Crown of Providence is great specifically into Assassins and maybe Guardians. Into Florian, I actually prefer the Kabuto sometimes to stuff a Reaping Blade coming now that we don't have to worry about Scepter anymore.
Yep. Praise be. Thank you, Brian Gottlieb in the sky.
And so I made the decision to move. I'd always had Kabuto as my second hat. And I made the choice to go from Crown of Providence to Balance of Justice to sort of shore up. I was really concerned about Prism, and I think, we're sort of in a meta where players are drawing cards a lot more than they're thinking about. It's not sort of like that brief moment when High Octane and Cerebellum Processor was around and everybody was on the hat, or when Brute was the best deck for, whatever, like a month, whatever that was. And
hey, wait a minute. They had a little bit more than that.
Yeah, something like that.
It was before you got into the game, Sonny boy. Back in my day, Brutes were cranking.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I played against a couple of really good Prisms at a PQ last week.
Okay.
And I felt like if I didn't have Balance of Justice, I would have lost those games. Because the extra card is just so valuable. And it's not something I'm settled on. I think it's a meta-dependent call.
Okay. I think that is a very fair choice. That being said, I don't think you've sold me on no Crown of Providence versus Slippy. But yeah, I think Balance of Justice is at top of mind, not just top of head, going into the high seas meta, because you're talking about drawing a lot of cards now. Just wait until everybody's generating like 7 gold tokens a game.
Yeah, I think good point. It becomes, I think it's going to be non-negotiable.
Yes.
The question is, do I want to make the extra room in the 80 for Crown of Providence? I think that remains to be seen. I'm not quite there because, maybe if Assassin seems just absolutely busted right now. But so maybe if that's the case, I'll bring the crown back. But think we're okay. Maybe making some room for some other cards post high seas. Maybe some Warmonger's Diplomacy. I'm thinking that could be cool. We slide in blues pretty much at will. So I'm excited to see what develops. I'm probably going to stick to Fang for now.
Okay.
But I'm excited to battle it out. I want to see what this gravy matchup is going to look like. Hopefully a couple of them will be Fang favored.
So one last thing before I let you go and get ready for your next match here, Patrick. There was a little bit of trash talk going on before that match. It was all in good fun because we know Peter is a good sport. But Peter said Warrior just sucks as a class in general, so he felt pretty good. You, however, had a retort.
I did?
You did, because you had just bodied...
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, I had just beaten our teammate, Zachary Wallach, the last round on Slippy as well. I drew a lot better into Zach. Sorry, Zach. And it was a close game. I don't... Look, Warrior... I wish we got a little bit more help. I know Alice says, folks, sometimes you watch these, maybe throw us a bone. But it's, Dory's always Dory. Kassai, a lot of folks are doing really well on those draw swords variants. Of course, we have Colin Eriksen.
Yep.
There's always a killer on Kassai. But as I've said to you a couple times, I think the way to win with Warrior right now is to be a Draconic Warrior. And that's what we're doing. We're putting ourselves a lot of pressure on them, and I effectively raced Peter quite well in that game. So I'm feeling pretty good. I don't think Warrior's in the trash bin, but we could always use a little help.
Heck yeah. I'm not good at hand sight. I'm trying to make Fang Gang. I'm trying to make an F and a G.
Oh.
Anyway, I'll work on that over the break. But bottom line, Fang Gang rise up. You heard it here from Patrick. Be a Draconic Warrior if you want to win as Warrior. And Peter says Warrior sucks, but it doesn't. Anyway, we will be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Bye! Warrior sucks, but they're at the top of our leaderboard, and we can't keep putting them on. So, or we can't stop putting them on because they're at the top tables. So this next one's going to be yet another Warrior matchup from a familiar face. It's going to be Colin, the boy wonder, Eriksen, and his gem buddy, Charles Dunn. Let's go ahead and bring up Charles' player profile, because he filled out some silly questions for us. Charles Dunn, despite being a U.S. national champion and one of the mainstays in the game, says he can't play difficult decks. Wizards and Illusionists, in particular, are not his strong suit, and he only plays, in his words, simple decks, which is kind of crazy when you... I don't know. I think it's so interesting that even players at the highest level have these kind of like insecurities and hang-ups about certain decks in the game.
I mean, it's one thing to call your deck simple, but let's be honest, the way that Charles Dunn plays these decks, he's the de facto fatigue player for a reason, because he does not play them in a simple way. He's very meticulous and very intelligent about his gameplay. Sometimes certain archetypes click and others don't, and I think that is Charles Dunn just showcasing he really likes to stick to what he knows, and he does it fantastically.
He's also really intelligent and obstinate about pizza toppings. I am totally in Charles' court about this bottom question. Pineapple absolutely belongs on pizza. And also, what is with the people gatekeeping what you put on your pizza? Get over yourself. You eat what you want to eat. I'll eat what I want to eat. How do you feel about it?
I got to say, for the first time in a while, I agree with you.
All right, good.
Yeah.
You don't want to put mayonnaise on pizza?
I was going to say, you literally just said you don't judge people for what they eat. So I don't know where that's coming from.
Hey, they can't judge me, but I can judge them, right? But it's mayonnaise, man.
Yeah, put it on pizza.
All right. Well, there it is. Let's take a quick look at the metagame before we head back on down to the match floor. We've got ourselves a lot of one-ofs, Vincents, Jarls, Azaleas, Kassais, Reinars, and Katsus. The Azalea has risen to the cream of the crop, but the Jarl, piloted by Mr. Come to Locals, Anthony Pham, is having a rough gem day. He has hit 2 news thus far, out of 3, it seems. I don't know what his pairing was in this next round, but bottom line, Anthony's down bad.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Towards the top tables, we do have Cindra. Both of our Kanos are Action 1 at the moment. I do believe Talon on Riptide has descended back down to the depths. Might not be seeing him in top 8 today. And then, of course, we do have some representation of Florian and Fang up at the top tables. We also have an undefeated Verdance, by the way, Michael. We just last round, we had 2 undefeateds.
Yeah.
And then our first round feature match competitor, Garrett, went ahead and took down that mirror. So going to be a really interesting top 8, but first we have to see how round 4 shakes out. So let's go ahead and be about it, shall we, Michael? Let's go ahead and head on over to the match area. Swell the music, producer Justin, who is just a bunch of sock puppets. And let's see this match between Charles Dunn and his gem buddy, Colin, the boy wonder Eriksen. From the AGE Pro team, of course, it's Florian Rotwood Harbinger versus Kassai of the Golden Sand.
Looking forward to the way this one plays out. 2 very excellent players in both Charles and Colin, and I love to see the really talented Flesh and Blood players hash it out on the battlefield.
I've said it once, and I'll say it again for all of you at home. Colin Eriksen is still pretty fresh in this game, but he got insanely good, insanely quickly, because every tournament he went to, he would face off against this man on the left side of your screen. Charles Dunn honed Colin into the amazing Flesh and Blood player that he is before you.
So we're kind of watching a teacher versus the student.
Yes, I would say so. Colin is the, well, it remains to be seen if he's more of a Luke Skywalker character or a, oh God, what's his name? Guy from the new one, the bad guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. Star Wars reference, insert here. Looks like Colin is just arsenaling and passing, and Charles is activating life, putting Arcane Seed's life into the graveyard, doing a little bit of early graveyard fill, doing his best Leviah cosplay, and then back over to Charles for an activation of the Grasp of the Arknight to kick things off.
And you know that Charles just loves those 1-card 4s, as he's got the setup Grasp of the Arknight along with his Reaping Blade, cosplaying as his whatever 4-power weapon he likes to bring.
I'm sure he usually likes to bring the Frosty Hammer, but in this case, Reaping Blade will do the trick.
Interesting for Colin choosing not to stop all of that damage, going down to 37. Must really like his hand.
It's a pitch of a blue, something that he was very rarely able to do in his game against Cindra. Here comes Hot Streak for 2. Go again if Charles is blocking with an attack. He does, however, have a Canopy Shelter in hand, which is a perfect way to shore up the damage from Hot Streak. However, no on-hit effect here, so might elect to send it through. No, it's Canopy Shelter here, generating a Might token for his troubles and shoring up that damage perfectly. Colin Eriksen has a react, though. It's Blade Runner
First
giving Go again.
Blade Runner he's played on camera.
Which means that this Centauri Saber follow-up is for 5. Blocking 3 is Charles Dunn here. 2, no. 5 is going to leak through here because Colin has himself an In the Swing. One of probably only 2 in the deck here.
Yeah.
So he's really happy to be resolving it.
Best offensive turn yet from Colin today.
And so early in the game, too, Michael.
Bodes well.
Passing back over to Charles. It's 36 plays 37 in the favor of our boy Wonder. And it's a Summer's Fall in the blue. First decompose already for Charles Dunn in as many turns. No auras, however, to bounce at this point. So definitely a more lackluster decompose here, but it is coming in for 5 thanks to that Might token that was popped at the beginning of the turn.
And Colin with a really efficient block there. Valiant Dynamos plus the Shelter from the Storm is exactly 5, so it takes no damage and has a nice 4-card hand to swing back with.
It's a trot along resolved on the combat chain here, which means the Centauri Saber is going to have Go again. It's coming in for 5 as well because an Outland Skirmish has been played. Also going to be generating a copper token for his troubles on hit. There's 1 floating left in the pitch, which means Hot Streak can come in shortly after.
Yeah, 5 is kind of an annoying break point to block. We'll see if Charles decides to commit 2 cards to this and prevent the copper, or just kind of maybe commit the Sink Below and allow the copper to go through.
Make a might.
And looks like we've got our answer here. Canopy Shelter first.
I'm going to Shelter.
And there it is.
Charles has got defense reactions to boot. He's still holding 1 in reserve in the form of a Sink Below. Looks like he's destined for the Arsenal, though, and a Channel Mount Heroic blocks out that Hot Streak. So Charles is not going to be doing a whole lot on offense here. It's probably just going to be, yes, Grasp of the Arknight, swing Reaping Blade. Both of these players just trying to grind each other out with sheer numbers as best they can.
Yeah.
Oh. Looks like that Tunic might get a lot of value this game if he uses it like that.
Yeah, Colin popping that Tunic counter in order to just block out 1 arcane damage. Both these players know that this game is going to go the distance because not only have they played each other a lot, they've also been in fatigue states against each other a lot. I mean, Charles Dunn has probably watched Colin Eriksen and vice versa pitch Heart of Fjendal like 16 times in their past.
We've got a big card here coming out in the form of Spoils of War. If either of these swords hit, 2 copper will be made. So Charles really going to be looking to block this turn out as best he can.
Also confers Go again here. So Slice and Dice plus Spoils of War equals a 5 power Centauri Saber with Go again. Charles definitely wants to be blocking here. This is going to be a game of pennies and dollars. Colin Eriksen would really like to be generating as many coins as possible because he is going to live and die on blood on her hands and raise an army.
Reactions?
Looks like Charles has the perfect answer for this first Spoils of War turn of the game. This is one of the things about Kassai in comparison to like Fang, right? Like Fang really utilizes the reaction step and the instance in his deck in order to like force damage through. Kassai in general is much more face up with her damage.
It's more of an efficient play because each sword has +1 damage on it, just printed straight up. But yeah, like you said, it's not as tricky.
Boots and Rune Chants are flying this way and that, and also non-attack actions. It's an Outland Skirmish, a Spoils of War, a Slice and Dice, a Kassai activation, and we are just waiting with bated breath for Colin to send one of those swords. He's doing his best Azalea cosplay right here, Michael.
Yeah, no, this is a lot of offensive power right now, and importantly, Charles this time doesn't have a 5-card hand, so no D-React in Arsenal means the amount of block value this turn is going to be a bit lower, so we might see Colin connect and get a little bit of that copper that he so badly wants to set up some more bursts to close the game out.
None in the hand either. Charles must be looking towards that Face Purgatory, but unfortunately Colin Eriksen only has a card in Arsenal, not in hand, so Face Purgatory is not going to do a whole lot of work here. Looks like it's all that damage is shored up. It was 8 on the Centauri Saber, blocked out by 3 cards from Charles Dunn. The follow-up is a Hot Streak for 4, still threatening 2 copper on this one. Colin, a little unfortunate that he's not able to force the damage through here, but it is Iron Song response, I believe a 1-of in his deck, pushing this hot streak up to 7, forcing a little bit of damage through, and 2 copper for his troubles.
He's got the Outland Skirmish. Is that only on the next attack?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
It's not like Spoils of War where it's every single attack here.
Well, yep. No, next time.
Oh, no, it's next time.
So
okay.
3 copper, and he's halfway to all that he needs for a huge Blood on Your Hands turn. So really big development, and there's a reason Charles gave up his entire hand to stop that, but Colin had exactly what he needed to push it over. Big deal.
And based on Colin Erikssen's own analysis, he's even closer than that because in his mind, a 4 copper is all he needs in order to resolve a Blood on Her Hands.
Yeah, and looking at his hand, man, he is 1 blue away from a CNC pummel turn. Doesn't quite have it, but
scary, huh?
Yeah.
And Colin has plenty of 2-cost attacks, even though he is a warrior. Which is not typically the way he plays. He does have plenty of Nourishing Emptiness and CNCs to boot. Here we go. It is a Command and Conquer coming in. No pummel, though, because that pummel has been thrown into the pitch zone in order to resolve this card. But Charles now knows about it, and Charles is such a smart player. He's even voicing it here. Like your pitch zone is not safe from the analytical eye of Charles Dunn.
The axis of complexity that he likes to play on is tracking the opponent's deck, tracking their hand, and being very aware of where all the game pieces are, rather than trying to piece together these giant combos.
We're seeing cards thrown this way and that. However, the life totals are really not changing all that much, Michael. It's 30 plays 34. Only 4 points of life separate these players, even though I would have to imagine we're in turn 8, turn 6?
Yeah, they're playing fast.
They're playing very fast, and they are both players, like I said, that are very comfortable going the distance, and that's part of doing this. Like, you never want to be a new player picking up like a Fatigue Oldham deck because you're going to lose to the clock more than you lose to your opponent.
Absolutely, as Colin now pumps up his Centauri Saber with one of these new, it's not draw sword, Unsheathed, there we go, Unsheathed, pumping it up to 5. Such a good card in Kassai. This card, it just confers +3 go again without any asks.
No ifs, ands, or buts. Colin is completely unsheathed here, but Charles Dunn has found his first copy of Rootbound Carapace here, which means that he is finally advancing his decomposed game plan. That's the one thing that hasn't really been happening for him so far. That being said, I mean, Kassai is one of those matchups where you can dirtle a little bit and still reliably get a lot of value from your hero power later on in the game.
And he is able to play that CNC out here. No arsenal for Charles Dunn, but still 6 damage is 6 damage, and when you're playing for the distance, cards that can do more than 3, that ask for 2 in exchange for 1, that's a meaningful exchange in a Fatigue matchup.
Colin more than happy to send the CNC here because he is not required to do his mini game of swinging 2 swords here because his Valiant Dynamos are already fresh and ready to block. So he's just going to save that for another day. He has, however, drawn himself into a couple interesting tech card here. It's Iron Song Determination, something that he put in to answer some of these more defensive tuned decks. We'll see if it helps him here. He's also got Blood on Her Hands. Maybe a good pair with Iron Song Determination, but I just don't think he has enough copper at the moment. And yeah, out it goes onto the block.
Yeah, just a bit too early. He's got one sitting at the bottom of the deck that he can rely on and one somewhere in the middle.
31.
Okay, 26 plays 31, still in the favor of Colin Eriksen as Charles Dunn passes back over. Colin is not going to be able to pitch that Heart of Fiendal for any value here. Perhaps that is part of Charles's consideration in terms of the way he's playing this game. Colin says, no, it's not time for Iron Song Determination yet. That is going to be devoted to the pitch deck to swing this hot streak for 2. There is a red Blade Runner in hand. Might just be a bread and butter Kassai turn because even though we only have 1 floating, we do have the Tunic counter at the ready.
Yeah, the Tunic counter is really, really important on this turn, so it's nice that Colin was able to keep that for this moment, bails him out a little bit.
I want to draw attention at this point to the fact that Colin is really holding on to these 2 gold tokens that he's got. It's nothing like the Cindra match that we saw earlier. His game plan here, and I think part of the the value proposition of Kassai is that she can play completely differently based on what her opponent is doing. He's holding on to these so that he can assuredly resolve Raise an Army for as much as possible when that card rears its head.
Yeah, that card is pivotal in any kind of fatigue matchup. But what else is pivotal is Charles Dunn with his Channel Mount Heroic, keeping a 5-card hand for the first time in this game and throwing a massive Command and Conquer. 9 coming in.
That is CNC for 9, and that is not something you see every day, folks. But if you are having flashbacks to Briar days, important to mention, a deck that Charles Dunn piloted to a massive victory at a U.S. Nationals not too long ago, then yeah, you're in the right place. If you don't know what a Briar is and you're new to the game, then welcome to the fold. This is something that can happen to you.
Yeah, is Colin bricked on any D-Reacts? Doesn't look like it.
First copy of Raise an Army, however, devoted to the combat chain there as a blocking card. Not quite time to buy those Cell Swords as of yet. Instead, Colin is just going to pitch a blue here, swing a Hot Streak, probably has some source of go again, like a Run Through or a Blade Runner in the arsenal.
I thought I saw Warmonger's Diplomacy hit the arsenal, but I could be wrong.
Interesting. Warmonger's Diplomacy would be an interesting arsenal against Charles Dunn.
Yeah, I could have just saw maybe some other blue, but...
Very curious. Okay. Well, Colin's got plenty of go again in this next hand. Curious that he didn't decide to like pitch that Raise an Army on that turn and set it up for later.
Right.
Especially when he didn't need all of the extra resources. Maybe that blue in the pitch was a bit of a bluff, or he's trying to fill his graveyard with more yellows?
Well, our producer Justin knows Colin very well and thinks it may have something to do with the number of yellows in his graveyard, which is an important metric for Kassai to track to get that gold that she so desperately needs for her army.
It's a fate foreseen into a sink below here. No sink, however, despite the fact that Colin has perfect information about the top of the deck. This E-Strike is coming in for 8, which has to mean that the chosen mode was go again because it got the buff from that Channel Mount Heroic. Yikes, and it's another Enlightened Strike. This Channel Mount Heroic has now gotten 9 points of value here.
I like the choice to push damage here instead of drawing the card. I think Florian is one of those decks similar to Guardian where you can just kind of like get a card that's not good for the arsenal. So even though it's technically more value to do the draw card when you have no cards in hand, that can sometimes clunk you up. So I think heads up play from Charles here.
When you expect the game to go long, it's important to get the maximum value out of the cards that are in your deck. Especially if you are expecting to be going to second or third cycle, you have got to get every number out of the deck that you can while you get there, which means that even though maybe he's sacrificing a little bit of value in terms of the card not drawn, it's still probably a smart play for the future.
That's a good call, too. That +2 threat density across the cards in his deck.
And it's back over to Charles, who has a 4-card hand. Colin probably A-okay with having to block out and give Charles complete tempo over this game because a Florian that's not online is probably not going to be able to make perfect use of 4 cards. That being said, it's Felling of the Crown in the hand and an Arcane Seed's Life. Charles may be wondering if it's not quite time to deploy that Rune Chant generator when he's not online as of yet.
And I think this puts him online because he can grab 3 Earth cards.
He should be able to.
Online?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And you heard it here first, folks. Online, he is going to have to bottom a card to Felling of the Crown because it is a reciprocal effect. And down goes the Plow Under, which makes a lot of sense. He's really going to want to resolve that Arcane Seed's Life as soon as possible now that he is online. Colin is going to go ahead and take 5 damage and also lose a card from his hand. 19 plays 26, still in the favor of Kassai as we pass back over to her. And it's time for the first blood on her hands of the game.
With only 3 copper, it's a little bit lower value than Colin would have liked, but certainly still going to be a powerful turn.
Looks like the chosen modes are attack twice, go again, and +1, all on the Centauri Saber, if I read his body language correctly. We've also got a Kassai activation, which, since we're swinging 3 swords, that probably means that we're generating a gold token this turn. And Heart of Fiendal pitch for the first time this game. Unfortunately, no life gain, but that is a good problem for Colin at this point as he sits 7 life above his opponent.
Yeah, as that first Centauri Saber comes through, 3 go again is the ask. Charles with a sink below in hand and 5 cards to work with means it might actually be that he can block this all out.
We'll have to see. Colin is definitely hoping that he can't because he's still holding on with for dear life those 2 gold tokens that he's generated previously in the game. Here comes a second Centauri Saber. It is 3 go again, shored up by a sink below, which means that the last bit to do here is Hot Streak.
Just 2 on this one.
Charles still respecting it here. It is a flourish, which will block it out perfectly. No gold tokens for Colin. He has not reached that fabled 3 gold tokens for the Raise the Army that he is really trying to attain here. And he's drawn up his second copy of that definitive card from Kassai, and Charles is doing what Florian likes to do best.
Yeah, I think Colin is glad at this point to have attained the life lead, but I expect to see that start to dwindle as each blue in Charles Dunn's deck is now worth 5 points of value, and they're split across 2 attacks, Arcane and Physical.
Count your blessings, more like count your rune chance is what Charles Dunn is playing here, even though he really liked that count your blessings card when it was in the format. No longer, however.
You can see Colin just taking it all, so I think he realizes that in this position, he really needs to be pushing the damage.
Activating Kassai is Colin Eriksen, following up with the last spoils of war left in the deck, which means that this Centauri Saber is going to be coming in for 4 go again, generate 2 copper on hit and also a gold. Will Charles respect it? Oh, and there's 2 cards in hand for Colin Eriksen. One of them is a Blade Flurry. That is exactly the card he needs to get over clean blocks.
Yeah, with Charles using 2 D-Reacts last turn, it might be the perfect opportunity.
Colin is very scared of D-Reacts normally, especially because Charles is still sitting on Well Grounded, the foot piece that can when you really need it to. That is an incredible... It was super annoying in Scepter Florian. It's even more annoying now because live in a world with me, Michael, where Charles does have a 0 for 4 defense reaction. He simply says no blocks here, covers up the 0 for 4 defense, covers up the 4 with a sink below or something to that effect. Colin says Blade Flurry. Charles Dunn says pop Well Grounded.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But, like you said, I don't... Ooh, is that a red Rootbound Carapace, actually?
And he goes for the face Purgatory, yeah.
And Colin snap discards the Blade Flurry. He says that is not going to be necessary here anymore because you've already overblocked this attack.
Yep. He got the value that he would have otherwise out of it and just puts it in the bin.
A good point. Follow up here is Hot Streak for 2, still threatening 2 copper, still threatening 1 gold. Charles knows that he must respect the money generation of the princess in the sand. I think she's a princess. She's the daughter of someone important. I know that for sure.
All daughters are princesses.
Oh, good. A very diplomatic response from my co-caster here. Where was that diplomacy when we were talking about mayonnaise?
You're the one. Never mind.
Colin has drawn up yet another Raise the Army here. Raise an Army here, and I think he plunked one of them into Arsenal. I think that was the card he elected not to discard to the face Purgatory.
And
Remains
this
to be
is
seen, though.
Nice Tunic Plow Under turn.
Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Charles pulls it back because Plow Under is also a reciprocal effect.
Yeah.
Okay, resolving the Arcane Seed's life here for a whopping 4 rune chance and 1 life gain. And like you said, Michael, the life totals are getting ever closer. Colin might actually be happy if that was Raise an Army that went into the Arsenal to get it out of the way because he's got yet another one in hand.
But yeah, taking a lot of damage here is Colin, only giving the boots, needing to keep those cards in hand because he must pressure the life total of Charles Dunn and get him off of cards to do those high-value plays.
Charles' deck is drawing awfully well here. Another Arcane Seed's life. I think a 3rd Channel Mount Heroic. Oh my goodness, this is a monster of a turn. If only he had a Tunic counter, though, to send the Reaping Blade after all is said and done. I think Charles is very happy with that draw, though, and the life totals have now swung in the favor of our Earth Rune Blade. Colin Eriksen sits at 12 to Charles Dunn's 20 as he sends the 3rd and final unsheathed into unsheathed into Kassai activation into Centauri Saber.
Yeah, coming in for a cool 5, and Charles is once again going to be asked the question, can I have some gold?
You think he's going to let him have it? I mean, this is a gas hand from Charles.
Charles just understands the value of that gold, I think, and how strong a huge army can be. And even though he has what looks like a huge clapback turn, you kind of mentioned he doesn't have the tunic counter. And although it's tempting to keep a hand like this, if there's anyone that will fold a fantastic offensive hand, I think it's Charles Dunn.
He is a defensive master in this game. Briar was a monster of like a Cheerios aggro redline deck, and yet Charles decided to win U.S. Nationals by switching it to a fatigue list.
Yeah.
I honestly think that these two gentlemen are kind of cut from the same cloth, which is what makes their rivalry so fascinating.
I'm glad you brought up the Briar situation, because looking here at Florian, this is like the same kind of thing here.
He
It's
can't
really
quit
cool.
Earth.
I love seeing Charles back on this version of fatigue.
Charles Dunn is mud-bound and down, but not out, that's for sure.
You know, I thought I was so confident that he would lay it down, but he is in the tank. He loves his hand, and he doesn't want to give it up.
I wouldn't either. I mean, Channel Mount Heroic, Swarming Gloomveil.
I get it, but...
Sock Puppets, he's in the tank, not the Terminator tank.
Look at that. And he gives up the well-grounded.
Okay. Does Colin have the reaction? It's the Blade Flurry getting over the top. No more well-grounded to shore it up.
Stealing the CMH from Charles and still getting the on-hit, getting that extra gold into a Raisin army.
And Charles furrows his brow because this is the exact thing he was trying to avoid from Colin. He has faced down Colin's raised army time and time again, and this is exactly what Colin wants to see. It's 3 cell swords coming in hot.
Sweet spot. This is what feels so good, because that's a blue. That's one blue right there, and they're coming in for 3 each, right?
Yes. So 3 go again here. Charles has his pen poised, which means that the majority of this is going to be taken. Colin, instead of sending a cell sword, however, sends that hot streak in order to refresh his dynamos.
And also because it's got the +2.
Exactly.
Value town. And now I'm curious to see how Charles deals with these. Is he picking them off one by one? I mean, he has the go again, which is really nice for this type of situation. So you got to imagine he's thinking about clearing the board, but this is going to give Colin Eriksen some breathing room with life totals at 11 to 12. This is a good time to be able to breathe.
Honestly, I think Charles even though he would have rather resolved that Channel Mount Heroic and sent this damage at Colin's face, it is very important to clear these allies the second they rear their head.
One interesting thing, too, about these rune chants is they're asking for a blue that could otherwise be sent.
And nevertheless, Charles says 4 at Colin's face. So 6 rune chants plus 4 go again. Colin takes 3 of those rune chants, has 4 physical still to deal with. He says no blocks, but there's a sink below at the ready. Currently, Colin sits at 9 to Charles 12. There's 1 resource left. The Reaping Blade. Where's it going to go, Michael?
9 life.
That's a great question. Charles is wondering himself. Very tough spot. I think the way the value accrues from these is very, very dangerous, but also the way that he is asking for Colin's resource cards in exchange for rune chants, it makes it hard to convert them.
These two guys sitting across from each other makes me think of that scene in Looper where like the old self and the new self are like staring at each other in a diner. Like seriously, like they are. Look at the way they go through these graveyards. They're the exact same person.
Oh my goodness!
And they're just sitting across from each other like, well, here we are again.
Yeah.
Charles says, 9 life, huh? That is a big mountain to overcome. And Colin says, 9 life?
Yeah.
Shall I start pitching my Heart of Fandel, Charles?
Man, if Colin just got like the go again and 3 blues this hand, and Charles is going at Colin.
Block 1, take 2.
And Colin sounds happy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you worked all game to establish this army to go back to, I think it's Volcor, and retake the something in your father's name. Sorry, guys, I'm really, really bad with my lore, but I think it's something like this. Anyway.
Yeah, he's retaking his volcano right now as we speak.
Activate. Does everybody in Volcor own a volcano?
Yeah, it's like their real estate. That's where they build their houses.
Prime Volcano real estate. That's what Colin wants as he swings in this hot streak, which currently does not have go again, which it's going to need if he wants to swing out that board of cell swords. But there it is. Run through.
I will point out how much value he just lost by blocking those rune chants.
Yeah, that is fair. That is a fair point. But he does have himself a tunic counter, which is going to basically every time it's up, get cashed in for 3 value.
Yep.
In this case, 4, actually, because he's going to send the Centaurus. Yeah. 4, kind of 5 because you're refreshing dynamos.
Good spot to be in, but once again, like, it's close. And we do know that Charles is just taxing the heck out of the resources with this 1-2 punch, Reaping Blade, Arcane Rune Chant combo.
And it is a Felling of the Crown locked and loaded with a Grasp of the Arknight, no less. This is a lot of damage here. Charles, after deliberating for so long about the block of Channel Mount Heroic and then how to deal with these allies, maybe what he was saying when he said 9 life, maybe he was thinking, I can overcome that.
Yeah.
It's time to ignore these cell swords and send everything at your face. Colin says, yeah, this is a lot of mounting pressure here. Here's my Fiendal Spring Tunic, which is usually going to gain so much value all game long.
Take 3. Take 3, go to 2.
Going to 2.
Colin is down to 2. This game is reaching a fever pitch. Everything that we have seen up until this point has just been set up for this exact moment. Both players have been trying to find their way into an endgame state that is favorable to them. Colin hoping to be drawing a blue here, gives it the blow.
Gold. He has a Glint the Quicksilver in hand.
Which is A-OK. Another activation of Kassai here.
And yeah, having drawn is so nice to have free weapon attacks. That means every resource gets to go into these cell swords.
Hot streak is the attack here. 2, maybe go again if Charles blocks with an attack from hand. It's going to get it regardless because, like you said, Colin has got that Glint the Quicksilver and potentially another redundant source of go again.
I want to see if Charles sniffs out this Glint. He may say no blocks here. And if he does, that will be so heads up.
Having a really intense flick of the cards as Charles Dunn. This is his comfort zone, folks. Even though the tension is mounting for you watching at home, this is where both of these players shine.
6 life to 2. Colin with the attack, the army. Charles with the life, the hand, the block decision.
There is a non-attack in hand. Looks like it's equipment blocks here.
Oh,
Blade
he got
Runner.
the red Blade Runner.
No need to cash
And he's
in.
got
The
the blue.
Quicksilver
This is
here.
massive.
This is going to be so much damage here, folks. It's going to be 3 into 3 into 3, and then a free Centauri Saber for 5?
Yup.
This is exactly what Colin was playing towards and exactly what Charles was dreading every time Colin activated Kassai and said, give me a gold token.
He does have the resources to keep a card. He's still going to put a lot of pressure on Colin's life with the 1-2 punch.
3 more.
Okay, 3 more.
Oh, I forgot his Centauri's free.
Yeah, Centauri's free.
Oh my gosh. I'm wrong.
This might, I think this spells doom here. He takes 1 down to 4, and then Centauri Saber comes in for 5. Charles has to block here. It's another 2. He takes 3, down to 1. Colin Eriksen has all the tempo in the world, and 1 life remains for him to take to win this game.
It comes down to a brick. If somehow Charles can get Colin to draw no go again.
Oh, no go again. There it is.
There it is.
I'm sorry, there was one more copy of Unsheathed. Colin knows he has it.
He doesn't have resources.
There's no blue, but still... Actually, this could be bad.
Yeah.
He does, however, have the Blade Flurry, and Charles is kind of out of attack reactions.
And
yep,
there
Blade
it
Flurry
is.
should do it unless Charles has anything to say about it.
Yeah.
No, he extends the fist bump, and that is it. Climbing Mount Heroic, planting his flag for the Golden Sands is Colin Eriksen, proving that he is meant to be here.
God, I love Raisin Army. It's such a cool card. Hate facing it, I should be clear, but this idea, this game plan of like you're raising your army and then clawing your way back with these cell swords. And for it to end in such close fashion with Charles making that just such a tough decision to go face instead of clearing the army out. And he almost got there. It was so close.
Because Kassai has so many game plans, well, really, no, she has a lot more than 2 game plans at her disposal. Anyway, it's kind of like a pick your poison in terms of what deck you bring into her, right? Mm-hmm. If you are the aggro, if you're the aggressor, you have to deal with incredibly efficient 1-card hands. If you're slightly slower than that, you're dealing with a big blood on her hands turn somewhere down the line. If you play a long con deck, you've got to worry about raising army. And so it's kind of like not only does Kassai have all the options into every deck she goes up against, you also have to have the matchup knowledge into her in order to get there. Charles definitely has it, but Colin carried the day.
Yeah, and this was just such a fantastic game to cast, and I'm sure to watch as well, as these two players are some of the best in the game, and we got to see a masterclass on both sides of the table on how to pilot through these difficult matchups. And congratulations to Colin Eriksen for showing us why, even though nobody thinks Kassai is good right now, she is still the love of Colin Eriksen, and he pilots her masterfully.
One person in this room thinks Warrior sucks in general.
True. Maybe we'll get them to pair up next.
Michael, I think it is very important to mention, it's very appropriate at this point to mention that we have a new segment on the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel. That is called Match of the Month. Every single month, we are going to ask you, the viewers, to help us choose one match that reigned supreme over the entire tournament. We're going to bring in the players from that match and have them do kind of like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary over the match, give us some insights, and hopefully have a ton of laughs. So
that's awesome.
If you are interested in voting in Match of the Month, if you have seen something extraordinary like what happened behind us today, get on over to our Discord. That's discord.age.events. That's our invite URL. And vote for Match of the Month. We'll be posting our selections. We'll boil it down to 3 for you to choose very shortly after this tournament concludes. And you can help us elect a winner.
That's awesome. Looking forward to that.
Well, folks, we have an interview with Colin the Boy Wonder, don't call me the Boy Wonder, Eriksen, in just a moment. And we will be back with that after this.
Welcome back, folks. We are fresh out of that nail-biter of a match, and I am joined here with Colin, insert nickname here, the Boy Wonder. Don't call me the Boy Wonder. Eriksen, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was a little rough after that Cindra game, but we picked it back up.
Yeah.
Got a few good hits.
I realized you have Go Again in your deck in this matchup.
I do have Go Again. Yeah, I know. Really surprising. Didn't expect to see it here. But Go Again and Go Again off the top at the end, I think really sealed that one.
Ooh, that was such a spicy hit, that red Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
Oh.
Yeah. Brought him to 1 off that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was a bit of a grind and a matchup that you're familiar with?
Yeah. It is something that came up a while back and then kind of went off now that they like stacked Florian and all that. And now that it's kind of banned, it's came back. And my whole goal in the matchup is to raise an army.
Yeah.
Like just turbo towards it, raise, done, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's basically what I set out to do. I got some gold, parked a raised army in Arsenal, it got plow undered, I got another raised army.
Yeah.
And then it's an okay matchup, I think, especially with Crown Dominion. You start at 1. It feels good. Because he's on Channel Mount Heroic Florian, he does actually have more Go Again pieces, so the Raisin army isn't as debilitating.
Well, there was a turn right at the end. He had that Go Again piece, and he sent that and his sword at you.
Right.
How did you feel about that decision?
That was interesting because he thought about it for a while because that was the turn. If you're going to start hitting me, you're going to have to keep hitting me until the end. If you're going to hit the allies, hit the allies. And I think what Charles reasoned was that if he went Swarming Gloomveil, add an ally, sword at an ally, send a couple rune chants, then what I'm doing is I'm still going to be threatening gold, I'm still going to be sending an attack, still going to be swinging with 1 sellsword at least, and probably, and I have an unknown card that ended up being a sink blow.
Yeah.
But I had basically all the tempo, and even though CMH is really great, it does take some setup.
Yeah.
So he ended up going for me, and just hoping that I would have to commit too much. And yeah, kind of hope that it wouldn't hit off the top.
It did feel to me like you needed a really kind of specific set of cards at the end of the game. And one of the really difficult questions he was asking you was, what are you going to do about these rune chants? Because you have to give that blue up that you would really like to send the sellswords with. And when I saw you block 3 rune chants with a blue, I started sweating because I was wondering if you had the resources to even send it back.
Yeah, that is a big point in the matchup, is the rune chants can be tough. Kassai usually gets like 1 blue a hand. Yeah. I'm at 18 blues total. So usually I ended up kind of pitching yellows. It ended up on that turn I had 2 blues. And then I had blue Go Again, the extra blue for pitch, and then some blocking card. And that was good for me. But yeah, rune chants over the top can kill, and Arcane Seed's life is really good because it's always a break point. It's always 4 rune chants, and it's a 0 for 5 overall.
Yeah.
So really good value, and it's something that Florian can lean on towards the end of the game to try and beat the Kassai.
Yeah. I want to ask you, just kind of like over the course of the entire game, how did you feel the ebb and flow went? Did you feel like you were ahead the whole time? Were there moments where you started to feel worried at all?
Yeah, there were a couple. It was like going good. We filled Graveyard. There was a point where he had CMH out. He developed CMH, and I looked at my graveyard and I had like 6 yellows in it, which is enough for 3 Kassai activations. And I was like, maybe I should have activated last turn. I don't know, because I was up like 12 life at that point.
Yeah. You had a great life. It was like 31 to 19.
Right. Yeah. But I kind of had a decision there, which was like, yes, raise an army is amazing, and we're still going to raise an army for 2 or for whatever we can. But just drawing a card off gold and keeping tempo to try and disrupt a CMH turn and to threaten more gold with more resources could also be really good. And I ended up saying, no, we're going to stick to it because we haven't seen the Raisin armies yet.
Yeah.
That means there's a pretty high chance that we're going to see them in the top couple hands.
Yeah.
And probably see more than one in case it gets disrupted.
Yeah.
And that was why I said, okay, we're just going to go through the CMH. He just sent 1 attack the first turn, ended up doing 2 the second turn. It's okay, you know?
Yeah. And I think those are the kinds of decision points that kind of make you stand out as a Kassai player, because they're very difficult decisions to make. It can be so tempting. You've got the gold right there. You can see how valuable it would be to just attack him right then and there, and to sacrifice that for the potential of later gain is one of the things that separates, the good from the great when it comes to these classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think one of the big level ups of me learning the class was like, sometimes I do pop gold. Sometimes, I have 4 gold and they're at like 10 life. Raise an army for 4 kills them, but raise an army for 2 also kills them. So if you're drawing cards, now you're exerting pressure. Now maybe you're getting a D-react in arsenal. Yeah. And that allows you to kind of close out games and not leave value on the table. Because when the gold's not spent, it does nothing.
That's true. I also, speaking of these other Kassai players, heard that there's this yellow line list going around, and I wanted to kind of pick your brain and ask you about that. What is it?
Yeah.
What is this yellow line list?
So the yellow line list has it had been floating around for a bit in the Kassai Discord. They wanted a faster list. A lot of people were really on grains, and some, at the very least, just didn't vibe with the slow game plan that I was proposing. And got on this card called Draw Swords, which is 3 cost, +3, +2, +1, and draw a card.
Right.
Which is okay. It's a sharpened steel if you ignore the draw a card part.
Sure.
But if you can draw a card, and especially if you can get 0 cost go again, or have like a Vigor floating, then what you're able to do is that turns into like +3 and then 2 resources, which is really efficient.
Yeah.
And so the Kassai lists were kind of on like 3 red, 2 yellow, and then this guy, I believe Andrew Rothermel, came out with this list that is fully into drawing. He's going high on yellow, so he's just constantly pressuring with Kassai. Even if he doesn't get it every time, you're taking cards out, kind of like Mask of Momentum, where even if, you block Mask, but you took cards that otherwise could have been attacking.
Yeah.
And so he's on 8 Draw Swords. He's on 3 Seduce Secrets, which is a card that says that everyone was hyped about before Heavy Hitters released, and then immediately dropped off the face of the earth.
I keep peeking at that card for Azalea.
Yes.
I'm like, it's not quite
almost there,
but
yeah.
I don't, yeah.
But yeah, it allows you, if it's in Arsenal, you draw a card, and then the base text is you get to look at their hand and the top part of their deck. So info's good, getting yellow
so
in
good.
Graveyard is good.
Yeah.
I do actually have one, I didn't bring it in for this matchup. But it's a solid card, and I think Andrew really created like a good hard aggro list that I think performed well, and he won with it.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. Like it's really cool to see the innovation there, because I think the list felt clean.
Have you played the list?
I have on Talishar.
Okay.
And I have a bunch of the cards at home. I suppose I could make it. But I think the reason I chose this list still, and I've adjusted a little more aggro, but not to his level, is that I really like the control it gives me. It's definitely my play style.
Yeah.
And it does, it's that versatility and control where if I'm able to sit back, then I don't have to take chances in the same way.
Yeah.
Like we saw in this game, I drew off the top of my deck. It was great. During Cindra, I drew off the top of my deck. It wasn't so great.
Right. So if you're relying on just top decking gas, you can just not get there.
So the more you do it, even if the deck's built to be consistent and it's built to be good, there are cards you don't want to draw. And especially some of your blue cards, like a blue hit and run that I drew actually against Cindra, or even worse, if I draw Heart of Fiendal, or I have Ophidia in his list because to help with his draws.
It makes sense, but if that's what you draw, it's like, yikes. It's going to Arsenal that? No.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting list. I am going to still keep tinkering around with Kassai, especially now that the high seas cards have been spoiled. And boy, do we have a fable.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know you're a bit of a budget player. What's your plans to get that one? Because you got to think with Kassai, probably Victor, all 3 high seas heroes. That is going to be one of the premium fables to have ever been printed.
Yes. Now, probably will buy it, but ideally, I just pull it, and that's it.
There you go. You just pull it.
Yeah, exactly.
Why didn't I think of that?
That's actually what I did with Dynamos. There
you go.
I opened up a bit of Monarch, was already kind of looking at Kassai, opened Dynamo, and went,
sometimes the universe
This
just
is a
knows
sign.
what the right thing is to do and
Yeah.
who to give the cards to.
Exactly. It knows I'm a Kassai player.
Yeah.
It'll give it to me.
Awesome. Any thoughts on like the upcoming high seas meta? Are you going to stick to Kassai still? Are you looking at any of the new heroes?
That's the thing. For nationals, I'm like Kassai's up here. Fang's actually up here. A lot of the guys in the AG team are really high on Fang, and they've been working together on a deck.
Patrick's doing great
fun.
today.
Patrick,
I don't know how his last game went, but he was at the top tables on Fang.
Absolutely. And then kind of lower down on my considerations are maybe Mario. He's good. He's Assassin Disruption.
Yeah.
And maybe Gravy. That is more of a silly pick, but Gravy's fun to play.
Gravy.
I've done it on Talishar, like tabletop, and it's fun.
I'm going to have to pick your brain on how to build that because that is a puzzle.
I'm going to need to pick my own brain for how to figure that one out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be sitting down and going in the tank on that deck because he's tough. I mean, he's trying to do a lot of different things.
I know. Yeah, like you have so many cards. You want like 100 of them. So.
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot to look forward to in the upcoming meta. We've got the Kassai stand here, taking another great game off the back of Charles Dunn, one of the greats of all time here. And I think that about does it for our interview. So thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to take a quick break here. So don't go anywhere as we head into round 4 coming up soon.
I swear, folks, we are not fixing these matches, but at this point, it might look like we can't beat the allegations. It's another Warrior matchup coming up next, Michael, which means we've only had one non-Warrior match streamed today. And it is yet another Fang Drakai of Blades, which I am not upset about. It is also somebody that has the record for people saying that they're his nemesis on player profiles.
You know him, you might not love him. Evan Bridges.
Here he is, the man in all of his splendor and glory, Dr. 040 himself, Evan Bridges. He would be marching drum corps, I guess, if he wasn't competing in Fab, even
That's
though
cool.
I think he would have aged out at this point.
Yeah.
Anyway, Zane Johnson's is his rival, which is pretty apt because that is the exact man who beat him 40-0 in AGE history past.
That explains it.
What do you think about his take on Star Wars there, Michael?
Last Jedi, easily in the top tier of Star Wars content. I have watched all the Star Wars movies, but it's been a while.
That's the first new one.
The first, so that's little baby Anakin. Or
no, that's Baby Rey.
Baby Rey. Okay. Disagree. I think. My favorite was Rogue One. I don't even know if you get to count that, but man, that was a
he says
banger.
Star Wars content.
Yeah, that one was like.
So Sweet
really
Baby
good.
Sweet Baby Rey is good in barbecue sauce, but not in movies.
And of course, I'm sort of talking recent. Like, it's really hard to beat the first three, or I guess the 4, 5, 6, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, I can throw out numbers as well. And that's exactly what Evan is going to be trying to do on Fang Drakai Blades. Let's take a look at his opponent, though, because he is also a regular here, one that has been making waves despite the fact that High Seas has not yet released. It's Paul
he's
Selinske.
excited about that one, by the way, as a Ranger player and a pirate aficionado. I don't know anyone besides maybe DM Armada that likes pirates as much as Paul.
Paul Selinske is one of my local heroes. He's been part of my Flesh and Blood career since the beginning. He's one of your best friends.
Absolutely.
And he's just an absolute pleasure through and through. And he's ranging once again today. He's on Azalea and loving life. So we're really happy to see Paul here. And true to his form, if you play cards with the word Spectra on them, we got problems. Because Ranger no likey Spectra.
Yeah, no, he has been an illusionist hater for as long as he's been playing Flesh and Blood, and for good reason. They really interrupt what Azalea is trying to do.
Unlucky in illusionist matchups, and also in the genetic pool a little bit. It seems like he's got that cilantro tastes like soap gene.
I am not jealous of that. My stepdad has it as well, and I got to say, cilantro is one of the finer spices in life.
Thank you, Michael.
Gotta get the
we are
cilantro.
agreeing here. And honestly, if you make me a cilantro lime aioli, we're happy there. So there's the marriage: mayonnaise, cilantro.
Yeah,
looks like we have more in common than we thought.
That's good to know.
Well, let's see if these players have as much in common, because we're going to head on down to the match area where Fang Drakai of Blades, in the hands of Evan Bridges, is going to take on Azalea, ace in the hole from Paul Selinske.
Paul having a little bit of a jig there.
Yeah, maybe doing his pirate shanties earlier rather than later. I should mention here that Evan Bridges is literally borrowing my deck for this match and also for the last weekend of PQs.
That's funny. I've borrowed your deck as well for tournament.
That's true. So Fang making his rounds. Evan pitching a Relentless Pursuit very early on, which is definitely unfortunate. Turn 0, you really like that uninteractable mark. Might mean that he has enough reactions in a Scar Tissue, which I think I see in the hand, in order to get over to the defenses of Paul. And yes, here we go. It's Scar Tissue, Scar Tissue. So Paul is going to be ultra marked. Unfortunately, you don't get any benefit for that, but Evan is still happy. Marked comes across, and he's also going to activate Grains of Blood Spill on hit of that dagger, generate a Vigor token, and pay that resource down the line.
Pretty good start there for Evan. You always like to get the mark early, and pushing 4 damage too. Not bad.
It's not nothing. That is for dang sure. Paul seems to be thinking about whether or not he's going to activate Quiver of Rustling Leaves. Yes, indeed. It is 3 buffs that go into the pitch zone, and that makes so much sense for Paul, because the one way you get totally destroyed as Azalea is drawing nothing but buffs. And if he hadn't activated Quiver of Rustling Leaves, all his turn would be pass.
I see a world where maybe he just goes and gives 2 pumps for the block instead.
Yes.
So, potato, but Paul drawing back up now for his first turn of the game.
Let's see what he's able to put together here. He definitely wants to be stringing together red in the ledgers, but if Evan sideboarded his deck correctly, one of the cool things about Fang is you can use all of these instant speed plays in order to kind of skirt around the red in the ledger text, and also the seek and destroy text to boot. Another reason why we love Sigil of Solace in this particular matchup.
Is the quiver supposed to be destroyed?
No, only if it reveals an arrow.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can activate it multiple times throughout the game as long as you don't find an arrow. So here we go. It is Laced with Frailty, Seek and Destroy. Paul is not rebuffed by the amount of buffs he had to pitch. So it's Lace with Frailty, Seek and Destroy into a Yellow Bolt and Shot for 9. Go again. Nasty on hits.
Yeah, really good stuff here. And that Frailty is such a pain for Fang to have to deal with. -1 on all weapon attacks and arsenal. But in this case, it's really the weapons.
It is definitely Fang pain. Evan, I believe, has found the one of 2 copies of Pledge Fealty in the deck. Yes, which is fantastic. A fantastic time to be seeing that card, especially because he's got that Vigor token to pay to make his first Fire Vein free. He's also got a defense reaction. I don't know if he has enough to shore up all of this damage, and maybe he doesn't really need to, given that it's early on. However, he is reaching for a lot of equipment here.
That's 5, and we know that he's got another 4 in the form of a defense reaction there. So does get to stop both of those nasty on hits.
Entirely possible that he wanted to protect his arsenal. He painstakingly set it up on turn 0. Doesn't want to give it up to Seek and Destroy. Maybe can't convert the entirety of the hand.
Makes a lot of sense as he now has 4 cards still to work with.
Evan's got a really good hand to work with here. Pledge Fealty is all right. His opponent is already marked. I don't think he's going to be getting online necessarily this turn, but he is very, very close to doing just that. Right now, it's Obsidian Fire Vein for 1, which is free thanks to the Vigor token that popped at the beginning of the turn.
Right, you are. And if I know anything about Azalea, she doesn't like to block, so we're going to have a fast one on our hands as long as Evan is playing like this super aggressively as well.
He does have a Long Whisker Loyalty in hand, so the line that I'm looking at here, especially because we're not online yet, is Obsidian Fire Vein, play Pledge Fealty to get to the second chain link, pitch that Blaze headlong, send the second dagger, Long Whisker Loyalty, choosing the mode's buff, and mark. It all, of course, depends on what is in Evan's arsenal, though.
It does make sense. And here we see a no blue hand, which is one of the things that can be a little bit tough for Fang to deal with early game before he gets online.
Which is why we love that Grains of Blood spill. Every resource that you pay forward is another turn where you don't have to find a pitch card, right?
Yeah.
Because essentially, whatever red you pitch was as good as a yellow. And Evan says, no, I don't need 2 Draconic Chain Links. Instead, I'm playing Long Whisker Loyalty, immediately choosing the mode, this dagger will mark you on hit, which is a curious choice. Evan is probably saying that he wants to be online at the end of this turn.
Yeah, and I like that decision here. Now presenting a breakpoint, Paul is very likely to not block this. And although he will have a 5-card hand to throw back, now Evan gets his 3rd fealty with that Pledge Fealty.
So in this case, because Evan doesn't have any resources floating, he's just going to play out that Pledge Fealty and swing the dagger for 1 here. I like this play a lot. Evan's showing his stripes on this Fang deck. So now he is placed squarely in Value Town. Was it a Blade Flurry that I saw?
It was.
Curious that he didn't send it here. Maybe wanting to be a little insulated from Codex of Frailty down the line.
Could be, but if he has no attack... Oh, he will have an attack after this in the graveyard.
Right now, it's just 1 damage for Paul. No on-hit here because he remains unmarked. Oh, no. He's thumbing a block. He's thinking that Evan has 1 more reaction.
Yikes.
Evan is so happy here to just say, cool, I'll pass. Does have to do the little bluff of the look of the card in Arsenal. And Paul, a little bit, unfortunately, not blocking earlier on in the chain. So losing 2 points of value there. Tunic ticks up to 2 for Paul. Let's see what he's able to put together here.
Blind Azalea.
Blind because Paul does not have the Skullbone Crosswrap that is kind of namesake to Azalea Ace in the Hole, opting for the more newly popularized Death Dealer New Horizon list that was making waves, oh my gosh, where was that? Milwaukee recently? I can't remember. There are a lot of Flesh and Blood tournaments nowadays, Michael.
Yeah, there are.
Rewarded for his troubles, though. It's a read the glide path, activate Death Dealer,
Is
Load
that a
Bolton
Codex
shot.
of Frailty in his hand?
I didn't see it. It's entirely possible. Which would mean that Evan is up Trumbungus for not utilizing that Blade Flurry immediately last turn.
Yeah.
Right now, however, it's a 10 life deficit for Paul. The arrow slinging man that he is. 7 go again right here after Read the Glide Path buffs this Bolton shot up by 3. Evan says no blocks, absolutely, and disrespects the reload potential of Paul. Evan now down to 33, and Paul with a reload. Closing the combat chain is Paul.
And this is where I think we might see... Oh, it was a pump.
Ah, very nice. Clean play here from Paul Selinske. It is laced with Blood Rot into Codex of Frailty. Didn't even see the arrow that he found. He did it so darn quick.
Yeah.
Ponder token for him. Frailty token for you. And it was a drill shot. A nice piece right here.
Yeah, that can be so annoying to deal with if he can get those counters on meaningful pieces of equipment.
I've been thinking about the blocks here. It says Crown of Providence plus a card. Plus
That's
2 other
7.
pieces of equipment. That'll make 7. And Frailty tokens do a lot of work against Fang. It doesn't really stop him in his tracks, especially against a deck like Azalea that can't block him super well, but definitely still meaningful here. It's just going to basically be gaining Paul life all the way through the game. So life totals are looking a lot closer, but Evan has got a 4-card hand.
And importantly, Paul has now gotten through basically all of Evan's armor. Of course, the boots will keep refreshing, but that is one of the important things that a ranger needs to do in order to win a game is like chew through all that armor, and he has accomplished that.
Both players are reeling, trying to figure out a way to note the fact
on
that there's 0 on this Obsidian Fire Vein.
Yeah.
He might be your nemesis, but you gotta love Evan. Paul really in the tank about this Obsidian Fire Vein for 0. You got to be super careful about the side steps here because any card you throw in front of this could absolutely lose a ton of value.
And we do see a Tooth of the Dragon in hand, so this is not the time you want to block, but does Paul know that?
That being said, Evan does have the Blade Flurry in the arsenal, so if Paul has perfect information, then he could throw 1 card in front of this and get full value. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
There's more Blade Flurries to be had. Evan is hucking every card in his hand out onto the combat chain. This is exactly what Fang wants to be doing. Big, big numbers. 8 on this Obsidian Fire Vein that started as a measly 1. And the next one's going to be even bigger.
Yikes. So Paul taking a big chunk of damage. Hopefully he can convert his 5-card hand well because we are racing at this point.
Okay. Paul takes all of that damage on the chin and is now marked. So Obsidian Fire Vein, for 7 on the back of that, despite the fact that we have Frailty tokens in the mix.
Yeah, that Frailty is nice, though. I mean, it's doing what it does.
Save 2 life on this turn.
Paul now has a lot more information. No cards in hand means it's just 7, and there's no questions about it.
Yeah, Paul cannot get bamboozled like he did on the last turn.
Thinking.
And honestly, if I'm Azalea here, I definitely want to be saying as few blocks as possible because that probably means I have something massively disruptive to send Evan's way.
I do know that this list, it's sort of in between the Sandscour list that he loves so much and the traditional Death Dealer list in that it does have disruption more so than traditional Death Dealer, but not as much as the Sandscour Great Bow that he is used to piloting. So it may just be a lot of damage, or it could be disruption.
I do see an Endless Arrow in the hand. Snapdragon Scaler is ready to be committed here. Paul did go ahead and block with a Long Draw Half Glove, which is an interesting inclusion here. I think he was perhaps expecting Evan to be bringing Warmonger's Diplomacy into this matchup. Starting off with a Blind Azalea activation and finding a Falcon Wing off the top. So this is 3 Dominate go again. 3 Dominate should be easy enough for Evan to shore up, and he probably did one of the classic Evan snorts of derision into the Falcon Wing.
Yeah. Just clearing up the arsenal. I like that play a lot, and it's really nice that he was able to get a go again arrow to just kind of smooth things over.
And there is a Red in the Ledger in the hand, but I think he is red locked otherwise. Drawing a card is Paul Selinske here, drawing into another Red in the Ledger. It's already bad enough to be drawing a ton of buffs altogether on turn 0 in the game. And The worst part about it is that you know that it's going to come up the opposite way later on down the line where you draw nothing but arrows. So in this case, however, Paul is still able to send a red in the ledger for 11, but I mean, in a world where that drawn card was a buff, this would be much more terrifying.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the importance of the disruption, and red in the ledger is one of the best pieces. However, Fang doesn't play a ton of action cards. We see one in his hand right now, so this is quite disruptive. But generally speaking, the reactions that Fang is doing are not affected as much.
So, like, you lose out on one value from your second Obsidian Firebane that would get buff. I'm sorry, 2 value for the base value and then the +1. But like, you're still kind of skirting the red in the ledger text if you're just vomiting everything you have out onto one dagger.
Yep. And so Evan takes the hit and is under the effect of red in the ledger.
Playing out Tooth of the Dragon, this is one of the best ways to kind of get around red in the ledger. Just play out Tooth of the Dragon because it's an instant, not an action. And then Obsidian Firebane for 4. Still technically just one action here, but still going to be able to present oodles of damage. 22 plays 16 in the favor of Evan Bridges, who has an Obsidian Firebane. His one allowed action for the turn on the combat chain.
Yeah, and he also has a reaction in hand, so can still do efficient things. The red in the ledger kind of mucking him up a little bit, but not too bad.
I think it is 2 Searing Gazes in the hand, so if I'm in Evan Bridges' seat, I'm probably just going to send one of them and then pocket the other one in Arsenal for later. This Obsidian Firebane gets up to 7.
I think the other card is Savor Bloodshed.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Even better.
Yeah, just tuck that away for next turn.
Evan drawing back up and passing over to Paul, who sits at a very scary 9 life. Anytime you are below 10 life against Fang, you're in the hot seat. That is for dang sure.
Evan's got a little bit of a clunker, 2 blues, and like not a ton of meaningful reactions here.
Paul is activating Azalea straight away. I think putting a red in the ledger to the bottom of the deck, which should have been the Arsenal card at the end of last turn. I do see buffs. There's a Lace with Inertia #1, or is that a Codex of Inertia there? Take Aim offers a reload on that card. Pitching away Codex of Inertia, I'm assuming to activate Death Dealer here.
Oh, thinking twice.
That's okay, Paul. Take all the time you need. We're only about 10 minutes into this game. 15, technically. Plenty to boot. Looks like we might get a dinner break after all, Michael.
Ooh. As he reloads instead off of the Take Aim, thinking still about it.
Watching Paul navigate these turns make me really want to play some Azalea, Michael.
There you go. And now he pitches to send Heatseeker.
Heatseeker. Perhaps thinking about employing the Snapdragon Scalers here. Heatseeker is just such an amazing card when you pair it with New Horizon.
It really is.
11. Not yet go again here with an Inertia token on hit and, of course, that Heatseeker on hit. When it hits at the beginning of Paul's end phase, he will be able to put the top card of his deck face up in the arsenal. That being said, it is not disruption. And Evan he's got 2 cards in hand at least that he's very happy to be blocking with.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's folding the hand here.
You can't fold too much, though, because still need to play one of the drawbacks of Fang is that you have to do affirmative things on your turn. So 1 card block down here, and of course the Snapdragon Scalers comes through. Evan descends on down to 14. 2 on hits there, Inertia and Heatseeker. And Paul still at the ready for a Codex of Frailty, finding himself a red in the ledger that was put there last turn. And with that 1 resource floating, there comes our disruption.
That's a big turn for Paul.
And Evan, I think, sniffed it out really well because he's going to be able to do 1 card plus 2 equipment and shore it up. Expertly blocked by Evan Bridges using my deck. I'm not jealous. Heatseeker activated, finds Searing Shot, and then a mystery card in Paul's arsenal, which means that unless Evan is able to present enough pressure to Paul's life total, Paul's going to have a 6-card hand.
Yeah, I think he can go 4/5/4 as long as he's willing to pop that Frailty, which is a lot of damage.
Evan leading off with an Oath of Loyalty here. 4 go again, and he can only play Draconic cards for the rest of the turn. This is honestly pretty good for Paul here because it means that there's some face-up damage that he can throw a card in front of if he, for example, has redundant arrows. That being said, his redundant arrows here are Bolton shots on a turn where he's drawn Rain Razors.
Yeah, he's not going to want to give anything up until he absolutely has to, so I'm expecting no blocks here. And And then I think it's just Evan playing out his Savor Bloodshed from Arsenal and then his 4-power attack from hand.
I think if Paul has sniffed out at all that Evan is going to be coming for his life total this turn, if he's going to threaten lethal, now is the time you've got to block.
Yeah.
Because it's face-up damage. You can't, like Fang can't sidestep his way around your blocks, that kind of thing. Looks like Paul is committing the Fiendal Spring Tunic here. He's thumbing it, though. Not sure if he wants to throw it in just yet.
He does commit. Going to 6.
Obsidian Fire Vein for 0, as indicated by the bagel hand signal from Evan Bridges.
I might have been wrong about the Savor Bloodshed with this play. This is indicating to me that he has a reaction in Arsenal.
You would hope so, because now that he has resolved Oath of Loyalty, he can't play the
well, he could
Savor
with a
Bloodshed
fealty.
unless he pops a fealty. But he's got to convert whatever is in that arsenal because the inertia token looms large.
Yeah.
And Evan will be hiding under a desk and putting his arsenal card to the bottom of his deck if he doesn't use it.
I'm going to just point out how tough of a spot Paul is in terms of blocking, because if this is 2 reactions in hand, he could easily just lose the game if he doesn't block this correctly.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, because of the frailty token, he can't simply die to Hunt's End.
Right.
Because that would only get this dagger to 5 instead of 6. But yeah, I think Paul's sniffing out that he has to commit a card here. And that was always going to be the case, in my opinion. So that was why I was kind of advocating for the Oath of Loyalty block, because at least it's face up and you know you're going to get value out of your card. Yellow Bolt and Shot committed here. It is Searing Gaze, the second copy. So Bolt and Shot blocks out that Searing Gaze, and then it's for the Drakai coming in for 4, which means Paul isn't dead. He takes 4 all the way down to 2. This is a nail biter here, Michael, but this is exactly what Azalea needs to do in order to win games.
Yeah, and with a 5-card hand, 14 is a lot to get over, but if he can strip enough, we see a defense reaction, which is well-timed.
Evan is definitely going to want to block with some cards here. He's got 2 blue block 3s and also a defense reaction, as you were talking about. Looks like an activation of Azalea here finds a Codex of Frailty, which is pretty awesome here.
Is that awesome?
Yeah, he's got a Bolt and Shot. He's already resolved the Rain Razors. So he's... Oh, but he has to clear out the arsenal. Yeah, no, you're right. This is a little clunky.
I mean, he can load with Death Dealer.
You can't load with Death Dealer unless your arsenal is empty.
Oh.
Which is why it is kind of... It's really tough to navigate with New Horizon when you're setting up like 6-card hands and stuff.
Yeah, Ranger... As Charles Dunn said, he can't play complicated decks. I've tried Ranger, and it just eludes me.
Which is so funny, because you're a Kano and a Cilio player, and I'm like the opposite. I can play Rangers all day. I can't touch those decks.
I love the way that Flesh and Blood, that each hero clicks with each individual personality.
I think it's something that is drawing so many people to our flock as of late.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Paul would have loved to see any buff off of the top of the deck right there. So it looks like it's a Seek and Destroy, a Bolt and Shot, and a Rain Razors in hand. I think you're cutting your losses here.
You just have to play it, right?
Yeah, I think you have to play the Codex, probably discard the Rain Razors.
I can see
Find a Bolt and Shot in the graveyard, send that. Guarantee that go again. And then potentially pitch the buff into Death Dealer to draw another card.
Yeah, that 14 life is a lot to get through here without significant disruption, though.
Or never mind, you probably discard the buff, honestly, so that you can have 1 left over with Death Dealer and threaten a 1-cost arrow on the reload on hit. Man, it's been a while since I played Azalea. Yeah, Paul in the tank here, and it makes a lot of sense. This is the deciding moment of this game. 2 plays 14 here, a 12-life deficit on the side of Paul Selinske. He's got a red in the ledger on the bottom of the deck. Not a single Knock the Death Whistle has been seen.
True.
Evan Bridges at the ready to block 6 on this first Bolt and Shot, if need be.
Paul's just trying to think his way out of having to discard a card, but ultimately realizing it can't be done.
Did I forget to refresh his dynamos last turn?
No, he only swung one.
You only swung one?
dagger.
Okay. I'm just locking and loading for everything I can chastise Evan about after this game.
Smart.
Paul checking everything in his quiver.
Doing his-
Checking the trajectory of the wind. Figuring out his vectors. One of my favorite things to imagine in this game is, like in this instance, your opponent is like Beyblading fast daggers at you over and over again, and then it gets over to Azalea's side of the board, and she's just like sitting, thinking, like looking up at the sky. She's like thumbing one of the fletches on her arrows, and Fang's just standing there waiting for the coup de grace.
Yeah. And here it is, finally committing.
Paul goes for the second Rain Razors rather than discarding it or saving it to pitch to Death Dealer.
And in this case, does Evan have an arsenal?
He does not, so he has to choose an attack here.
That is nice for pushing damage.
Evan reading Codex of Frailty, a card that he knows incredibly well. I would think inside and out. Oath of Loyalty is the choice for Evan. What is the discard, though?
Probably one of those blues.
You got to choose, Evan. That being said, I mean, like, if Evan is worried about the damage output of Paul here, which might be the only way that he loses this game, he has a Draconic card in his arsenal. Even though it's only going to come in for 3, it still protects those 4 fealties. So he could say, like, listen, if I need to commit everything to block here, I could discard this Blistering Blade, and I know for sure that I can keep these fealties around and threaten lethal.
And he does just that, preferring to keep the block value.
I think it's heads up. Paul Selinske sends a Bolton shot for 8. Go again. Evan, shores it all up because he knows that Paul has 1 card in hand and cannot send that arrow unless he's able to activate Death Dealer. No resources floating means, alas. Which is why I was kind of alluding to the fact that Paul needed to find a line that saved an activation of Death Dealer.
Yep. And did not get there. Now he must commit a card on blocks, but once again has full tempo. But it's not the 6-card hand that he had before.
Evan going for the very safe line here. Making sure, just knowing that the more turns he has with free daggers, the longer he spends in Value Town as the mayor, as it were, the more likely it is that he closes this game out. That's also what I love about Fang. You don't have to be in a hurry.
I will point out how valuable that frailty is, saving Paul 2 life.
Without a doubt. And also an extra point of value on Fang's side of the board because no refresh of the Dynamos.
Now it's just about what card do you block with.
He's got arrows. He's got a Ravenous Rabble as well. Bolton shot and a buff.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, not an easy way to activate Death Dealer here. But the nicest thing about Death Dealer is that it allows you to go card neutral if, indeed, you have to pitch a red for it. I might have seen a Bolton shot flashed in Paul's arsenal there.
I didn't catch it.
Which does mean that we have a pretty good line of Lace Bloodrot, Bolton shot into Ravenous Rabble. And potentially, just reload that last Bolton shot.
And we see the Searing shot now committed to blocks.
Evan swings for 0 anyway. Both players in the tank about whether or not to block it. Evan having a good laugh here. Yeah, yuck it up, buddy. Paul saying, wait, are you gaming me right now? Like, what am I missing here?
Let me check under the table real quick. Evan with another defense reaction.
Showing a Rabble.
Ravenous Rabble finds Ravenous Rabble, which is a fantastic thing to draw off of Death Dealer.
2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. No blocks, any reactions.
Nope. No blocks, says Evan. He does have a sink below. He's waiting for the opportune time.
Yeah,
wanting to see if there's going to be any on hits coming his way, in which case Tenacity plus sink below is going to be great.
Yeah, that can stop a Bolton shot pumped up to 7.
That is exactly what you want to do when that buff confers a Blood Rod as well.
Goes for the Azalea. I like that. Swap it out.
I also don't hate it. He gets another look at something that he could draw, but it's a Rain Razors. Less than ideal here. The variance of this deck is not going Paul's way at the moment. 3 damage comes through, though. 2 plays 7. Only a 5 life deficit now for Paul Selinske.
Yeah, and every time Evan says no blocks, Paul is just sweating a little bit more.
Yeah, Paul is just not super stoked about this. Pitching a Lace with Blood Rot to load Bolton Shot and downgrade the buff that he could be using on this Bolton Shot.
4.
Both players having a laugh. There is nothing to hide here unless Evan has an incredibly short attention span. Interesting thinking about blocking with this Tenacity. I almost like just saying no blocks and doing Sync Blow because he's got 2 reactions in hand.
Right.
So Tenacity completely punishes all of the blocks that Paul is assuredly going to have to do on his next turn.
That's a good point.
Nope. I'll take 1. Yep. Okay.
Last night, Evan was asking me about cards to replace, and he said Tenacities were on the chopping block. He said they're not doing very well. I'm like, well, maybe you're not using them right.
And this is a good example.
Obsidian Firevein for 1. No more bagels for Evan Bridges. And Paul is staring down just the hardest position when it comes to the Fang gang game.
Yeah.
When you're at this life total, you have to gamble, but also you can't. So here comes Searing Gaze. Evan is at least showing Paul at this point that he doesn't have any side steps.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have used them here and punished Paul for blocking 4.
I'll respond.
There you go.
You got 3 cards in hands? Yeah. I'll take 1.
Evan says, you have 3 cards in hand. I will take 1 because I'm sending a 4 power attack at you.
Yeah, and despite not killing Paul this turn, he is so insulated with that Sync Blow that's going straight into Arsenal.
And I think Paul is going to be forced to give 2 here because it's 2 buffs and an Endless Arrow.
Ooh.
This is the game state that Azalea needs to set up late game, though, where you just sit on an Endless Arrow in Arsenal and essentially say, like, free Titan's Fist every single turn.
All right.
But I just don't think he has the room anymore.
Yeah, I mean, not with that Sync Below.
Evan hasn't drawn a single Hunt's End at this point.
Yep. And you know it's coming up. Another Tenacity in hand.
Yeah, Obsidian Firevein for 1. Evan says, I have reactions. Long Whisker Loyalty, probably choosing additional attack.
I can swing with this one more time.
Yep. Then Obsidian Firevein for 1 yet again. Evan has 3 cards in hand and 1 in Arsenal. Long Whisker Loyalty, another dagger swing is allowed for Evan.
We'll say you can swing with this one again.
Ouch.
Tenacity?
Yeah.
Who said Tenacity's a bad card? 2
That's what I'm
damage gets you
saying. Look
over
at
the
that.
finish line.
It means deterministic endgame states, man.
And Evan Bridges takes it.
Well, Evan is making Fang look awfully sweet at the moment. I am, however, going to pour 1 out for Paul Selinske because, like I said, he's a pillar of this community, and I want nothing but the best for him. But in this case, I win either way because my hero carries the day, and I guess Evan is my nemesis. So
well, you've been rooting for Fang all day. It's only fitting for you to see Azalea come on camera and root
I
for
see.
her.
So I'm putting a dagger in my own heart.
I guess so.
All right, fine. Well, there's a dagger in my heart and mayonnaise on the palate of my co-caster. And we will probably be going to an interview with Evan Britt. Oh, my gosh. We have to get Evan for an interview?
Yeah, you're going to have to do it.
Oh.
Sorry, I got the last one.
If he says one thing about Whataburger, Michael, I think I'm going to scream.
Ask him about mayonnaise on Whataburger.
Okay, yeah. That's fair. I do think that Evan is a person that only likes to eat brown food, though.
Oh.
Mayonnaise not being brown might not
He strikes
bode well
me as
for
a
him.
mayonnaise guy, though, you know?
He kind of looks like mayonnaise, doesn't
There's
it?
just kind of it's a vibe. Like, I like mayonnaise, but I'm not a mayonnaise guy. But,
You're not? You dip fries
It's not
in
my
it.
personality. Look, you know what? You might think this is crazy. I don't ask for mayonnaise. I eat my fries without dipping them in anything.
Oh, okay.
But like, if I have the choice, I'll go mayonnaise.
I think I'm going to start calling you Michael Whitewashed Murray.
Is that what that means? Michael No Seasoning Murray? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, like, let me ask you something. How often do you use ranch dressing?
Not. It's fine. I mean, like, if I'm getting a salad and they don't have good options, I'll go ranch.
Wow, you think ranch is a bad option?
It's just plain.
All right,
Give me
well,
some character.
The condiment debate will continue after this, whether you like it or not, and also, whether you like it or not, we'll have an interview with Evan Bridges after this. Back not by popular demand, but because we are literally forced to. It's an interview with Evan Bridges. Hi, Evan.
Hi, Bryce. How's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. That was a fun game. Paul's great. He's a local. I play him, all the time. So it was nice to take the win off of him and lock myself in for top 8.
Excellent. I have a question for you, Evan. How do you feel about mayonnaise?
I don't love it. Honestly,
I knew it.
It's probably like the same way I feel about butter, where if I don't know that it's there, like I can't physically see it, then it probably tastes fine to me. But if I see it, then I'm like a small child. I'm like, ew, get that out of there. So spicy mayo on sushi, so good.
Okay, so you wouldn't take a bite of a pat of butter or a spoonful of mayonnaise?
Correct.
Okay. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Okay.
So you're piloting Fabtcg Blades today.
Correct.
Not just any Fang deck, but mine.
Your deck. 99% your deck.
99. Yeah. What was the change? Because you clearly kept the 2 tenacities in.
Yeah. So I ended up cutting 1 blaze for the balance of justice, anticipating prisms here. There's not like a single prism in the room, or if there is,
I don't think there is.
They're not doing well. So the balance is going to go unused. And I think like multiple matchups today, I kind of wish I had 3 blaze, but I mean, blaze wasn't going to help me in the 1 game that I lost. So yeah, it is Bryce's list. He cooked it up. It's good.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Evan. I'm also glad that you used it to smash one of our best friends, Paul Selinske, in that match. So how much Azalea have you played against on that list?
I played Paul like twice, I think.
Oh, okay.
In the past week, like at Odyssey. I think I won the official game, and then the second game I was winning until he sent like a dominated amplifying arrow for like 16 or something. I played against Chris at a ProQuest last weekend, and that was close, but I drew like a 3 blue hand when he had dominate, and then multiple instants when he was coming in for lethal with battering bolts. So it was close. I think the Azalea matchup isn't terrible. I think it's probably like 50-50. You just, block with your armor early so they don't get drill shot value.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, you piloted the deck masterfully in that game, except I think for the first tenacity that you had in hand, I think there was a way to close out the game, but it's possible you didn't have the react. The other thing
I can watch it.
Yeah. The other thing I want to mention is the really heads-up play. When was it? Oh, when you played the Pledge Fealty and basically utilized that as your pitch card for the turn because you knew you were going to get online, rather than being forced to say, like, pitch that Blaze Headlong in hand.
Right. Yeah, so I marked him on turn 0 because I had the double scar tissue, and then I think it was my second or third turn, I swing with the dagger, and he says no blocks, and I play the Long Whisker, just on-hit mark him, so he just stays marked. And then I play the Blaze Headlong, which consumes the second mark, so I go to 2 fealty, and then play the Pledge Fealty, so now I'm online and can swing the daggers for free, and just go from there.
So you got to spend the majority of that game in Value Town.
Yeah.
Is it a drug you could get used to?
It does feel good. So I haven't had much trouble getting online and staying online today. Like, even in my loss, I was online by turn 2, but he was throwing some disgusting combos at me, which hurt. But yeah, it definitely feels good when you're online. I haven't had to pitch many reds. I even beat a Kano earlier, and the blues lined up perfectly. I resolved a glint. That was how well that was lining up. I don't need.
So you're saying it can be done?
Yeah, you can beat Kano if they see no potions and decide to pop off before then.
You heard it here first, folks. Kano, easy matchup for Fabtcg Blades. Evan, a lot of people have listed you as their nemesis in player profiles. Do you think that has something to do with your stance on mayonnaise and butter, or is it something else?
I don't think it's that. No one's ever talked to me about the mayonnaise thing. The butter thing is, also not an important part of my personality. So Inez said she's that I was one of her rivals. I actually beat her today, so that felt good. Did it for the Dodgers. Padres also lost today, 7-1, in case anybody's checking. Yeah, so I've said some contentious things about San Diego, not just the Padres, San Diego in general. I've never said San Diego sucks. except for the Padres. Padres suck. But San Diego, the city itself, is fine. It's just not LA, which Inez, being from the San Diego area, takes objection to. And then Anthony also says I'm his listed rival. I don't know. I haven't.
He doesn't just say that. He says he was put on this earth to stop you.
I honestly, I don't know where it's come from. Like, ever since Lexi went away, I had a long hiatus of not doing great. KO was all right, and then Florian, Stacked Florian when I was on it was decent. I guess.
Hold on, we skipped over a couple things there.
Okay.
Can we talk about Teklavasen?
Yeah, so Teklavasen, I was on it very briefly, not as long as I was on KO for sure.
Or Arachne Huntsman, perhaps.
Yeah, or Arachne Huntsman. So, Teklo, I didn't make any enemies except for all the Guardian players.
In fact, you made friends. You gave St. Johnson his first ever 40-0.
Yeah, I did it for him. Like, that was intentional. I just decided, it's been a minute. Zane, I listed him as my rival because we've had a lot of, games that were like very memorable. So being 40-0'd on stream was painful, and then at AGE San Diego, he destroyed me when he was new and I was on Zen. But there was a ProQuest pre-Outsiders where he was on Oldham and I was on Lexi, which is like, you remember, like 80-20 matchup or something in Oldham's favor. And I beat him to go on to win that ProQuest. So that was like the first memorable win against him. What
do you think about mobile games, Evan?
There are some good mobile games, but honestly, like the best mobile games are the ones that I never hear advertised for. Like I haven't played Slay the Spire, but I'm sure there's a mobile version of that's very popular.
Yeah.
I played Bloons, TD6, Hearthstone, whatever.
What about Kingshot?
I do not play Kingshot. I'm never going to play Kingshot. I think that's a fake game. So like my YouTube is very, video game focused. So most of my ads are, like mobile game ads. So there's Kingshot, which they get, just terrible actors to act like they're having fun playing the game. They're not actually having fun.
So is your gripe with it that you should be the one hired to advertise these games because you could act better?
I guess. They're not making the games look.
Okay, give me your Kingshot ad right now. You're playing Kingshot.
Nah, I can't even. I can't even imagine myself playing Kingshot because it's just a crappy tower defense game. Like, why would I be playing Kingshot when I could be playing Bloons? You buy monkeys to blow up balloons. There's magic monkeys and there's dart monkeys and there's cannon monkeys. In Kingshot, you just ride around on a stupid horse building, generic medieval, defenses, and it's a stupid game. And for the advertising, they're just like, we're going to be as annoying as possible so people remember the name. So honestly, I'm probably helping out the makers of Kingshot right now by saying the name of their game so much. There's also that Last War survival game. I don't know if you've seen the ads for that, but they're just dumb. Yeah. So if I see an advertisement for a mobile game, it probably is bad.
What were we talking about?
Yeah, we're yapping about Kingshot.
Yeah, I think this interview might be over. I think we might have squeezed as much as we can out of this rock. What do you say, Evan?
Yeah, I'm going to go download Kingshot and give it a try before the next round.
Okay, buddy. Best of luck. I am clearly very rooting for you.
Thank you. I'll be back at the end of the day and do the deck box.
It's another warrior match, folks. It's another one. We're not rigging it. This is a win and in that is very important for both of these players. But before we get to that, we need to be talking about what is on the line here. We've got some immense prizing here. Michael, hit me on the hip. Break it down.
Oh, we got $400 for first place, $200 for second, $100 for third through fourth, and $50 for fifth through eighth. But of course, the AGE Open points that are on the line, and in this game, especially important, 30 for the winner, 25 for second, 20 for third through fourth, fifth through eighth get 15. And then it drops off 12, 8, and 1. And I have some news, at least I believe Paul thinks that getting top 8 might lock him for the Players' Championship. So he thinks this is a really important game for him, and I do not disagree.
So, yes, it is a redemption match for Paul Selinske, who we saw on stream just last round against Evan Bridges. It's also a grudge match between two players that are very well placed in the Players' Championship. We got Chinn, who is at second place, and Paul Selinske, who is at 14th. So it's definitely more important for Paul to make this top 8 than it is for Austin. But more than that, it is a grudge match. These two players faced off in the finals at the February AGE Open, which was the Hunted Limited. That is the one that Austin has ever won. So he's trying to do a victory lap on Dorinthea Ironsong, which is our warrior for this match. And Paul Selinske is trying to cement himself as the Azalea that could and get over the top.
A little bit of a redemption for Paul, second time on camera.
Yeah, and he is becoming no stranger to the feature match area. I mean, we saw him, I believe, twice at Battle Hardened San Diego. Yeah. We saw him, obviously, in the finals of the AGE Open that he went up against Austin in. So
yeah.
Paul is...
He's making a name for himself
this season. If there is somebody that has, had an amazing arc in Flesh and Blood from our local scene, Paul is exemplary in that fact.
Doing great and really sticking to his guns, Azalea through and through.
Absolutely. And if this is not enough AGE action for you, we will be coming at you next month back in LA. That's June 14th. And then we also have another open happening just tomorrow. That's right. It's an AGE double-header weekend. Those folks in Taipei are not the only ones that are having Flesh and Blood fun. This same format is going to be run back in New England at Great Stories Comics and Games. Unfortunately, this one will not be streamed, but we will be releasing top 8 deck lists so you can see what the New England meta is brewing. We got the likes of Noah Bagelman, Elise Sims, and Brian Gottlieb's brother.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's another Gottlieb. It's Justin
awesome.
Gottlieb, and he almost took down one of the AGE Opens that we haven't streamed in New England.
Well, you got to think if they're cut from the same cloth, that guy's got to be pretty good at Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. He's also a Florian abuser, shall we say. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if he's reeling from the Germinate ban. I wonder if he's shaking his fist at his brother.
From what we've seen today, it looks like a lot of the Florian players are like, we went from being completely broken to being really good. So not a lot of issues from what we've seen, and a lot of people still think that this guy's got what it takes to win. So...
Well, we're not talking about Florian right now, are we, Michael? We're talking about Dorinthea Ironsong versus Azalea, ace in the hole. Paul Selinske on the left side of your screen this time versus Chinn on your right. Maybe the change in seating will help Paul get there in the end.
And I love the fact that this is a rematch from the first and second place match at our draft open. So seeing these two players sit down in front of each other is exciting as we see Chinn with the double hatchets. Actually a deck that Paul really, really likes, the hatchet Dorinthea.
Okay, starting off is Paul Selinske with a Ravenous Rabble. 4 go again after revealing a Heat Seeker on top. Austin immediately hucking those dynamos out onto the combat chain, something we're going to see a billion times this game because this Dory deck really just wants to be a value goblin and send hatchet, refresh dynamos over and over again, more so even than Kassai and Fang, her warrior counterparts.
Yeah, and I know that being able to block efficiently is one of Azalea's weaknesses, needing to connect in order to confer the disruption that she relies so heavily on.
It'll be interesting to see how many defense reactions Austin is holding on to in order to tech against Azalea. Right now, Paul is thumbing a card for the pitch. Yeah, it's a Heat Seeker to activate Death Dealer. Load another arrow, and then draw into that Heat Seeker. I would have to imagine that he's going to be very happy to just set up one more card in the arsenal and send a 6-card hand next turn, this being turn 0.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Paul is also holding on to the long draw half glove for this matchup as well, perhaps scared of Warmonger's diplomacy looming its ugly head. in this Dorinthea deck.
That does make sense. The Warriors and the Ninjas really taking advantage of that card, as they have not a whole lot of non-attack actions, but really love the blue block 3 base.
They do love to send attacks, so they're A-OK with whatever text is on that card. Right now, Austin, however, has drawn up a Command and Conquer, which he's really wanting to set up here because Paul painstakingly put 2 cards in his arsenal.
Yep. Really good card into that exact type of scenario.
Austin might not have a super clean way in which to do it and also refresh his Dynamos, though. This is a good start. It's Spoils of War. Not yet resolved yet. Austin is still thinking about this turn. And while we saw Spoils of War resolved many times in the hands of Colin Eriksen, the main part here for the Hatchet's Dorinthea deck is just the buff and go again. The copper tokens are likely not going to get anything like a Blood on Her Hands turn to really utilize them.
Yeah, just a 2 go again is likely what we're seeing here. But with the Command and Conquer sitting there, it's a nice time to have it. I'll just say that.
And Paul is probably doing the thing that every Azalea player should do and immediately think about what cards you can lose from your hand and still have a solid clapback. And that is usually redundant arrows. Normally, Azalea is only sending 1 arrow a turn, unless, of course, you have a ton of Bolton shots and a Rain Razors like Paul might have here. So 4 damage comes across, 2 copper generated there for Austin Chinn. And then it's CNC as the follow-up. Paul thanking his lucky stars that he didn't immediately throw an arrow onto the combat chain for blocks.
And a little bit of silver lining here. Austin is foregoing an arsenal in order to play this. So while it is extremely disruptive and annoying, at least it's not the highest value play that he could have otherwise had.
And at least Paul had the arrows and was not buff locked in order to block this out efficiently.
Yeah, snap block, he seems to be pretty okay with that.
So back over to Paul. 4 life deficit, 36 plays 40. In this, his second turn of the game, Tunic ticks up to 2.
We'll play Release the Tension and send Bolton Shot for 7, go again, reload on hit.
Release the Tension plus Bolton Shot equals 7, go again here. Release the Tension usually showing its stripes here in mid-rangey matchups like this, but in this case, Austin does not have a defense reaction in the arsenal to play anyway, so Paul is coming up a little bit low on the variance this turn.
True.
I'll say no blocks. Sure. No reactions.
No blocks here, no reactions from either player. So Austin descends on down to 33. First blood drawn on the side of the Warrior.
And close chain.
Yep. Paul foregoing the arsenal, which I like because he very likely wants to just get that extra draw out.
Each hero puts a card from their hand.
No, it's a Codex of Blood Rot play.
Codex, yeah.
Austin forced to put a card from hand into arsenal. Unfortunately, he's got a sink below, which is exactly what you want for this kind of situation.
That's
true.
And
Paul puts a drill shot into his arsenal. Instead, curious that he didn't decide to draw the card. I think he's figuring that off of Death Dealer. I think he's figuring that he is going to draw that card either way. So he might as well get a Blood Rot token to boot.
Yeah, makes sense. I like that. A little bit extra value.
Because unless that card is a buff on top, he wouldn't be playing it this turn anyway. And Rangers do love their arsenals, don't they, Michael?
They sure do. And Austin Chinn has another CNC to send, likely pairing it with that Heart of Fiendal to get a little bit of life gain on the back end.
So because a Ponder token has been established for Paul Selinske, he is going to be in the danger zone for CNC once again. But that does mean that 2 have already been utilized early on in this game. That is just something you don't want to be facing down when you are, for example, like protecting an Endless Arrow in the end game or something like that.
And that drill shot hit, right? So should there be a counter?
It did not.
Oh, no.
It did not.
Oh, I didn't see
There was a sink below because he put the sink below in arsenal from the Codex of Blood Rot.
Excuse me.
Correct.
Sorry. I was thinking 7.
It has been a long day, my friend. It's been a lot of words coming out of our mouths.
Yeah, I just thought he played a buff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He did on the previous arrow, if that makes you feel better.
I think that's why I thought it.
Yeah, he put a little mayonnaise on it.
Getting set up here now. We got the agility and the vigor coming out. Austin Chinn being efficient with that card. And a nice heal on the back end as Bryce laughs it up. Thinking he's so funny with his mayonnaise jokes.
I know it's not funny, but I'm having a good time. Okay, so it's Command and Conquer. 1 life gained on that Heart of Fiendal. And Paul is staring down plenty of 3 blocks, though.
Yeah.
So it's another CNC. Honestly, like, you know, when you're playing Azalea that you're going to be facing down CNC several times a game.
Yeah.
You just hope it comes at a time like this when you actually have clean ways to block it out.
Yep, and it looks like he's got what he needs and is it's a best case scenario. You don't want to see the 2 CNCs right away, but getting them out of the way early, just kind of doing your homework, getting it done. It's nice. It'll leave him a lot of more breathing room later in the game where it matters.
Especially at a time when you are kind of like incentivized to block with one of each of your important arrows to fill the graveyard with your toolbox for Codex of Frailty.
That's true, and he hasn't seen any of those yet, so... Speaking of Codex of Frailty and CNC, though, that is a little bit of an issue when it comes to playing that card. Giving those CNCs back is going to be a tough thing for him to have to deal with.
Right now, it's the second release attention of the game for Paul, activating Fiendal Spring Tunic, probably to activate Death Dealer here.
Load an Endless Arrow.
Looks like he's loading an Endless Arrow. He's got the second copy of Codex of Bloodrot. An interesting situation here. He drew into a Rain Razors.
Right.
So it's Endless Arrow for 7. No D-Reacts from Arsenal, but that's not a problem for Austin because he doesn't have them. That being said, it doesn't look like he has them in hand either this time around.
Yeah, got that Spill Blood. Nice combo card, but not exactly the card to play next turn. Maybe setting that one in Arsenal for later.
Austin is definitely going to want to do something affirmative, something offensive on his turn because he's established those agility and vigor tokens and probably doesn't want to waste the inherent value there. This deck kind of lives and dies on its sources of go again, so you want to utilize them whenever you can get them.
True, and actually looking at that Spill Blood, it looks pretty good from realizing there's the agility.
Especially when you don't have to pay for it because the Vigor token. Looks like an activation of Snapdragon Scalers here for Paul. Does that mean we're going to see, it's the Rain Razors. He's going to reload that Endless Arrow with the Codex of Bloodrot, force a blocking card into the arsenal of Austin, which means that this Endless Arrow is almost assuredly hitting twice this turn.
That's some pretty good value there.
It ain't bad.
I like that use of Snapdragon Scalers a lot.
Oh, I love this play from Paul. He's doing this so cleanly. And also, if Austin does elect to go ahead and shove a ton of armor in front of this Endless Arrow just to get rid of it, Paul's got a Ponder token at the ready to refresh the arsenal no matter what.
Yeah.
And so little does Paul know, he's also potentially hampering a really nasty Spill Blood turn, which is exactly how this Dorinthea Hatchets deck pushes the majority of its damage.
And I'm just going to point out, too, he does not have those Valiant Dynamos online with the -1 counter. So, it's coming in for 6 anyway, of course, with the Rain Razors. So, yeah, just taking it. And Paul's got to feel great about that.
A massive life lead for Paul Selinske in this situation. 36 plays 20. Austin, however, knows that this is the majority of his offensive capability, so he's holding on to every single card.
Yeah, he does need to make sure to get that value and refresh those dynamos so that he can start defending and chip some of that life away. Paul took 4 damage early, and he still hasn't taken any since.
Agility token and Vigor token pops. 1 floating for Austin Chinn, who's at 20 life. Spill Blood is essentially free thanks to that Vigor token, plus Sharpened Senses, which means that this first Hatchet has a lot of go again, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
6 dominate, go again.
Pretty good.
You heard it here first, folks. 6 dominate go again on Hatchet of, I think he sent, that's Hatchet of Body.
Right, so I think everything has go again.
It should, especially now that he's swung with 1 Hatchet.
That's a nasty combo.
Sharpened Sense is really showing its stripes here. Not really utilized a whole lot in, say, Fang. But I think this was a card for the older generation of Warriors.
Yeah.
Go again.
And this is guaranteed 3 Hatchets coming in. So Paul's going from 36 down to
Bumps by 1. And then you
the teens, almost. Not quite, but he's going to be in the low 20s. That being said, Austin Chinn's at 20, so he's got the life buffer.
And Dorinthea is showing exactly why she is the perfect fit for this Hatchet build, because with Sharpened Senses, giving go again to every single one of these Hatchets, and Dorinthea saying on her, when you hit with a weapon this turn, you can swing with it an additional time. This is the way you go 3 wide.
Yep. I think we're seeing that right here, 5-6-6, likely.
So even though Paul has bought himself a massive life lead, it's going to change the topography of this game is going to change big time before this turn is over.
He's pretty much cashing it in right here. It's just a question of how much.
And it is all face up for Austin. He even has enough resources to go ahead and pay for Brave Forge Bracers if he so chooses.
I think he needs the 2 more Hatchet swings.
Yes, but he also has Tunic
online. Look at that. Would you spend that here? One value?
I think so. I think you just want to get value wherever you can and start refreshing the tunic as soon as possible.
And refreshing those dynamos, too, is so important to help out with the breakpoints.
Paul really thinking about this block. We've got an endless arrow in the hand. That's all he could catch before he hit it behind his Barani shoulder.
He will have opportunities later in the chain to block if he decides, but certainly deciding now what cards you can block with is important.
No block, says Paul Selinske, after pulling back that long draw half glove, which means 5 is going to connect and descend him down to 31. And yep, you guessed it, folks. It's another hatchet, this time of mind, coming in for 6 go again, thanks to sharpened senses. Also has dominate.
Yeah.
With Dory, okay.
There it is.
Wow, so Paul having to reconnect these dots because it has been a while since we've seen Hatchet Dory. I mean, it was the heavy hitters meta, Pro Tour LA, when we last saw this deck really making waves.
Still a fantastic deck. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised it's been so sparse in the meta.
You know, Fang just does it better.
Maybe.
Sorry, now I'm being a little snide.
Paul just taking 6 more, dropping down to 26.
Should be.
And then 6.
I thought it's at 31, so shouldn't it be 5?
Oh.
25?
Yeah.
Another 6. We're gonna hope that our player's math is better than mine. So even though Austin was able to reduce Paul down to 20 life parity, there was the cheeky matter of a Blood Rot Pox token to deal with. So after that massive turn, Austin still is at a 2 life deficit here.
Finally, a defense reaction in his hand with a tunic counter available. That's a big deal. As well as a second Spill Blood, which paired correctly is a lot of value.
Oh, and it's an excellent start for Paul here. Premeditate out of the arsenal, and I think because he hasn't blocked with a single card from hand, he's got to have something good locked and loaded at the ready. Looks like he is thumbing a drill shot, destined for the pitch zone, activating Death Dealer, loading that Endless Arrow that hit twice last turn, hopefully drawing a buff.
I think he got the Lace with Inertia, at least. I'm not sure what the other 2 cards are. 2 buffs come down. 3 buffs come down. That's a big deal.
He really does not want Austin to have an arsenal next turn, so that is 12 plus 4 is 16.
17.
Seek and destroy.
Why 17?
Ponder and
I don't know.
Endless Arrow back to
Wait. Am I?
Should be 16.
Okay.
Yeah, because 3 times 4 is 12, plus 4 is 16.
Right.
17.
There we go. Catching
We're
it.
doing the counting here, making sure math is all above board.
Yes.
All right, there we go. All cleared up. Thanks to our trench-coated sock puppet producer, Justin Lewog, who doesn't actually exist. 16 damage is nothing to scoff at, especially when your entire life total is 18.
If he gives everything and the fridge, he can stop this, I think.
Oh,
and
but
that might be the time.
Yeah, I tend to agree here. He has found another Spill Blood, though, which is
he doesn't
unfortunate.
have the go again tools to pair it with, so I think you just get right. He has the he doesn't even need to use the fridge.
But also because Michael, he didn't cash in the Fiendel Spring Tunic for the Brave Forge Bracers, he has it in order to use Steelblade Shunt right here.
Huge stop.
So beautifully shored up. Paul is absolutely bummed there. No Ponder token, no Endless Arrow back to hand. Even though he's bought Tempo, Azalea without an arsenal to start the turn is a very different beast.
Yeah. Codex of Frailty here might help him. I'm not sure.
But I think the only arrow is Heat Seeker that he drew up there. Likely going to be pitching this Codex away in order to hope to draw another buff to pair with that Heat Seeker.
Not to mention the CNCs in Arsenal. Again, it's a brutal tool to have to fight into, so giving it right back to Austin might not be the play.
Definitely something you have to weigh whenever you have a Codex of Frailty in hand. That being said, if it's a turn where you're going to be pushing lethal damage, you would much rather just take away that blocking card from your opponent. Paul is being tempted by that Codex, pitching away a Premeditate, loading a Heat Seeker. And this is the advantage of the New Horizon Azalea list. You can often, in this case, throw away like 2 buffs in this situation, activate Codex of Frailty, find yourself a Bolton shot in the graveyard, and go 2 wide where you otherwise would have gone 1. That being said, he's going to need another pitch in order to play that Heatseeker.
Yeah, does he have a Bolton shot in hand too?
He does.
That's not quite what he wants.
At this point, he's probably going to pitch it to Heatseeker. Like, this is why I'm kind of like, sometimes Codex has to be a pitch card, and that has to be okay with you.
Right. This could be like a long draw turn, but if Austin's on Warmongers and that hits later, that's going to be a... Ooh.
And we end up having to pitch the Codex anyway. So instead of this Heatseeker coming in for 8, it could have been coming in for 11 if we had just committed to pitching Codex of Frailty.
Right,
earlier.
yeah, I think that Paul was just gambling on getting that additional pump, and he didn't get paid off. That being said, I don't know that he needed to take that risk at this point in the game.
Taking it on the chin, however, is Austin Chinn with 2 blocking cards. That's going to shore up this Heatseeker that could have been so much more. I have to think that was a bit of a misstep for Paul.
Yeah, I agree.
Passing back over to Austin Chinn, who still has a 2 life deficit and 1 card with which to work that agility token. He's hoping that it's a pitch card.
Paul with all the buffs in the world now.
Hatchet of Body comes through. Agility token popped at the beginning of the turn thanks to Take It on the Chin, which means that this Hatchet is coming in for 2 go again. There's a blue in pitch, so what Austin is hoping here is that this Hatchet connects, and he's able to activate Braveforge Bracers to send the second Hatchet.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think this is... Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. So 2 Hatchets coming through... And I think Paul's actually really happy to eat this damage. He's going to be on a Tunic counter next turn for that Death Dealer. And with the number of buffs he has in hand, this is looking like a massive turn for him.
A 5-card hand is exactly what Austin is going to have to face down now. 14 plays 18, but Paul has so much to say about that. I think that was 2 Rain Razors in hand for 1.
I think he Bolton too.
Yeah, he pocketed the Bolton shot, and he's starting off with a Ravenous Rabble.
So he gets the information. Oh, unlucky on the top. That could help him. Maybe not. I don't think he wants to see that.
So if he has another arrow in hand, then he's going to be able to load it up and find that Codex of Inertia, which could be a great way to end this turn. But no, there's no arrows left in the hand of Paul, so it's just going to be that Bolton shot doing work here.
Yeah. 2 Rain Razors coming in for 2 each, not nearly as good as 4 each.
So kind of bricked after just taking everything that Austin had to offer. That being said, it's not like Paul really had any agency there. He had 2 non-blocks in hand and then 2 2-blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, another just sort of lower end value turn. I thought that things lined up, but it was because that Lace with Blood Rot has an arrow on the picture. I thought it was an arrow card.
And Austin's really happy here because Dynamos are refreshed. He has a plethora of 3 blocks with which to work, so it's probably just going to be 2 cards plus boots in order to shore this up. Paul at least is going to be able to sneak through that really cheeky on-hit of Lace with Blood Rot because I don't see a defense reaction for Austin.
Yeah, no defense reaction, no arsenal, so he's certainly on the back foot, but Dorinthea's really happy to give a couple cards on defense as long as she has that go again in hand. She can do that really high value 2-card play, and this is really the axis that I think Dorinthea wants to be playing on. Block a few cards, have them play a little low value turn, and then you come back with an extremely high value double Hatchets, refresh Dynamos.
And unfortunately, I'm not seeing the source of go again here.
Okay, well
it's
that
in
matters.
The swing, Blade Flurry and Valiant Dynamos. Rain Razors comes out of the hand of Paul, pushing this up to 9. 2 damage leaks through. Paul probably astutely holding on to... oh my goodness! He's going to activate Azalea and get that Codex of Inertia.
Oh, I think it was a Codex of Blood Rot.
It's Codex of Inertia. Sure, yeah, 100%.
Okay. You would know.
Oh, I love this play, Paul. This is so dope right here. Okay, Rain Razors goes to the bottom of the deck. We have seen the Codex of Inertia already, and there it is off the top of the deck, which means that Paul gets to play that and keep going wider. He's also going to force Austin to put a card from the top of the deck into the arsenal and then discard a card.
That's awesome. So it matters a lot that this is an arrow, right? If this isn't an arrow for Paul,
And it wasn't. I think it was a read the glide path.
That is very unfortunate for Paul. That being said, he is still giving his opponent an inertia token, which is so important. He's also forcing Austin to discard a source of go again. So unless that is exactly what he found off of the Codex of Inertia, then Paul's going to be feeling really good.
It's true. And, ending the turn, he has the Ponder too, though, which is a bit of a waste. Yeah, just really gambling on that arrow.
Doesn't matter.
It is what it is. Sometimes Azalea plays a little bit like a slot machine.
He's feeling sad seeing that one right there.
He is indeed, but he's still done a lot of work against Austin.
Yeah, 2-card hand, one of them's a blue. It is a hit and run, but he doesn't get the +3, which is something.
That's an entire card for go again. Paul's happy with that exchange. And also, he guarantees that Austin can't have a defense reaction in Arsenal, which is usually the silver bullet for our ace in the hole.
And he's finally giving up these long draw half gloves. No, he keeps reaching for it. I'm putting them back. No blocks.
No blocks once again. Paul teasing us again by thumbing his half glove. Activating Brave Forge Bracers and swinging Hatchet of Mind is Austin Chinn, which means another 4.
So a nice 2-card 7.
2-card 6, but
refreshing the Dynamos.
Fair. You know what? I do warrior math now. I should have known better.
Paul giving up a card. Probably a little arrow heavy if that's his choice.
Yep, I definitely think he was a little bit redundant in his arrows.
2 from the Blood Rot's nice.
So 11 plays 11 here, and Austin is once again without an arsenal, which means that he's susceptible to Codex of Frailty shenanigans, Codex of Inertia shenanigans. I don't know if Paul has it here.
The Opt could be nice.
Oh, what is it, Paul? I think it's a red in the ledger.
Ooh.
Based on that corner of the card.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm going to see if I can Alton Brown it and get the soul read there.
He's thinking.
I don't know why I'm saying red in the ledger. I can't read that.
Let's just say that it is.
Why not? There are 2 arrows in the hand of Paul, one of which is going to have to be devoted to the pitch, though. So I would imagine that he's going to pitch the Bolton shot, load the drill shot, and send. Oh, no, he does have Tunic on 3, so he could, if it is another arrow, even if it's a 1 cost, Paul could pitch a red.
Bottom it.
Doesn't like it.
Doesn't like it.
Probably
whatever
an arrow
it is.
In that case.
Yep.
He is playing Casino Azalea today. Just blind and off the top.
Love this. Activating Tunic to probably load the Bolton shot. Yes, indeed. Drawing that card. Finds another buff. Yes, Paul. The variance is coming back his way now.
Another... Oh, he just goes for it. He just shoots it.
That is kind of questionable here because he's already activated Death Dealer. So if Austin blocks this out, then Paul's turn is over.
Just like that.
Just like that. Unless he activates Quiver of Rustling Leaves.
Pretty sure it's 1.
He's thinking about Rain Razors. Austin's like, there's no way you just send this.
I don't think you pitched one.
Blind.
There is still one left in the deck for Paul, but that is so risky to go for this line. Yeah, the real punish for Austin is the Codex afterwards.
Right.
We know that Paul just doesn't have it, though. So Paul literally needs this attack to hit. Otherwise, he IPs 2.
This is too risky. I don't like this. He has an out if Austin Chinn, because Austin Chinn's trying to soul read this and go like, oh, there's no way you play this risky. You must have something.
Which sometimes can be an absolute advantage. And, you know, I am a fairly risk-averse person when it comes to situations like this, but Austin has to be thinking, like, there is a follow-up. There's no way this turn is just over if I block out Bolton shot. Because you can also, in this situation, if Paul was holding on to the Codex of Frailty, this is absolutely the correct line, because then you can put the buffs where they actually matter on the arrow with the on-hit in your graveyard. If you can force your opponent to block what they think will end your turn, then you can punish them on the back end.
Blocking 6.
Blocks are good. Close chain.
Wait.
Unless he has a take aim and he can reload.
Oh, that must be it.
I'll play.
Oh, thank goodness! Oh my goodness!
Woo!
I didn't see the take aim, folks. So I was I was absolutely reeling.
I was like, Paul wouldn't do that.
Okay. Woo! We're all good. Paul knows what he's doing. There's no question about that. What we're hoping now is that he is revealing, excuse me,
Could it be
a
endless?
0-cost arrow? No.
Oh,
No,
it's
it's a Searing Shot.
Searing Shot.
It's not Heatseeker, so he can absolutely flip with Azalea and gain Dominate on this arrow, which, even though it's not like as meaningful of an on-hit as Drill Shot, Dominate is so relevant right here.
It is. It is. You really want to just... That being said, okay,
And
Austin still has his fridge.
That he does. So even though the life totals are the same at the moment, there is an effective life total that we have to contend with on Austin's side of the board. So here we go. 10, Dominate, lose 1 life on hit.
Paul doing his best Marlin cosplay.
And kind of Kiss of Death in a certain respect.
Yeah. Austin with 5 block in the fridge.
Looks like it is Valiant Dynamos plus Brave Forge Bracers.
2 cards in hand, and he wants to keep them. Like, if he's not sending anything back and he just lets Paul do 5 card hand after 5 card hand after 5 card hand, he's not going to be in a good spot.
Which the one thing going for Austin here is that there is no possibility of a 5-card hand for Paul.
Yeah.
There's no, like, this isn't an endless arrow. This isn't going to connect and then go right back into Arsenal. There's no Ponder token to worry about.
And he does have a nice red blade runner in his hand, so that's a big deal for the hatchets. It's a lot of damage coming Paul's way next turn. Not quite lethal, but certainly getting him close to it.
Blocking 3, taking 8.
Blocking 3, taking 8 here. 7 from the actual attack, and then 1 from the Searing Shot. So Paul is really close to closing out this game. This is kind of an inevitability factor for Azalea. I mean, there's so few new heroes that are having that keyword Dominate written on them for this exact reason. It's such a powerful effect.
Just the 2 into 6. Refresh Dynamos.
It'll be 2 into 6 only if he activates Brave Forge Bracers here because it's a yellow.
Is it a yellow?
It's a yellow Blade Runner in hand.
Okay. Paul just playing around with his armor once again.
I wonder what his thinking is, like why he's holding it back so much. I think he's probably thinking about that 3rd CNC.
Yeah, there is 1 more CNC. But this time he says it's close enough to the end of the game. I don't want to miss out on the 1 block value if I do need to use the long draw half glove. And he commits it finally.
Not currently.
Not currently.
Not currently.
Oh no, Paul's still thinking about the half claw block.
Wow.
Half glove, not half claw.
Right. This isn't KO.
My tongue is very fatigued by the end of this game.
Wait, that was good, though. He has 1 arm, the half claw.
Yeah, half claw.
Sorry, I had to just point
Got
that out.
him.
That was good.
Sucks to have 1 arm when you could have 2.
I needed you to notice that.
You're not even a dad yet. Okay, so it is Blade Runner. No activation of the Brave Forge Bracers here.
And Paul's got a lot of buffs in hand, right? Thinking about just taking it.
Wait, why no activation of the Brave Forge Bracers? Do we do the math wrong?
This is 3 resources, 2 hatchet swings and a...
and a Blade Runner.
He's holding onto that tunic resource for the D-React. I'm almost sure, because that saved him before, and now...
Dude, I'm so dagger-pilled. My resource curve is all about Fang. I think about Fang from dawn till dusk.
There you go.
Paul cashing in that New Horizon block when there is no Arsenal, which I absolutely love.
Yeah.
He's also got a Bolton Shot in hand and a Take Aim. So there's only 1 arrow. He could slot machine and try to find a different buff off the top with Death Dealer or like another arrow to send. But in this case, I kind of want to just throw all the buffs on the table and send Bolton Shot.
I do too. And it just, we're at that point. He's at 3 life. If you pull all the cards from his hand.
Paul says, no, I'm going to go for it.
And he gets a go again arrow.
Which is not bad for the Arsenal at the end of the turn. But I don't know. I kind of want to use that take aim to instead buy as much tempo as I possibly can.
Yeah.
In this case, Paul will definitely be set up better next turn.
Right.
If he's able to force enough blocks out of Austin.
The frailty's real nice on hit here. Austin with 3 block on the table, 4 if you include the tunic. So he still has some armor to work with.
Austin has plenty of pitch, and he also has a go again card in hit and run.
Okay.
But
he's thinks everything's codex of frailty.
Thinks everything's codex.
Yeah.
This is a random draw off the top for Paul, though. Technically, one of those buffs could have been the random draw.
Right.
A sink below in hand for Austin. Can help him cover that up nicely.
That is true.
There's not a super clean block here, though.
I mean, it's I want to just reach for the armor and give 2 cards.
Yeah.
Frailty would be the worst.
Frailty would be the worst.
You haven't seen a frailty. It has to be frailty.
Does it have to be frailty, Paul? Does it have to be? Which we know that Paul has seen one. He did pitch one earlier.
Yeah, he had to
Austin
pitch
may
it in
have
that
forgotten.
one clunker.
Yeah, which if we had pitched it earlier, Austin might be -3 life and dead at this point.
Austin is sweating right now, though.
I don't blame him. I'm sweating over here.
Yeah. Tight game. Despite the life totals being more than double in Paul's favor, he really needs to hold on to this tempo because he just doesn't block all that well. And the Hatchet Valiant Dynamo's refresh is so much value. It's kind of like the same axis that we see on Fang when the game gets late. It's just like, and you got to worry about attack reactions. So as soon as Paul gets into lethal range, it's a big deal.
In this situation, I kind of like if it is Codex in Paul's hand, I kind of no, that's not a good.
So Austin going for
7. Would take
7.
Would also be
Wow.
Get on the chin. Rain razors would be crazy.
Rain Razors would indeed be crazy, Austin. It would spell the end of the game. Paul is just loving this. Look,
Yeah.
he's yucking it up. This is exactly what you want to be doing to your opponent as Azalea ace in the hole.
And I will say, I think Austin's certainty that this is a Codex of Frailty is hurting him because it's causing him not to block with an additional card in his hand. Anticipating needing to put it in his arsenal means that he thinks he'll die if he gets another arrow to the face and can't block it. So
Yeah.
instead, choosing to keep the cards in hand, which aren't going to help him. Like a D-React right now, it will be nice for him to arsenal, but it's not going to convert into anything on the offensive turn.
Yeah, if Austin had perfect information about this turn, I think he would have just thrown the 3/3 blocks in front of the Bolton shot, pocketed the sink below,
Oh,
and
for
passed.
sure, for sure.
Sometimes the mind game is enough for the game, folks. And Paul has reloaded that Falcon Wing from the hand. He's wondering if he should send it or not. He's got to be scared of Austin on 3 cards. There's no doubt about that. So
Yeah,
yes, indeed,
you
Falcon
definitely
Wing
wanna
comes
strip
out.
it.
And Austin looks
Yeah.
to the heavens. I got Codex pilled.
Yeah. Yeah, so he has one too many cards, and he'll probably just go ahead and lose 1 value on the sink below here so that he can have a turn and not die. But he would have loved to arsenal that.
He wishes he could reach up his nose into his mind and pull the thought of Codex of Frailty out of his brain in the past.
He misread the situation, and you have to make reads like that in a spot like he's in, but just didn't read correctly, and instead it was another arrow that he could only play because he was able to connect with the Bolton shot.
Yeah, he's still shaking his head. He's so upset at the follow-up there. Paul is just so happy right here. Did not. Yeah, there's
little
the smile.
under
There's
that
the wry
mustache.
smile, Paul. He's an absolute sweetheart, but he does love to win games of flesh and blood.
He's a competitive boy.
So now Austin is thinking, how do I make best use of this hand? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be lose a little bit of block value on this sink below, unfortunately.
No sync? Yeah. All right.
No sync right here. Austin wants the confirmed 2 Hatchet Swing Refresh Dynamos right here, even though it's going to be hampered by the Frailty. Things are coming all up,
I forgot
Paul.
about that. That is a huge deal here. Instead of it being a 2-card 6, it's a 2-card 3, 4.
There's that Codex of Frailty.
Hey.
Austin was only 1 turn away. So right now, Paul has complete agency to say no blocks here and forever.
Yeah.
Taking 1 is Paul Selinske. Activating Brave Forge Bracers is Austin Chinn coming in for 3. 2 life saved on that Frailty token.
Yeah. Really big deal that he was able to get that out.
And no defense reaction for Austin Chinn because Seek and Destroy is there.
And because he played it.
Yeah, sorry. No possibility of a defense
of
reaction, I
course.
should say. Paul has all the information he needs. It's a take game, probably reloading this Bolton shot. Oh my goodness. And then he's going to do it to Austin again. He's going to say, here comes a Bolton shot once more. Do I have the codex this time?
Oh, no.
He's doomed. There's nothing.
He said it. He just brought up the frailty. He's like, please don't have the frailty this time.
There is nothing to be done at this point. There are attacks in the graveyard of Austin Chinn, which means that all of these cards are going to be devoted to the block. Sure, it's going to shore up the damage, but then Paul goes Codex of Frailty, discard the last card in your hand, come in for the end.
Oh, my gosh.
It's all over here.
And Austin just praying,
Paul's
no
the one that
frailty,
knows
no
it.
frailty, please.
So there it is, a perfect 10 and the Codex of Frailty. Austin
it
extends the fist bump, and it's all over.
Wow.
Paul completely redeems himself not only from the last match against Evan Bridges, but also against his nemesis, Austin Chinn, who he faced in the finals of the February Open.
And now Paul is 4-2. We don't know for sure if this locks him into top 8, but he's certainly better off than being 3-3. So looking forward to see how the cards fall when we see our final pairings and who makes it and who doesn't in that final cut.
Regardless of whether he makes top 8 or not, that was an impressive showing from Paul. There may have been a bit of a misstep on the holding back the Codex from the pitch earlier on, but still, he played cleanly otherwise, and he got there in the end against a deck that is all numbers.
Yeah, well played by Paul, well played by Austin, and this time in the rematch, Paul comes up W. Congratulations.
Big W, not Bush, but Selinske is Paul. And we have to take this moment to thank our sponsors. The place we're sitting in right now is Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. They have been an amazing sponsor of AGE LA all year long. We are happy to call this store our home. They've been nothing but supportive. Massive thank you to owner Jeff and Tyler Horspool, of course, our consigliere from the Flesh and Blood community, a Prism player to boot, the man that broke on the scene Reality Refractor Enigma, and also just an all-around swell guy. He's not here today, but I am sure that he is here in spirit. We'll go to a short break, and then we will be back with more Flesh and Blood action after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Paul Selinske, winner of the last round before top 8, playing Azalea, ace in the hole, taking it by just a hair. How you feeling after that game, Paul?
My heart is racing.
I think all of ours are.
Yeah, no, I've definitely got the adrenaline still running, but oh man, Hatchets it's a crazy deck because you're just on a value clock.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And yeah, I just had to kind of trust in the New Horizon Death Dealer value engine and just try to like send it. Just keep sending it.
Well, can you just kind of walk me through the game from beginning to end? Tell me about the ups and downs and where you were feeling good and where you were feeling bad.
Yeah, I felt like we were trading really well early. The turns he sent, Austin sent the CNCs.
Yeah.
I was like really happy to have like some redundant arrows, and so I could kind of pad the life. And I think back-to-back rolled the Codex of Blood Rots to just like free roll.
Those Codex of Blood Rots looked great when you played them.
Yeah.
And we were just talking on stream when they were played that the CNC timing was really great for you because you just get it out of the way. I kind of said it's like getting your homework done a week beforehand. You just don't need to worry about them anymore.
Yeah.
And just you had the arrows to block, so you just now you're clean and ready to go and don't need to worry about that in the future. So that definitely felt like it landed in your favor. Later on in the game, though, it felt like you maybe hit some clunkers, and there was a little bit of clawing back as that life hit parity at one point, 20-20 before the blood rot popped.
Yeah.
How was that feeling? What was going through your mind in the middle there?
In the middle, I was kind of just like worried about a fatigue game state of like, oh no, like if I just keep sending kind of unevasive arrows with nothing, this is going to be a problem. So I kind of had to navigate some weird hands, and like I think there was the turn with the Bolton shot for 9.
Yeah.
And
Are you talking the end game?
Oh yeah, maybe I'm jumping to the end game.
There's a couple of them, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean the middle game was kind of a blur. Like it's all kind of a blur where it's just like, all right, here's the best hand I can send.
Sure.
What's the best numbers you got back? You kept seeing me like grab the long draw of being like,
we did see that a lot of like
Yeah, I was like, do I cash it in now? Like the CNCs are gone. Like,
right?
I don't know. And then mid game I was just kind of like, just send the bill. Like if it's not CNC, like I'm going to try to roll as big of a hand as I can. And like,
yeah, there was one turn kind of in the middle of the game, if you do watch it back, where I think you pitched to premeditate and then ended up pitching the Codex of Frailty later afterwards. And Bryce and I were talking about how sometimes you just have to get rid of that Codex, even though they feel so good. It's your power card. When it doesn't line up, getting it out and just having that extra pitch for the next arrow. And that exact scenario came up. How did you feel when that landed?
I wasn't too sad about that turn. I think he was off Arsenal that turn. So, Heatseeker and a Blood Rot, it's kind of like, give me a 6-card hand or block it out. I'm fine either way. I'm taking less damage or I'm doing more damage.
Yeah.
So it's always sad to like send codexes to the pitch zone, but yeah.
Speaking of 16-card hands, that one endless arrow that you pumped up to 16 and he was able to block out with the tunic counter, that was heartbreaking, and a little bit heartbreaking, but certainly you had so much tempo that game that like every time he gives you everything, it's nice because that means he's not getting the boots value, he's not getting the hatchets value.
Yeah.
So
the endless arrow turn was between an endless arrow and a drill shot.
Right.
And my thinking was,
no shot, he blocks this, right?
I mean, either I send the drill shot and I get the -1 on the boots and like deny that value engine, or I'm just gonna take all of his armor and full tempo with the biggest endless arrow I could possibly send, and like in a way, it's just kind of a crazier drill shot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Still gets the armor.
Yeah, I was happy to see all that cleared up, and from there it was just kind of like, okay, now let's navigate the end game here.
Right, and as you were saying, it all came down to these 2 9-power Bolton shots, and I saw Austin was just trying to predict what that last card was in hand. Actually, Bryce and I didn't realize you had to take aim on the first one. I think it was coming in for 6. Yeah. We thought you risked it all to load from the Bolton shot. We were so upset with that play until you played the take aim.
No.
Yeah.
No, that would have been a big Big misstep.
we wiped our brows when you played that.
Yeah. No, I was. He guessed right, just a turn early.
Yep.
So,
and man, the timing on that was just so great. Pulling the last card from his hand and sending in lethal. What a great end to a great game.
Yeah. No. Great game, and Austin is just a great player, and it's so fun to just get to keep playing him on stream.
Yeah,
and,
I love to see you now. This is like the second high stakes game.
Yes.
Really, like this was a possible win and in for both of you. Still have to check to see the way everything lands. We don't have that information yet, but it really seems like this was an important game regardless. And then of course the one that we saw you in last, not today, but the last time you faced him was for first place at the Hunted draft tournament, and he took it there.
Yeah.
So now you've got a little bit of a back and forth on camera with him, maybe a bit of a rivalry brewing.
Yeah, no, I actually watched that game again this week. I don't know, I was looking for Fab content to watch at work.
I've got my own.
Yeah, it was kind of meant to be to play Austin again today. So it's always a great time. And
for that win, and you couldn't have asked for a better pairing.
Yeah.
And for you to take it and just keep that back and forth alive.
Oh yeah.
Really happy for you.
Yeah.
Dude, great games. Do you have any shout outs, any comments you want to make before we wrap this interview up?
Shout out to my coworkers watching right now.
Yeah.
Shout out to Altadena, our community. We love so much. And, this community's kind of been my home away from home.
Mm-hmm.
And it just means so much to me to be here and play with everyone. And, shout out to the Attack Action boys. They've done a lot for me. So,
cool,
just
man.
love this community.
Good vibes all around. Well, thank you for the interview.
Mike, love you,
Good
buddy.
luck on this Colin right here.
Yeah.
And I think I've got to end it. So see you guys in a bit when we've got our top 8.
All right.
We have not made a top 8 cut. We've made a top 8 slice and dice because we have an oodle of warrior signs. Michael, I saw his eyebrows go up at my stupid joke, and I'm reeling from it. So without further ado, yap into the top 8. It is Travis Wagner versus Colin Eriksen, which is going to be our feature match. If you remember, if you have been with us since this morning, that is our round 2 matchup on stream.
We got a rematch.
It's a rematch, baby. Colin didn't think that his deck was particularly good to him. In fact, he came up to me afterwards and said, I put the caster curse on him somehow. So we're going to have him put his gold tokens where his mouth is and see if he can get there in the end. We've also got Peter Buddensiek versus first-time top 8 competitor Michael Mills, Odyssey local. Incredibly proud to see him in this top 8 cup. We also have to mention that Chris Stitcher, Odyssey local as well, was incredibly close to that cut, came in at 10th.
Yeah.
So bummed that he didn't quite make it. But
yeah, they're always rolling up together. But for Michael Mills to make it out and Chris not to, he's always been sort of the underdog in that pair. So seeing him make his breakout is really awesome. And on Verdance, too. Really cool hero to do it on.
So stoked. He happens to be the father-in-law of Brian Gutierrez, who took down, I can't remember which Open this year on Jarl. So kudos to that bloodline, I guess, for showing up and doing it right. Then we've got Taotao, the bad boy of Santa Clara, who took down the Battle Hardened up there, as well as the PQ Plus the next day on Arachne Marionette. He's here trying to do the same thing here at AGE. He's going up against the People's Champion, Evan Bridges, on Fang Drakai of Blades. And then rounding it out, we've got Patrick R. He's a pirate. Going after Paul Selinske, who just made that top 8 cut after we saw him on the feature match last round.
Congratulations once again to Paul and all of our competitors here in the top 8. Looking forward to the way these games play out.
So it is a fairly diverse top 8, but I have to mention that the only double copies are Fang Drakai Blades, baby. We're making them look good today. 50% conversion on that hero. Mario has a 33% conversion there. One Slippy, 50% there. 50% on Verdance, 50% on Cindra. Any more 50%s?
Nah, but we got 2 Hundo Ps here with Kassai and Azalea, and one of each making it to the top 8.
Okay, Kassai and Azalea, best deck. It's confirmed. Yeah. But what are these people competing for, Michael?
Oh, they're competing for honor, they're competing for cash, and they're competing for AGE open points. 400 to the winner, 200 to second place. Third through fourth got $150 a pop to fifth through eighth. So they're already in it for the prizing. But of course, we've got 30 points to the winner. These juicy AGE points, so important if you want to make it to that really big tournament, the AGE Players Championship at the end. 30 to the winner, 25 to second, 20 to third through fourth, and 15 to fifth through eighth. We've already divvied up our 9th through 12th, 12 points, and our 8 for 13th through 16th. And thanks to everyone who showed up, you get 1 point for participation.
What about the right to tell Evan Bridges he's a butthead?
Well, that right is currently being fought over by Taotao, but of course the rest of us, we have the open field and we can say it as much as we want. Although I'll be honest, I think he gets a lot of hate and I'm rooting for him right now.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I guess I am too, because he's repping my deck.
Yeah, you gotta love the Fang players.
100%. I love them, and so do we all. Let's take a look at who is both in this top 8 bracket and on the AGE Players Championship standings for Los Angeles. I see a Colin Eriksen there.
Oh, yeah.
I see I'm slowly scanning down.
Yeah,
a Taotao. I see a Patrick R. I see a Paul Selinske.
Yeah.
So
of our top 8, that's it, right? These are the people who made it in that are already in the top 16. So big deal for them to be here right now, just further cementing their slot in that Players' Championship. And for the newer faces, I'm not sure what their points are, but we might see a little bit of a shift in our current standings as we've got a bunch of points to inject into this Players' Championship.
Rather than to solidify their foundation, they are trying to burst forth into the top 16 and secure their spot at the Players' Championship, which, of course, is an invitation-only tournament that comes at the end of every single AGE season, where the top 16 players, after 8 open series, compete for $3,000, a gold cold foil, and a PTI as well. That is an invitational tournament, so no entry fee for them there. We've also got a little bit of Chipotle catering every now and then, and it's just a good old, grand old time. You better believe it's going to be streamed both here and on the East Coast. So look forward to that at the end of the AGE season. We've also got to mention that we've got Match of the Month coming up as a new segment for AGE. We've already crowned a winner for April. It was Chris Ioli versus Anthony Pham. Come to locals, Mr. F and Boost. And that is posted up on our YouTube channel. So go ahead and check that out. That's an Aurora versus Slippy game. What we do with this segment is we have you, the viewers, help us select a match of the month every month. And then we will bring the players of that match onto our YouTube channel and have them do a little bit of Mystery Science Theater 3000 style commentary over the top of it.
I actually don't know what that is. You said that before. I'm not
You
sure.
acted like you knew what it was.
Because I'm trying to be cool here and like make people think. But
You're trying to be cool
being
and
honest
saying
now.
how much you like
I'm
mayonnaise?
being genuine now, and I'm being honest with how I feel. And what is that?
It's amazing. Like that level of vulnerability is good, and it'll probably take you in your relationships very far.
Yeah.
In this case, however, it's just going to get you razzed more by me.
Okay, so you're not
no,
going to explain.
I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Mystery Science Theater 3000. Bottom line, if you haven't watched it, go on Netflix, check it out. I know you have Netflix. Don't lie to me. And
I do have Netflix.
and check it out. It's basically like the concept is they play really horrible B movies.
Oh.
And then they have, for comedians, voice over the top of it and basically just like crap talk the movie the entire time.
That sounds fun.
There's also like a loose storyline that's happening outside of the concept. Like one guy has been stranded on a space station, I think, with 3 robot friends. And so all of the comedians are those characters.
Are there AGE robot friends?
There are not. None other than Evan Bridges.
Right.
But besides him, we don't have any AGE robot friends yet.
Just the sock puppets.
Yeah, I can't take it anymore. Let's go down to the match area, shall we, before I lose my mind. It's Colin Eriksen on the left side of your screen versus Travis Wagner. Kassai of the Golden Sand versus Cindra, Drakai of Retribution. Once again, folks, this is a grudge match. It's a chance for redemption for the man on the left side of your screen. We have seen him 3 times on stream today. He is 50% win rate on camera, but he made top 8 nonetheless. And his first loss was to the man on your right, Odyssey local Travis Wagner, Players Championship competitor, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And it does seem like Colin Eriksen is forced to go first here. Travis Wagner, being the higher seed, has the right to choose turn order. And Colin is already rolling his eyes kind of in derision at the hand before him. It looks like it's not an easy one by any means. And he's got a copy of Snatch.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Colin is notorious for like throwing in one-ofs that really throw you for a loop in this Kassai deck. And Snatch is one of them.
Huh. And I guess Blue Pummel's another, so he probably got them all in one hand and isn't too pleased to see it.
Centauri Saber is the first action of this, the first top 8 game of the May Open for Arcane Games and Events Season 3.
Yeah,
2 damage on the combat chain.
Players are already hashing it out.
Let's listen in and see what they're talking about. These guys are both like really chummy.
Yeah.
No matter who they're playing against, lots of jokes and comments going back and forth. All above board, I assure you. They're very Canadian in their discourse.
I thought we had a second one, but it's is it in there? No. Oh, that's my deck box.
I see. It's confusion over where the die are.
Or perhaps where tokens are located.
Mm-hmm.
Secret dice.
Secret dice indeed.
Ah, Colin brought his secret dice today. That spells doom for Travis, I think.
We're good.
Colin representing one of 3 total warriors in this top 8. Looks like the gentleman, I don't remember his name, but I think he was from Las Vegas, saying that warrior sucks is a little bit out of his element.
Budden.
I think it's Buddensiek.
He keeps telling me how to pronounce it every time I talk to him.
Yeah.
Boodaloo?
Yeah, but
we'll get there.
I'm going to forget about it. Whatever. Okay, so bottom line, this is 2 cards blocking Centauri Saber here, buffing it up to 3, but that doesn't matter because Travis has submitted plenty of defensive value here. Colin, however, has a follow-up. It's run through, giving the Centauri Saber go again, and the next weapon attack this turn, +2, and he is still looking for those secret dice as best he can. Maybe they're even under the table.
Yep.
We have found the secret dice, so we can now proceed to the second chain link of this turn, which is, of course, Hot Streak. 4-4. Travis throws 2 cards in front of that as well. If there's a follow-up, he might be a little bit punished.
Look at that.
And yes.
I love that.
Go again. Where? Oh, go again because it was blocked with a attack action card from Travis. This is the first time Colin has gotten that go again.
And that's the nice thing about hot streak into like a ninja. It's pretty much guaranteed if they block, which you know they are on turn 1 or turn 0, I guess. So a nice turn 0 from Colin.
Yeah, it is a draw off the snatch. It's going to be a bit of a moot point because he already had a card he could plunk into Arsenal, but 4 damage is something that is very irrelevant.
Yeah.
In fact, relevant.
In fact, relevant indeed.
So it's back over to Travis, who took 4 damage on that turn 0, and he's got himself a snatch. Definitely not a one of in this deck, as we saw earlier. But does he have the starter? I do see a Brand with Cinderclaw and a Ravenous Rabble. I think he's going to be feeling just fine, except for maybe the fact that he's got a 1 cost in hand. But hey, that is exactly what Blood Splattered Vest is there for.
True. Of course, he would need to pitch for the dagger in order to swing with it.
Or he could activate an arm piece called Flick Knives.
Oh, you're a flesh and blood genius.
I try, Michael, I try. Brand with Cinderclaw is the start here. The next attack this combat chain is going to become Draconic, and it's also 3 points of physical damage. Colin taking it right away down to 37. Which leaves Travis in the tank, thinking about how to finish out this turn. It's Ravenous Rabble, likely, yes, going to be a red on top. There are only 3 blues in the deck, and I would have to imagine that Travis would side them out against Kassai.
Yeah, I'm maybe.
But he had them earlier, didn't he?
He did. There are some important non-attack actions, I think, the front pumps that Kassai can play that sometimes the Warmonger's Diplomacy can brick you up. It is a bit of a risk because the other half of his decks are reactions, and he doesn't care about that.
Ravenous Rabble, 4 go again.
And there's the flick, just like you predicted.
I predicted the flick, Michael. And so 1 damage comes across before the 4 threatened by Ravenous Rabble. Yes, Travis is going ahead and getting a resource from that Blood Splattered Vest, the first of 3 that are allotted to him this game.
Importantly, because of that flick, not only did he get a resource, but that chain link has hit. So now Mask of Momentum is live.
Demonstrate Devotion.
Live and lithe is Mask of Momentum, as well as Travis. He's creating a fealty token here because he has 3 Draconic Chain Links.
Fair enough.
Colin really has to block this one out. He's got Dynamos at the ready and a whole deck of 3 blocks that he can utilize here. There is a That All You Got in hand. He would love to get the extra card draw there, but ultimately, sometimes it's just got to be a block card.
Yeah, and I like it here. In this red line list, you don't really see a lot of dagger attacks, so saving it for the value, don't love it. And he doesn't either.
So that chain link resolves with no damage conferred, but a fealty token. And Travis does have a good coup de grace, and it's a snatch, threatening to refresh that arsenal. Colin is going to have to really think about blocking here.
I'm not going to make the same mistakes of the past. I will block 4 here. Block 4? Yep.
Colin says, I will not repeat the mistakes of the past. I will block 4 with my equipment here. The Courage of Bladehold and Iron Song versus coming out to play very quickly. And so with a lot of equipment and a few cards from hand, Colin Eriksen shores up that turn very nicely. All Travis gains is like 4 damage and a fealty token for his troubles.
Yep, I do like that a lot from Colin. And now he's got the Spoils of War coming out, one of the power cards in Kassai, generating so much copper if these swords connect, and you got to think they're going to because ninjas don't block very well.
I have never seen a more efficient penny pincher than Kassai of the Golden Sand, Michael.
Yep.
This is 4 go again right here. 2 copper on hit and 2 copper on the next one. Travis told me just before this game that he absolutely loathes blocking. I'm not going to do it, but he sure is in the tank here.
Yeah, he does have that 1 block on his boots that he could take advantage of, and with a 3 block to at least kind of slow the play down.
But Centauri Saber would get +1 after being blocked by an attack.
Unless he's blocking with that 1 copy of Warmonger's Diplomacy.
So it would take an early block of the Mask of Momentum in order to shore this up entirely.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
But I would have to imagine that Travis is only going to block 1 of these chain links. So you could always just wait until the hot streak and devote your blocking card there.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Stopping only 1 of them is still half of the copper generated.
Reactions.
No blocks. Reactions asks Travis Wagner and takes 4 down to 32. Life lead now in the favor of Colin Eriksen by 4. 2 copper tokens created there. Let's see what he's going to be able to do with these pennies.
I got to say, already this game is going a lot better than the first time for Colin.
It's very different, isn't it? 2 on the hot streak. Travis really in the tank. Seems to be accepting his fate here.
Yeah, I would not hate a block with a card here. The copper is just so brutal once the blood on our hands gets online, but Travis saying no. I play Ninja, I don't block.
Okay, taking 2 is Travis down to 30. 6 life in the favor of Colin Eriksen, and also 4 pennies, which means that the next time he draws blood on our hands, he is blocked with Courage of Bladehold, and he's going to be able to utilize it to the fullest.
Yeah, that too. But I mean for the attacks.
Oh, good. They found the dice.
I think it was, yeah.
The secret dice, Michael.
3, right?
Yeah.
For them, you've blocked with, I think, everything. Yeah. Okay. I think
But we should be refreshing dynamos here, Colin.
let us start off with...
There were 2 sword swings.
Yeah, I think...
No, Colin. I honestly, I never would have thought that I would see a Colin Eriksen mistake. He definitely doesn't make him against me.
It has to do with the way they were cleaning the board up.
Yeah.
Because it's true that there was a counter on it, but then he should have taken it right back off.
100%. Ravenous Rabble is going to sneak in by 1 here, unless Travis has a reaction.
Doesn't look like it.
Colin has not taken the damage yet.
no reactions from me.
There we go. No reactions. Taking 1 is Colin Eriksen down to 35. 30 plays 35. Still on the side of Travis Wagner as he decides on exactly what to do for his second chain link this turn.
Display loyalty. This is Draconic, so this one has go again.
I'll let Travis tell you what's going on. A fealty token is going to be created here.
I see. Well,
and Colin once again just blocking efficiently.
It's important to mention that Travis did pop a fealty token in order to make Ravenous Rabble Draconic. So you are not seeing double. He has made one and utilized one and recreated one again.
This is really nice here. Colin using that take it on the chin to completely block out the chain link from hitting. Really, really important if you want to stop those Mask of Momentum hits from drawing cards, and getting the agility token on top is really nice.
no hit here. Yeah, block this out.
So Flick Knives is covered up by the Take It on the Chin. Colin also has an agility token for his next turn. Yep, he is noticing now that his Valiant Dynamos were not refreshed properly.
Yeah. Being a good sport and just leaving it there, even though it was sort of a conflicting moment.
Okay, we are calling a judge now to try to sort that out. We'll see how generous Sleepy Connor is feeling after that top 8 cut. I really hope Sleepy Connor makes an appearance.
Yeah. He seemed pretty chipper.
I know.
From what I saw.
Maybe
he might have
we
had
fed
his
him
coffee
too much.
today. Yeah, we shouldn't have given him food. What were we
Oh
thinking?
boy, here he comes.
Oh.
Connor, you feeling sleepy or what?
Where'd he go?
He's ignoring me. All right, that's totally fine. We'll see Connor in just a minute when he's got a pillow and a cardigan on during the finals.
Yeah. Cardigan.
Yeah, probably some chamomile tea, a pipe. I think he's a pipe smoker.
Oh, yeah. Bubbles or tobacco?
Definitely bubbles.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Tobacco-flavored bubbles.
He gives me the SpongeBob vibes. We out here jellyfishing.
I would have to agree. Connor was over here, so I have to assume that our judge call has not been sorted yet. So we're going to look at our ugly mugs for just one more moment. And while we're here, why don't we thank our sponsor? It's Top Deck Keep. They are the store that we are sitting in right at this very moment, and we love them very much. And we're so happy to be here. And they have been absolutely amazing in their support of Arcane Games and Events LA. Looks like the judge call might have been about Colin figuring out his noise-canceling headset, which we are getting there. Travis, however, has abandoned his and thrown it in the bin, along with that kunai of Retribution, which went the way of the birds because of Take It on the Chin.
That would explain why Justin was called over. I was like, is it really that important that Connor can't solve it? He's the judge. He can figure it out.
It might have been a battery issue.
Technical difficulties, yes.
Yeah. And it's important that we keep these headsets powered because they make it so that neither of these players can hear you and I yelling at their game.
Although, to be fair, we've got a lot of chitter-chatter behind us. I'd be shocked if they could. But, of course, it's very important. It is. I love to see a crowded, bustling store. But, of course, we want to make sure everything's straight and narrow. And so thankful to them for pointing out that the headsets died. We got that fixed, and we will be going shortly once the headsets get turned on and rolling again.
Both players having a lark as we figure out these technical difficulties.
It's 2025. You'd think these players would know how a headset works.
If you love people trying to figure out technical issues, you can make sure that you see it again and hear the opinions of these two players as it happens if you vote for this match to be this month's AGE Match of the Month. Once again, this is a new segment on the AGE YouTube channel. Every month, we will have you, the viewers, select between 3 primo matches from the previous Open and select one to be the Match of the Month. And we'll give it a special treatment. We'll give it a cut down, and we will also bring the 2 players from the match on to do a little Mystery Science Theater 3000 style commentary over the top.
Me, by the way.
Does it sound more exciting now?
Yeah, now that I know what it is, it sounds like this like comedic sort of breakdown, you know, poking fun, like a good time.
And that's the exact idea, Michael. We are trying to give a stage to more community members from AGE, both LA and New England, when it applies, when we're able to stream that region as well, and give people that otherwise wouldn't get the spotlight more of it.
Sounds like a bit of a different format, but gives me just a little bit of 3 floating vibes.
There's a little bit of 3 floating vibes. I would definitely say it is 3 floating inspired, but I don't want to get sued, so I'm not going to say it is a point-for-point copy.
I mean, those guys are so inspiring. You have to be inspired by them. So.
And how could you replicate 3 floating? What they do is just too special. So we are trying to do our own thing.
Yeah, but it looks like we're back in the game here. Mark has been conferred.
Thanks to Hot on Her Heels, an attack that we didn't get to talk about that did connect with Colin Eriksen's face as he descends down to 32 life points. Travis thinking about how he's going to finish this up. No Mask of Momentum trigger here because the Flick Knives, of course, was shored up by the Take It on the Chin. Colin remains marked as Travis passes on back over to him. 30 plays 32 in the favor of the Boy Wonder.
I'm not sure if Travis has a fealty or not because he used one.
He created one off of a display loyalty on the last turn.
So that is a legitimate. Sometimes people just mark it with dice, and no die means no fealty. But in
nobody
this case,
that I
one.
associate with, Michael. Activating Kassai for the first time this game is Colin Eriksen, which means the next weapon attack that hits this turn is going to gain a gold token. For the Boy Wonder, it's 2 go again on a hot streak. Travis doesn't have to worry about blocking with an attack action card here because go again has already been conferred.
Yeah. And the 2 power attacks, you know, you got the 2 blocks. Sometimes you just get more value out of preventing the gold. I don't know. We'll see. Travis might just want to say, once again, no blocks. I don't do that. I'm a ninja.
I love the banter here. Travis has Colin's eyebrows and his neck rolls going harder than I have ever seen before.
Yeah.
I hope Colin has been sitting with good posture. He has taken a little bit of a hiatus from Flesh and Blood as of late, thanks to, I think, the demands of university.
Yeah. I was talking to him earlier. It sounds like school has ramped up, and therefore Flesh and Blood has ramped down, but he's still got it as he made it into top 8. And
man, he's still at the top of our leaderboard. Like, the guy's good.
He is. Now coming through with that Centauri Saber as the first hot streak connected. And he got the gold.
He got the gold. He got 4 pennies. And he's also got an Iron Song versus activation, which means that this Centauri Saber has an on-hit.
Yeah.
On-hit, create a courage token. But right now it's just 2 power, which means that Travis is want to throw a card in front of it if he wants to essentially block for 3.
No blocks. There we go.
But no blocks, says Travis. 2 damage comes through. Travis descends on down to 26, and a courage token and a gold token have been created for Kassai of the Golden Sand this turn.
It doesn't break like the agility. Yeah. Yep. Cool.
32 to 26. Travis with a 5-card hand.
And one of those cards is a Lava Burst, which is a fearsome part of this Cindra deck, especially in the red line.
On a Ronin Renegade.
Travis said he's starting on a Ronin Renegade, but it is a Ravenous Rabble, revealing an Ancestral Empowerment for go again right here. And I think he's posturing like he utilized the fealty token here on this Ravenous Rabble.
Take it. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Down to 28 is Colin Eriksen after taking all of that damage. And there is more pain to be had. Travis has a Blaze Headlong, I believe, Burning Blade Dance, and a Lava Burst, and one other card I haven't been able to catch as of yet. And Colin, very astutely remembering that he was marked, he had that mark token underneath Kassai of the Golden Sand, so it was kind of hard to hit. Fealty token generated there, and the mark consumed as Travis moves on to the next attack this combat chain. He's also got an Ancestral Empowerment in hand. This could be a turn where he forces through a Mask of Momentum trigger.
Yeah, that could be a big deal.
This one is also for 4 with Go Again.
You heard it here first, folks. 4 Go Again, once again from Travis Wagner. It's fun to see Travis kind of returning to his roots because he was a 5 player before anything when I first knew him, and then he massively pivoted to Illusionist, both with Dromai and Enigma, and he's back where he belongs, Draconic Ninja.
I just want to point out real quick that Colin blocked with an Unsheathed, one of the most powerful cards in Kassai. So I'm not sure what that spells for his turn, but a little bit surprised to see it. Maybe just it's redundant Go Again, but it's a 0 cost Go Again. So I wonder what could be better than that.
He does seem to be smelling his own blood in the water, as it were, because I think he's just detecting that this turn from Travis is going to put up stupid numbers, and so he is prepared to throw everything at his disposal in front of it, especially because he's not going to lose any equity by doing so because he's got a Courage token, which is going to stick around, not like a Might token. And, wow, yeah, Ancestral Empowerment is going to draw a card here, and it is threatening a Mask of Momentum trigger because Flick Knives did go ahead and flick one of those kunais on the previous chain link.
Yeah. Colin has the defense reaction, but is it even worth it?
Possibly because Travis has another Ancestral Empowerment in hand, and Colin knows that because it was revealed on Ravenous Rabble. No reactions, though. Okay. 1 damage comes through. Mask of Momentum will trigger here.
Yeah, I think we'll order them in this order. So first we have a Mask. Yep. We'll draw a card, and then we have that. Okay.
So 2 on hits here. Travis really sequencing this well, choosing not the Ancestral Empowerment target, not just because of the Mask of Momentum trigger, but also because there's going to be an additional flick from Burning Blade Dance. So Travis making a lot of value out of essentially nothing because he never plans to swing with the daggers by paying for them.
Yeah, well played on that end. And this 3 cards left, it's a lot. It's a lot for Colin to have to deal with only 2 blocking cards left in hand.
Hot on their heels comes off the heels of Burning Blade Dance. 3 Go Again here, threatening another mark on hit. Colin with, I believe that's 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
And another Ancestral Empowerment means another draw. That's 3 cards drawn from Travis this turn.
I bet Colin is wishing that he had a Balance of Justice instead of that Kabuto.
Could be. Could be.
4 damage comes through. Colin accepts all of that damage down to 22. A 4 life surplus in the favor of our Draconic Ninja.
And I think Colin intelligently is continuing to hold that Sink Below in hand just to make sure that if this is a snatch or some other funky thing that he can't then pop the boots and just keep going.
How about Lava Burst? Is that funky enough for you?
I mean, once you see the Lava Burst, I think you put the D-React in front of it. But, of course, Travis with the boots still, he could just play that last card out. And what if that one's a snatch? So, tough.
And Lava Burst is the follow-up here. Looks like Travis wants to save that last card for Arsenal. Funny, he did this last game, too. This is 5, not 3.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking like +3. That's why I did it, yeah.
Travis making, he's like, all I do is head jab, right? So it's 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And yes, Fate Foreseen finally coming out to play out of the hand of Colin Eriksen, which means 4 of this 5 damage. It's going to get shored up. And even though this turn went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chain links wide, and also with essentially 2 flicks to boot, Colin has only 6 life underneath Travis at this point, and he was able to keep a card in hand in Arsenal.
While this was an extremely explosive and powerful turn, I'm also going to point out that Travis still has a card in Arsenal and still has his boots available. So certainly didn't like throw a ton of his indispensable pieces and has a lot of gas left in the tank after that.
Okay, here we go. Colin enacting the same game plan that we saw before, hopefully with better draws. He's activating a gold token, drawing a card by pitching a blue, and hoping that he can get 2 chain links wide. It was a hit and run drawn right there, so it is a source of Go Again. Almost assuredly in the blue. I think that's the only color that he runs.
Makes sense.
It's not bad. It's not great. He would have loved to see a red Blade Runner instead.
Yeah. What a curious card to draw. I'm going to pop a copper.
No, he's popping copper again.
He must have something in Arsenal that's already conferring Go Again.
also strangely reminiscent of last time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, very strangely reminiscent indeed, Colin. We saw this exact play, and there it is. It's the unsheathed out of the arsenal, which makes a lot of sense here. Centauri Saber for 6 go again.
Not wanting to put that hit and run in Arsenal, hoping to draw something better, and it looks like he probably did as he went ahead and committed the unsheathed, and will stick that other card in Arsenal instead.
Makes a lot of sense as to why he blocked with the other unsheathed now, doesn't it, Michael?
It sure does.
6 go again here. Even though Colin seems to just be taking a browbeating, he's really keeping up well, even better than the previous game, which was still incredibly close with that of Travis.
I'm definitely afraid of Travis's 5-card hand, though. After a turn like that, for him to just run it back and do that same thing again is terrifying.
Kiwi Stalkers in chat asks who's winning. It's a moot point, buddy. Where are you at? We miss you here.
Winning. We don't know who's winning until that last life point goes to 0.
We'll say no blocks.
6 go again.
Nope. No reactions.
No blocks, no reactions here from Travis Wagner, descending on down to should be 20. Thank you, Travis. And then the follow-up is, of course, a free hot streak for 2. No go again here, but it's going to refresh those Valiant Dynamos, which means that this turn, it's hard to evaluate with the cards. I guess those 2 blue cards are neutral because they replaced themselves.
Yeah,
so
we'll call it a 2-card 9. How about that?
Kind of a 1 card.
No, because he played his Arsenal.
Yeah, 1 card.
Oh, that was a 1 card. No, well, he pitched a blue. He had a blue in hand.
He pitched 2 blues, but they replaced themselves and they made the swords free.
Okay.
Michael's exasperated. He wants me to do more mayonnaise math. Ronin Renegade is the start for Travis Wagner, who is 2 life behind in the quarterfinal of the AGE Open Series in May.
Colin snaps, no blocks.
He seems to be doing that a lot more on the first chain link of each of these turns. I think he is taking some learnings from the first game.
Mm-hmm. And rightfully so. You don't really need to stop that first one. What's important is probably the second one. If you can interrupt that, then you really start to get in the way of the Mask of Momentum. Maybe even waiting for the third one, but that can be dangerous with the potential for attack reactions. We did see Travis already play 2 of what I'm assuming are 3 in his deck.
This gets go again because we've made a fealty.
What?
Yeah, Travis is really good at lining up these March of Loyalties with display loyalties.
Yeah.
The fact that this card is getting go again is pretty impressive on the side of Travis. It's a full block here for Colin. Slice and Dice plus Valiant Dynamos equals 4 to the 4 of March of Loyalty. Travis is assuredly thinking about those flick knives at the moment.
Yeah, and I think he's got that 1 cost in hand. He's likely thinking about putting that in Arsenal because it's not really pairing great with anything, but flicking that dagger, keeping the chain link alive, and not getting the resource.
The chain is still alive, though. He's got an Art of the Dragon Blood, and then the, I believe it's a Burning Blade Dance in the arsenal. Either that or Hot on Her Heels. Looks like Travis just wants to go ahead and throw 4. No, he does pop the fealty here, so Art of the Dragon Blood is going to have go again. It's also going to discount the next Draconic card that he plays this turn.
And Colin now committing another one of his real armor pieces that doesn't get refreshed. This will leave the game if and when this chain link closes.
And that's it.
Buying back the dagger is Travis Wagner and passing back over. Colin now 5 points behind. 13 plays 18 in the favor of Travis as he draws back up. Colin, however, has, I think it's 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
Yeah. The potential to push a lot more damage than previous. If he can do 1 card 9s, then this is 18. No.
Okay. One of those cards in the hand, it's Outland Skirmish plus Blade Flurry.
That's a good combination. If he has the go again. Oh, he needs resources,
They're
though.
both red, yeah. What is Colin thinking here?
I don't know. It makes me wonder why he wasn't blocking. Yeah. Don't love that.
No, not a great clap back here, especially after taking so much damage. Makes me wonder why this is the play. Probably just thinking, I need to get that 4th copper for when Blood on Our Hands comes back my way.
It could be that. But I'm definitely scratching my head about those first 2-3 power attacks that came through. Colin just, yeah.
It's a 5 power attack for Travis. He thinks about blocking every single one of these, and then he says no blocks, no reactions.
Sure. Just likes ticking that clock down.
Ninja player through and through. It is a Warmonger's Diplomacy in the hand of Travis, so he has brought them in once again. Dragon Scalar Flight Path is going to be devoted to the block. Looks like no reactions. Travis should be taking 4 here down to 14, and Colin is going to get his 4th penny.
It's 5.
Yeah, and
Yep. Okay. 2, 3, 4.
Travis kind of showing or insinuating that he wants to use these flight paths this turn by blocking with them.
Which makes a lot of sense because you've got the blue in hand, so you might as well make use of all these daggers. And also at Ignite.
Oh, true.
But no 1 cost. It's the last copy of Ancestral Empowerment. Might be thinking that he can use these daggers to get to the 3rd chain link for Mask of Momentum and threaten it with Ancestral Empowerment once again. Colin, however, has so many more defense reactions left in this deck.
Yeah, he hasn't really drawn a lot. That's a good point.
Start with Ignite 2.
There it is, the Ignite coming in first, discounting the next attack, be it a dagger or an attack action card, as long as it says Draconic on it.
2 go again here. Has Colin found himself a That All You Got? That is the exact card you always want when your opponent says Ignite.
That'd be a great time to have it, but no snap blocks means he probably doesn't.
Colin looking to the heavens for inspiration once again. Either that or just stretch his neck, which is probably fatigued by the end of this day.
Yeah, a lot of sitting will do that. I'm kind of doing it myself over here on the desk.
Luckily, nobody can see you.
Yeah, right.
Except for me. And I've got my eyes peeled, Michael.
Awkward. Oh, and Colin goes ahead and commits the helmet here.
This is an insane soul read right here because Travis has got a blue card in the hand, and you know he wants to use it to send daggers. Instead, he's probably going to have to resolve that Warmonger's Diplomacy. And depending on what Colin drew, that also could be a silver bullet that Colin forced him into.
Do we know what the arsenal is for Travis?
I think it is still the Hot Honor Heals or Burning Blade Dance. One of those red-looking head jabby cards. That is correct, Travis. You are prevented from swinging them, not from flicking them. So Kunai of Retribution swings across the arena and stabs Colin in the arm. Colin was young and spry until he took a kunai to the knee.
Interesting time to use it, keeping the chain link alive, of course. But chain link 1 instead of chain link 2 is not what we typically see out of the Cindra player.
Yeah, and it is Hot Honor Heals. Hot on their heels. Coming in for 3 go again. Travis doesn't have the awkward breakpoints that he seems to be presenting almost turn after turn in this case.
You see that red Blade Runner coming down saying either I don't have the resources to play this or I've got an even better go again card.
So Ancestral Empowerment, the last copy in the deck, is going to go ahead and draw a card and also get this Hot on their heels up to 4. What has Travis drawn for his troubles? I see the Warmongers. I see a Rising Resentment and a March of Loyalty. So he has not yet created a fealty token this turn, but I don't think he needs the go again clause on that March of Loyalty here. Instead, he's probably just going to send Rising Resentment, March of Loyalty. I guess that makes it a little awkward because maybe he can't comfortably resolve the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
I mean, so right now we're sitting on Colin Eriksen showing an unsheathed in his hand, so that Warmonger's Diplomacy would be a huge boon to Travis if he was able to resolve it. And thinking about the potential for that unsheathed, I think with the Blade Runner showing, it kind of gives a hint that that might be in his hand. So we'll see how Travis decides to end this chain link, but now that he can't pitch for his daggers anyway, I think we might see the Warmongers come down.
Colin is thinking about this Rising Resentment because it is absolutely relevant on the 3rd Draconic Chain Link. Threatens to discount a Draconic attack banished from the hand.
But now Colin blocking with that unsheathed as I was speaking of it.
I think he just didn't have the resources to actually make use of anything this turn. So I think this was identified early on for Colin as a block out hand. He does have a sink below, and if Travis does elect to go ahead and finish this off with the displayed loyalty, Colin is going to be really happy about it.
If it is a block out hand, though, it makes me wonder why commit the armor that early. And there it is, the Warmonger's Diplomacy coming down. Sink below in Colin's hand. I don't know what his arsenal is, but he could have just gotten pretty clunked up by that.
Colin says, interesting, but his hand says, oh, crud.
Yeah.
We'll do the Cindra thing and then Arsenal.
Yeah, if...
And I assume you're doing Cindra thing before you play Warmongers?
So it's not an action.
No, but Warmongers closes the chain.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Ooh,
Colin just reminding Travis that these interactions are very important.
Very sportsmanlike from Colin. I think that could have been... that could have fallen a little bit differently had Colin decided...
To shark Travis. Yeah. Colin's a very good-natured person, and we are also a little more lenient here at Arcane Games and Events than, say, you will find at a Pro Tour or a Calling or the like.
There's the next Warmongers in his hand.
Important to know at home, though, folks, if you play a non-attack action card, the rules say that you would have had to close the combat chain before doing so, which, of course, then reduces the discount ability of Cindra, Drakai of Retribution, if you want to activate her. So be sure to buy those daggers back before you resolve a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Colin now really taking on how to actually convert this hand.
Oh,
yes.
He's got the blood on her hands. That was his plan all along. He does have a Blade Runner, so at least... Oh, but it's a red, right?
Yeah.
It's a sink below.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he can pitch the blood on her hands.
He can pitch the blood on her hands, but then you kind of have an awkward situation where then, in order to get the maximum value out of it, you then have to pitch the sink below, too.
Yeah.
So Colin is really trying to figure out a way to set up that blood on her hands if he can. That being said, I think this is the first one that he has seen all game, so he can kind of rely on another one coming around. That being said, he says, I want to pitch the sink below instead and hold on to the blood on her hands. Probably just going to IP himself here.
Yeah, I don't think Colin was thinking about the potential of that Warmonger's Diplomacy, so he got burned by it.
And he could get burned by it yet again from Travis.
True.
That being said, there's no more Kabuto with which for Travis to deal, so it's entirely possible that Travis instead decides to sink that blue into 2 swings of the kunai.
Yeah, and is that... What's that card all the way to the right?
That is Burning Blade Dance.
Okay, not the legendary.
No, it is not Wrath of Retribution, which is a good thing for Colin, because usually I think if you were running Kabuto in this matchup, you want to wait for the Wrath of Retribution turn, if you're allowed to. Granted, Cindra is going to kill you either way. Brand with Cinder Claw is the first attack for Travis. 3 damage goes across the board to Colin Eriksen as he descends on down to 8. 12 plays 8 here. Travis has a healthy life lead, but Colin Eriksen has a Courage of Blade hold and a Blood on her hands and 4 copper locked and loaded, which can close the gap super quick.
Yeah, he really wants to be able to resolve that. We'll see if Travis lets him. Another Warmonger's Diplomacy at this moment of the game could be backbreaking.
Another brand with Cinderclaw here is made Draconic by the first, but is already that on its face. Colin blocks with an Outland Skirmish here, shores up that damage. Travis surely thinking about a flick. Curious. I think the fact that Travis has not pitched that Warmonger's Diplomacy already might mean that he is thinking about resolving it again, especially after Colin took a turn off, essentially, to set up.
I think Colin showed his hand a little bit too much when he pitched that D-React and then IP'd himself. He basically just said that Warmonger's hurt. And Travis is like, oh, did it? Well, let's run it back.
Yeah. Travis using his keen sense of smell here.
Yeah.
To smell the thoughts and prayers of Colin Eriksen across the board.
Flick results. So 1, down to 7. Yep.
Down to
Colin
7.
Eriksen perhaps feinting the take it on the chin. Allows the flick to resolve here. Down to 7. The back and forth is both in cards and in quips with these two.
Yeah.
4 go again right here. Fealty token has been generated by Travis because he hit a marked hero this turn. Colin does have an answer. It's Shelter from the Storm to shore up all of that damage, which means Mask of Momentum is probably not going to be relevant anymore this turn.
Now the question is, does Travis go ahead and lock him out once again?
I think that's going to be the follow-up here, Michael, and we'll just...
It has to be.
We'll just have to cry with Colin Eriksen.
It was just too obvious how much it hurt.
Yeah.
And without pitching away that non-attack action, Travis just knows it's in the arsenal.
If Colin has been able to find a blue, however, as that fourth card in hand, then he would still be able to convert through a Warmonger's Diplomacy because he does have that yellow Blade Runner in the arsenal.
True.
Burning Blade Dance is the follow-up. Oh, yeah, Colin is really trying to do the blood on her hands thing.
He's not expecting it. Nobody expects the Spanish. Oh, he doesn't play it.
Oh, my gosh. Colin finds a reprieve right here. Travis is going to be kicking himself all the way home for this exact play. It's not deterministic for the end of this game, but, man, this has got to feel bad.
Yeah. Colin is happy to resolve that.
On the same weapon. Yes.
Blood on our hands, yes. All modes resolved on the same weapon. Centauri Saber can attack twice. It has go again, and it's also going to get +2 here. This is exactly why these are the 4 copper is the creme de la creme for Colin Eriksen.
Yeah.
Sure, 6 would be nice, but all he needs to fire it off and feel comfortable about popping his all-important Courage of Bladehold is 4. So this Centauri Saber is coming in for 4, and it can do so twice this turn.
And getting that refresh on the Dynamos is also a big deal. It's been a few turns since Colin got that. So, yeah, Travis not using the Warmongers.
Sorry, what's the Courage chain?
So, yeah, one of the things we missed is that Travis was under the effect of Warmongers.
Of course.
He had taken his token away, though. Was it?
No, he was under the effect, but you don't have to leave it out. It is a nice reminder.
I know. Travis usually does, though.
I see. Yeah, that was actually our faults for even suggesting that play.
Yep.
But lucky for Colin that you can't just back-to-back Warmongers.
Well, then why the heck wouldn't you be pitching it to the daggers then, is my question.
So that he can arsenal it and do it again next turn. But I guess once the blood on our hands has resolved, it's not as meaningful. But they're still unsheathed. There's still a lot of things, and the Outlaw Skirmish.
Sure. All right, 4 damage comes across to Travis. He's down to 8, which means that the follow-up swings here from Colin, which will be 4 into 2, of course, thanks to Centauri Saber swinging twice and Hot Streak swinging once, all for free. Travis is not going to be threatened by lethal this turn, however.
Unless there's like a second swing in Arsenal.
Yeah, which we know is not the case. It's a Blade Runner, but Travis has to be thinking about it.
Yeah, he would have to take a big risk by saying no blocks on this last Hot Streak. And he hasn't seen any second swings, or sorry, in the swing. Second swing.
In the swing. You're right. Having a look through the graveyard is Travis. Really hoping for some inspiration by what he finds. But the graveyard and the Banish Zone are not in the swing for Travis, and he's found himself a Wrath of Retribution.
Ooh, he definitely wants to play that next turn.
Could absolutely spell doom for Colin Eriksen. And this is where the bluff happens. Colin having a good long think, even though he knows he cannot play that card in Arsenal. He's trying to make Travis believe that there's an in the swing there, and Colin is debating whether or not to deploy it here. Hot Streak, however, gets pushed out onto the combat chain immediately. He's a master of the bluff.
Yeah.
Here's where you should not just take it.
There it is.
And there you go.
Travis acknowledging that it could be the end of the game right here, right now, if he decides no blocks.
The mind game has been played.
Yeah.
It's time to throw it in there.
That makes sense.
I like this choice a lot here. Mask of Momentum is becoming more and more an irrelevant piece of equipment here. It's done its work, and it can now be pushed in for 2 free block.
True. And because we know that his arsenal is a Warmonger's Diplomacy, giving a card here, going onto a 3-card hand offensively, just probably isn't enough for Travis. But look at this, 7-4. Colin with a nice reverse of tempo here.
He does have a gold token, which is fantastic because he found a yellow in
Drop
hand.
to the card. I don't know if Colin saw it, but Travis is laughing a little bit as he drops the Warmongers on the table just a little bit and catches it and puts it back.
What do you think? Do you think Colin saw it?
I don't. I think he missed it.
He seems to be off in his own happy place at the moment.
Don't think he caught it.
So So we will consume a fealty.
Which would actually be okay for Colin on this turn because he's got, I think it was 2 Blade Flurries and a Take It on the Chin in hand. Granted, Travis is not going to give him enough space to deploy every single one of those cards, but even just Take It on the Chin plus Blade Flurry is going to be a really nice way to play this hand out, especially when he has a yellow to pitch for gold.
Yeah, as he blocks with the Blade Flurry.
Bye, bye, bye. Fire Tenant Strike first is shored up nicely. Giving the next Draconic attack this turn. Go again. Travis does have a few one non-Draconic attack, but he's also very fealty rich. Going from 2 to 3 here thanks to this Display Loyalty, which follows up Fire Tenant. Should be coming in for 4 because of Fire Tenant Strike first. Travis misses it, though. 3 damage comes across. 4 plays 4 here. One value miss just to perhaps the nerves of the feature match table. He does, however, pop one of those 3 fealty tokens to make Pain in the backside Draconic. Another 3 go again. Oh, Connor seems to be...
yeah, what do you want us to do? Sorry, yeah, I put the 3 on there. I didn't put the 4 on there.
Connor seems to be in the mix, trying to fix the game state. But the moment has kind of passed here.
Yeah, whatever your call is.
Colin making a decision. It's always tough to be a judge in spots like that. You know, you want to keep the game state correct, and you also want to make sure the players are staying responsible for the cards that they're playing. This is a high-skill game, of course, and so being responsible for your triggers is one of the most important aspects of the game, as we see. The call is that it goes up to 4.
But we back it up and give Colin another opportunity to block.
Okay.
By the way, thank you to all 450 concurrent viewers today.
Whoa.
We are so happy to be helping you fill the void before World Premiere Taipei comes back on, and we're also just so pleased to have you with us.
Yeah.
It's a magnificent thing to watch AGE grow over these 3 seasons, and we thank you for being a part of it.
And here, Colin, instead of blocking, doesn't block and puts that Blade Flurry number 2 in front of the Pain in the backside, going down to 3 life.
Head in his hands and a big stretch overhead. Colin is feeling the pain here.
And we know what's coming up. This is a really tough spot for Colin as
So this is free because we have 3 Draconics. We made both of these Draconics.
there are 3 Draconics.
Wrath of Retribution is absolutely gnarly here because these 2 kunai are just going to be another 4 damage after this.
Yeah.
I have to think that Colin might not be long for this world once again. It feels like the writing is on the wall, but we know that there's no more damage in the arsenal of Travis Wagner. 1 card left for Colin. It's a block with the Valiant Dynamos. Looks like 1 damage is going to leak through. 2 more. Colin is going to be forced to give up this last card in hand, which is the Take It on the Chin.
Yeah.
And then the flick from Travis is going to reduce Colin down to 1 and almost assuredly, deterministically kill him next turn with a flick after he buys that dagger back.
Yeah. Colin's got a... Oh, he's got the...
Right. Oh, we've got the Dragon Scalar Flight Path, which means that deterministically Colin is dead because there was going to be an activation of those and another swing of the Kunai of Retribution. Unfortunately, the rematch is also not going to go Colin Eriksen's way. 2 times today, Colin has fallen to the Draconic Ninja that is Cindra, Decry of Retribution. And Travis continues an undefeated streak on this hero.
And I got to say, you know, Cindra came out hot when she first got introduced, and then she just fell right off, and all of a sudden we're seeing another resurgence. Really cool to see the roller coaster that this hero has sort of been on, and now coming out swinging.
She has been kind of hitting her stride once again, but not in this red line list. This basically has been, by all accounts, like abandoned since calling Memphis, when it was really, really a surprise to everybody in the meta, when nobody knew how the Flick Knives interactions worked with Mask of Momentum. But, you know, it still has legs.
It's doing what it needs to do today. Undefeated Travis. I mean, I wouldn't complain about that list after these results.
Yeah, absolutely. He has also taken down some really amazing players in the room. Taotao, for example. others, which I can't think of right now.
Colin twice.
Colin twice. That's enough to write home about.
Yeah.
We have an updated bracket here for you. It is next going to be Travis Wagner versus Peter Buddensiek, who happened to take down our newcomer to the top 8, Michael Mills, on Verdance Thorn of the Rose. It looks like Taotao has ascended above Evan Bridges. What a burger, reigns supreme. And Taotao is going to have a rematch against Patrick R. These two faced off twice in the top 8s of Santa Clara and the ProQuest there in Santa Clara in this exact matchup. Arachne Marionette versus Fang Drakai of Blades. And Taotao just took down yet another Fang to add to his list.
It sounds like he's eating good on these warriors today.
It's entirely possible, but Taotao did fall to Travis during Swiss. So if Peter is not able to get there, it's possible that Travis is going to have an undefeated run today.
That would be pretty incredible.
For more on that, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood, more flicking of kunai retribution, and more amazing stories here at Arcane Games and Events after this. At last, the moment you have all been waiting for. It's our first non-warrior streamed match in a very long time. We saw one of them fall to the Kassai of Retribution in the hands of Travis Wagner on the last stream matchup. And we liked him so much that we invited him back to witness what could be an unprecedented, undefeated run at Arcane Games and Events.
Has that not ever happened?
I said unprecedented, but it just felt like a lot of syllables, and I wanted to say it.
It did feel fancy.
I actually don't know if there has been an undefeated run at an AGE Open.
Well, you're going to maybe see one today.
We might see one today, and it might be the first, but it might not be.
Two games to get through still for Travis, but he has been looking hot on that Cindra.
Without a doubt. And he's going to be going up against Peter Buddensiek, which, lucky for him, there are no more warriors, because every time he says that any hero sucks, he definitely loses to them on stream immediately after.
Trash talk, so maybe things are looking up for him.
Maybe he's locking in.
Yeah. The lack of trash talk, because he thinks that the trash talk pre-camera showing is a jinx, and so maybe he's started to bite his tongue a bit. Wait till after the finals to do his trash talking, but
we do have an update from the other matches in top 8. Right now, the last warrior is facing elimination right now. Taotao is just eating fangs for breakfast. Evan Bridges fell to him in quarters, and Patrick Rubalcaba just lost a lot of fealty tokens mid-game against Taotao. So not looking great, but if there's anything I know about Patrick is that he can claw his way back in the end. So we will be getting on down to the match floor and proceeding with semis in just a moment. But before we do, we have to mention that there is more AGE action on the horizon tomorrow. That's right. We will have another AGE Open going on across the coast. Excuse me, not across the coast, across the country on the other coast at Great Stories Comics and Games in Whitensville, Massachusetts, where they are now we are on our 5th Open of the year, and they are on their 4th. So nonstop AGE action. It's an AGE doubleheader. And then the next LA Open, our next streamed Open, will be on June 14th. Coming up next month, there will be another New England Open as well. We're going to see if we can get a stream going on that one, but that will definitely be closer to the end of the month. So stay tuned for a for sure date on that one. In the meantime, it's a lot of flesh and blood action, and not just for the folks that decided to travel across the pond.
Yeah, looking forward to these last 2 games.
You know what else? Yeah, wow. I was about to segue, but you did it for me. So let's go ahead and do that second to last game and head on down. Swell the music, Justin. We've got ourselves a match in front of us. It's Peter Buddensiek on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, our 4th seed versus Travis Wagner, Cindra, Kassai of Retribution, and the Scourge of AGE May.
And this time, Peter Buddensiek piloting an assassin, very disruptive style deck. This is the kind of thing that can sometimes gum up a ninja who doesn't like to block. But of course, we will have to wait and see how the cards fall, as nothing is set in stone in the game of Flesh and Blood.
No, it's set in Flesh and Blood, in fact.
Yep.
And these two are right in front of you. And Peter is thumbing his glasses as our sock puppet producer tells him that we just trash-talked him on stream. How about that, Vegas?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. It's all love for Peter Buddensiek. We are so thankful to have a player of his caliber traveling such a long distance to play in our events. And he's also just a swell guy, giving us plenty of hilarious things to talk about in the booth.
Yeah.
Gotta love him.
Great positive attitude. And he starts things off with the Hunter's Clave.
He starts off with Hunter's Clave, but then Travis says, I need to do a little bit of research here. Give me that mask, give me that hero power, and let me read it all up before we actually get underway here. Doesn't matter that Travis sees Slippy's pretty much every single week at Odyssey Games. He's still got to read all the cards.
Yeah.
Diligent is what Travis Wagner is.
It's important. You got to make sure you know exactly what you're doing and exactly what you're up against.
Diligent and literate, mind you.
Something I can't say for myself. Actual rocket scientist as well.
Yeah, he is a JPL rocket scientist. I thought I had more to say about that, but I don't. So he's going to start sending draconic attacks this way and that, seeing if he can engineer his way into the finals at AG May. How about them apples,
he's got to engineer himself out of this deep hole that he's dug on turn 0. There's no hole yet.
And it's not 1s and 0s he's going to use to do it. It's 3s and 4s.
Huh?
Well, yeah, binary.
Oh, right.
I assume they use
There
binary.
we go. There we go. Yeah, rockets. They're always binarying. There it is. First block of the game.
I left you out to die.
March of Loyalty.
I sent you to die there, my friend.
And the second dagger. Peter just
sending his blue cards to the bottom of his deck, clearing his hand out a little bit. Flick Knives, clearing that out, doing 1 chip and marking.
Very early flick for Peter here. Turn 0 is not usually something we see for Slippies that are a little less want to create daggers, but Peter proving me wrong. It's an Orb Weaver Spinneret, getting that Graphene Callisto token online very, very early here. And the follow-up swing, 4 go again, no matter what, because it is attacking a marked hero. Is Peter going to send all of the cards in his hand this first turn?
No way, right?
I don't know. There's maybe a way.
There's 2 more cards left for Travis. I mean, I can see just giving 1 and taking 1 and then saying, you're not going to send that.
I mean, Peter is also very happy to ditch these 2 blue double troubles early on.
Yeah.
Especially if he wasn't able to find them combined with a Just a Nick.
And Travis giving both cards. Peter's still not sending the last card, which was a Leave No Witness, preferring to use it for its full value, destroying an arsenal, which Travis did not have yet.
You have to think that was a heads-up play. Travis drawing up a plethora of 3s and 4s here. One of them is on the defense, though, electing to run Loyalty Beyond the Grave in this matchup.
That makes a lot of sense. Sometimes you just want to make sure you can't get disrupted, and the defense reactions, especially in Arsenal, can really help you do that.
And maybe when the Assassins are sending disruption your way turn after turn, perhaps the use case there is to just make sure that you get your 4 or 5 card hand rather than to get you to this fabled 6 card hand.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Travis, a lot to consider here. You have to imagine that defense reaction is poised for the Arsenal. Everything else he would love to convert on offense. I do see Taotao in the background of Travis's shot. That means that Fang game has concluded. Yeah. Patrick R is patting his tummy.
That body language tells me he maybe didn't make it over the finish line.
Entirely possible that our 3 Warriors has dwindled to 0 here on the top 8.
Unfortunate, as Travis thinks about how he wants to start this chain out, opting for, what is that?
Fire Tenant, strike first. Travis is marked here. He is not threatening a mark. Don't be fooled. And it's a Just a Nick, which wasn't able to be paired with those double troubles that are now on the bottom of the deck, instead devoted to the combat chain, which does give Travis a window into Peter's turn. It's so important to watch the way that Assassins block, and then it makes it so that you don't have to be as concerned, thinking about all of the possibilities every time they send an attack at you the next turn.
Yeah, and that is why just blocking in general is something that a lot of these classes don't want to do, preferring to send the 5-card hands. But of course, Assassin playing on both axes, a pretty defensive hero all in all, but also having a lot of offensive power.
Travis going for the flick immediately because I think he's only going to be able to send 2 more attacks.
Yeah.
So he's got to keep that Mask of Momentum live for as long as possible here.
Makes sense. Try to force a few more cards out of Peter.
Oh, and it's a Kunai of Retribution sent thanks to the free resource from Blood Splattered Vest.
I like that here because he can still threaten Mask off of this next card and then have a follow-up attack.
Peter takes that damage right away. 39 plays 35, currently in the favor of our Draconic Ninja, who has 3 cards left in hand. Has already dealt a good bit of damage so far. I see why he was forced to do that as well, because he doesn't have any more Draconic cards. He is not going to be able to buy daggers back at the end of this turn.
Ooh, yikes.
Right now it's 4 go again. Usually that's not a huge problem for these Redline Cindra decks.
The defense reaction here, hitting that breakpoint is huge for Peter because that means that the Mask of Momentum is efficiently stopped. As Travis thinks about just sending 1 more 4 power and passing.
4.
So even though there is a ton of red all over Travis's cards, there's only been 1 Draconic Chain Link this entire turn.
Yeah. And Peter really just blocking a lot, keeping that life total high.
Travis auditing his board and seeing that he cannot buy his daggers back, so he's going to just let them go to the graveyard, like most daggers do when they blow up, but usually not Cindra's. He has drawn up more non-Draconic cards. It might be really hard for him to buy those daggers back. Peter The follow-up is Leave No Witnesses, and we know he's got one parked squarely in the Arsenal as well, so it's going to be Arsenal disruption for some time. Luckily, Travis has a defense reaction in there. So
yeah, that's exactly the time you want to have that. Just go ahead, block 3, move on with your life.
Travis is not ready, however, to move on as of yet.
Just piecing out his turn, making sure he can effectively use his 4-card hand.
Unfortunately, he's got himself a little bit of a clunker here because he is unable to generate Draconic Chain Links, which means that Burning Blade Dance is not going to have go again.
Yeah, that is a big clunker.
It also means that Pain in the Backside and Burning Blade Dance, because Travis was not able to buy daggers back last turn, are going to lose a lot of value. A lot of their scary on hits that they normally pack behind them.
This might just be block with 2 cards from hand.
Block 1. No reactions.
No?
And 3.
Loyalty Beyond the Grave, the first copy thus far played out of the Arsenal for Travis. All the damage short up there thanks to the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Travis remains at a very healthy 39 to Peter's 34. Travis probably is going to have to go Pain in the Backside, Ancestral Empowerment, just to see if he can unbrick this hand.
Clean block.
Thumbing the Ancestral Empowerment as it flies down onto the combat chain. Can he turn this brick house into one of a volcano? It is Ignite. That is exactly what he needed to see here.
Thinking here.
Yeah, an extra Draconic card is really, really important.
33. Yeah. So this does not do the on hit because we don't have daggers.
Yeah. The use case for Ignite in this red line list, though, is to swing daggers, which, fortunately, Travis just doesn't have.
Yeah. Ignite does not bail him out here.
This is the...
Where can I ask that? Do I have to take the headphone off? I would take the headphone off. Okay.
Okay, headphones are coming off because there is a judge question for Travis Wagner, which means that you're going to come back to the casting desk and spend a little time with your boys, Bryce and Michael.
Yeah.
Michael, this is the least consistent play that I've seen from Travis today. It seems like he has been a non-stop train of head jabs and Ravenous Rabbles and Blaze Headlongs all day long. Like, the hands have just been lining up so nicely for him.
Absolutely. This is the first time I've seen him, like, brick at all. And it's a tough one. I mean, he's still going to send some damage, but to have another turn where you don't get to buy your daggers back, he is losing value big time. Not being able to flick one of those each turn, not being able to get the extra Draconic Chain Links to turn things on.
Presenting on hits that require you to have daggers actively equipped.
And what I'm worried about here for him is that after this turn ends, he's going to have to face an assassin that has the tempo. And as soon as an assassin has the tempo, if they just keep it, it gets really scary really fast as they start stripping those cards from your hand and preventing you from setting anything meaningful up.
Especially Slippy, who is very want to not be bricked just because he has an extra action point that assassins normally don't have every single turn.
That natural go again for a stealth card.
So it could be the beginning of the disruption train, which got started by the coal that is a bricked up hand from Cindra, Drakai of Retribution.
Yeah.
We'll see if things have gotten resolved in the background here. Travis is back in his seat. He doesn't have his headphones on, which probably means that he's not quite ready to play here. He has gone ahead and cleaned up his hero, all of his cards, his daggers, obviously, so he might just be picking everything up and going home. I'm getting word from our fake producer, Justin, that we are looking up a rules. We were looking at the rules policy here. Sleepy Connor is still awake enough to scroll on his phone. We've interrupted his regular scheduled programming of cat videos on YouTube to see if he can do his job.
The hero is back on the table, so that's good.
Okay, that's good. Travis
Just
hasn't
put
completely
it in
given
his
up.
hand for some reason.
He wasn't totally offended by having to wake up Sleepy Connor.
Yeah.
Do you think... I feel like we should get Connor a Snuggie.
Yeah.
You remember Snuggies?
I sure do.
Did you ever own one?
I did not.
Did you ever eat a jar of mayonnaise in a Snuggie?
I ate a jar of marshmallow cream in a Snuggie that I didn't ever put on or own. This is a fake scenario. I never did that. Actually, no, funny story. It's called marshmallow cream, right? It's like marshmallow, but it's like kind of gooey liquid.
I know what you're talking. What is it called?
Marshmallow.
It's like Jet Puff or something like that?
Yeah. That was the brand for sure. But as a child, I got into one of those jars with a spoon.
Oh, no.
And I just went to town on it.
And you knew how to use the spoon?
I was just old enough to know how to use the spoon, and I destroyed an entire jar of marshmallow cream or whatever they call it. I feel like there's another word for it, marshmallow.
Yeah, I know what you mean,
juice.
though. I respect the heck out of it.
But, man, that was good.
We've been talking about food a lot today, Michael. Let me tell you about, you've reminded me of a sandwich from my past. You ever heard of a fluffernutter?
No, that sounds disgusting. What is it?
It's not.
Okay.
It's, okay, picture this.
Yep.
2 pieces of bread, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what a sandwich is, right?
I've heard of those.
Okay, one of those pieces of bread is covered in peanut butter.
Right.
The other one is covered in that marshmallow cream.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Slap them together, that's a fluffernutter.
Oh, yeah. I'd eat that.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
I know you would.
Sure.
With maybe an extra layer of mayonnaise in between the peanut butter and the marshmallow?
I mean, I was going to say I would have eaten that as a child. Maybe not these days.
Well, when you're a child, you're like, why stop me with the bread and the peanut butter? Just give me the marshmallow cream.
Exactly. We got to figure out what the word for that is.
It's help us out, chat. I really think it's just marshmallow. I think it's just marshmallow cream.
Fluffernutter marshmallow cream.
JE46 and 2 is saying fluff.
I'm going to try Googling it while we wait. This is important.
Oh, wait. We have a game action, Michael.
Oh, okay.
It's Ignite. Sorry.
That'll have to wait.
The Fluffernutter question will have to remain unanswered just for a moment. It's 2 go again, and cost reduction on the next Draconic card that is played or activated. Unfortunately, Travis has literally none of those.
Yep. So 1 Draconic Chain Link, 2 damage coming through. Peter says, I don't care. Take it. 2 more cards to work with.
Chat is rising up in the name of fluff. We love you guys.
Marshmallow fluff.
Go ahead and make yourself a fluffernutter for me. I can't do it as of now because I didn't bring the supplies.
Thank you, chat, for chiming in.
2 go again, still in the combat chain. Peter, actually, I think, no, the damage has connected. Peter is down to 31.
Mm-hmm.
Currently at an 8 life deficit to Travis Wagner. Travis is pitching 1.
Is he able to activate that for 1 because it discounts the ability?
Travis, a rocket scientist indeed. He uses the cost reduction off of Ignite to activate Cindra, who is a Draconic hero, which is probably exactly what we were conferring with the judge about in order to buy back his 2 kunai and slightly unbrick this hand. It's not great.
It's not great.
But, you know, it does bode well for Travis's future in this game. And he's only taken 1 point of damage so far.
Yeah, Cindra without the daggers just loses so much value. So being able to get those back, even at the cost of another low-value turn, I think is worth it. But Peter now sitting at 31 with the 3-card hand to work with needs to start disrupting Travis and making him pay for that brick.
And yeesh, Michael, usually a very scary thing is when a Slippy pushes Mask of Perdition onto the combat chain, especially when they're not really blocking out an on-hit there. It might have been that Mask of Momentum was being threatened there, which is why Peter blocked with it. Okay. But also, there is a world where blocking with that Mask of Perdition can kind of spell doom in the form of a Bonds of Agony, because one of its use cases is just to be a free attack reaction on board with which to power up the paragraph that is written on that card. In this case, however, Peter has got himself a Pain in the Backside and a Sink Below in hand. So I think it's just going to be Pain in the Backside into the Leave No Witnesses, which is in the arsenal, pocket the Sink Below for later.
And maybe a little bit upset or sad that Travis didn't arsenal that turn instead of opting to pitch his last card to get those kunais back. But definitely take some of that oomph out of the Leave No Witness that is to follow.
You know what does have oomph? It's Pain in the Backside, which has plenty of targets for daggers for Peter Buddensiek. It looks like he is gesturing to the Hunter's Clave, which means that Travis is now marked. It's not going to be too important here because of the Leave No Witnesses that is coming across, and Travis not having an arsenal at this point is probably just going to take this damage.
Yeah, 4 damage. She's at 34. Probably pretty happy to trade back into a 4-card hand with life parity. As although it has seemed like Travis has clunked up a bit, I would say the same for Peter, just in terms of, like, I haven't been really impressed with his turns thus far. I haven't
jumped out of my seat with how powerful and disruptive it's been. It's really just been kind of vanilla damage on both sides of the table and in kind of low numbers as well.
Really curious to me that Peter doesn't elect to pop the Mask of Perdition there. I mean, he did this in on an earlier game against, I can't remember, I think it was Fang, trying to get those 2 silver to just buy the Mask of Perdition back. He has a much higher likelihood of getting those 2 silver off of 1 hit on Leave No Witnesses because this Cindra deck literally only runs 3 blues.
That's true.
So it is curious that he didn't go for it there.
Yeah, maybe just not fully grasping the situation of the likelihood of that just being a free use. Then again, does it matter all that much to banish 1 card?
It doesn't, but it does buy back the block value on Mask of Perdition.
Oh, true, yeah.
That's really what we care about.
Yeah.
Especially when your opponent is presenting an on-hit every single turn of Mask of Momentum. So, first attack from Travis connects. It's Rising Resentment. No banish on the on-hit there. The follow-up is Hot on their heels. 1 card to the block. Ancestral Empowerment gets over the top of Peter's defenses. So 2 chain links have hit this turn. Travis went ahead and drew a card. Ooh, and it's Hunt the Hunter in the hand, which he will be able to utilize if he gains another resource off of Blood Splattered Vest, only activated once this game thus far.
Thinking about reactions.
You can see he wants that resource.
But is now the time? That's the question for Travis, especially when he's holding on to a Wrath of Retribution.
Yeah, that's another very strong follow-up. Easier to block out, so unlikely to get the Mask of Momentum value. That being said, maybe
That's
you just
still a
follow it up.
nasty turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think you just want to pass reactions here, go Wrath of Retribution, kunai.
Yeah.
And then you can always flick later, and then ultimately you're threatening 2 Mask of Momentum triggers there, because even if Peter blocks out the Wrath of Retribution, which, as you said, is free, but then you go double kunai into mark the Hunt the Hunter, which is a really tough breakpoint to cover up, especially when your opponent has a Sink Below in Arsenal. Obviously, Travis doesn't know that, but
Travis has other ideas as he goes for the flick knives here, trying to get that resource.
1 left.
And opts for playing out.
Reactions from me. So take 1, get marked.
Probably arsenaling the Wrath of Retribution.
probably, which, while normally is a really good and prudent way to play, I tend to like playing off of Arsenal against these Assassin decks. I mean, I guess it insulates you from Codex of Frailty, but there's just so much Arsenal disruption.
True. Oh, wait.
He decides to play Wrath anyway.
Interesting.
A very curious choice here, Travis. Very interesting.
Is he going to buy back his dagger now and then end another turn with no daggers?
It is possible. I don't love that line. He does have the Dragon Scalar flight path.
He could have just... You can assume the kunai is going to hit, right? So you just get the resource then. You don't need to flick for the guaranteed resource.
I would think so. But in this case, Peter is covering this up. Wrath of Retribution, no damage conferred here. 30 plays 26. Looks like Peter is very committed to blocking at this point. Kunai of Retribution comes in for 2 go again. Is free thanks to the text on Wrath of Retribution. Command and Conquer devoted to the block here. Travis's Arsenal seems to be safe if he decides to set one up, but because he activated Blood Splattered Vest, I would have to imagine that
We'll activate Cindra.
that extra resource is going towards Hunt the Hunter.
Attack with another one.
He
only had 2 Draconic Chain Links.
Oh, the Wrath costs 3, so he had to flick it in order for it to, have the resources to play it. Well played, chat. Thank you for keeping us on our toes. And Peter's just blocking out here.
Shows how long Cindra's been out of favor here.
Sure.
We'll get a resource. And then you get a fealty. And we get a fealty, yep. All the things.
So, yeah, Travis just sort of being priced into what is a little bit more suboptimal.
Yeah. Oh, I'm at 24.
Yep.
Boop, boop.
Okay, we'll pay 1 for Hunt the Hunter.
And
we'll mark you again.
So that, just like that, Travis has gone from 1 counter on Blood Splattered Vest to 0 because he's used all 3 free resources this game, despite the fact that both players are above half their life total.
Yeah. And I think Peter has a sink below in Arsenal.
He does.
So,
19?
just takes it.
And you get another fealty.
Down to 19 is Peter Buddensiek. Travis has himself 2 fealties here. And the life totals are definitely in his favor at the moment, but once again, down to 0 daggers. And we saw how much that hampered his offensive potential.
Yeah, I will say, though, that in a red line list, it probably hurts less than the blue list. Not the end of the world, but defense reaction is not what you want to see to keep tempo. I mean, that being said, there's an 11 life deficit, and Peter is just passing back, and Travis has all the tempo in the world.
But he has 2 shelters from the storm in hand. Yes.
Oh, no.
2 shelters and a blaze headlong. He has no go again here.
Yikes.
Looks like the headphones are coming off once again. Travis has another question, I think, about activating Cindra, because it's really looking like this whole turn is going to be activate Cindra and pass.
Yeah, that could be it. And if that's it, yikes.
Yeah. He's a brick house, is Travis Wagner at the moment. Man, he has been drawing so hot all day. And even though he is bricked up at this point, he's still got himself an 11-point life lead.
You know what I will say, though? He's been drawing hot when he hasn't been bringing these defense reactions.
Yes.
So now that he's against the assassin and feels like he's priced into them, they're really gumming him up. It's almost like he'd be better off right now if he just didn't and just kept trying to play his game plan. Oh, I think the question was, if he uses the instant, does that count as playing the card for go again on Blaze Headlong? And the answer to that would be no.
Oh, discarding the shelter from the storm?
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Perish the thought, Travis.
Yeah. I mean, that's my guess. I'm just speculating here.
But now that he has played a Draconic Attack, whose name is Blaze Headlong, the Cindra hero ability is discounted by 1, so Travis can pitch 2 of these kind of bricked up cards in order to get his daggers back. Looks like he goes for both of those defense reactions.
I would have liked to see him put one in Arsenal.
I would have too, honestly, especially when you're passing with so much tempo in the favor of Peter after he was able to do a little bit of filtering or deny it with that sink below.
So instead of having a little bit of defensive value to help recover and prevent the disruption, he's opting to keep an offensive card, and now Peter's got all the tempo in the world.
Looks like it is 6 go again here. Art of Desire Body. This is the second use case that is really, really nice for this Mask of Perdition, because Peter is going to be able to pop that, banish 2 cards, and he's going to draw one and gain 1 life for every red that is banished there.
And this is definitely a card. As little as Ninja likes to block, this is one that I would be thinking about blocking. And all of a sudden, Travis wishes he had that D-React in Arsenal. That would just be so nice to be able to play that out here and have some insulation against any kind of pumps.
But with 2 cards in hand, you have to imagine, indeed, there's a shred from Peter Buddensiek.
So he just says no blocks.
And here we go.
Activation. Wide.
Activation of Mask of Perdition. Let's see what the draws are going to be, because these cards banished are almost assuredly going to be red. 6 damage comes through. There's 1 red. There's 2 red. So Peter is going to go up to 21 and draw 2 cards here and potentially go even wider this turn. Let's go ahead and see what they're going to be. Oh, take up the mantle and pick up the point. What a great way to go even wider. He's also got the shred in order to... I'm sorry. It was Savor Bloodshed, not pick up the point. So he's also going to be able to swing Hunter's Clave and then flick Graphene Callistra in order to draw a card off of that Savor Bloodshed. Boy, howdy. This is going to be a nasty turn right here, Michael.
Yeah.
It's only just begun.
And, you know, Travis bricked once before, didn't get punished. This time around, he is eating it for not having the pressure that he needs to keep.
Peter plays out Savor Bloodshed, takes a lick of his dagger, and then sends Hunter's Clave, coming in for 5 go again on hit mark, and then basically confer an assured card draw off of Flick Knives for the rest of the turn.
Yeah. He can't draw off this hit, right?
No.
First, he needs to get the mark, and then, but of course, the attack reaction next time you hit a Martiro. Yeah, so he can
With a dagger. So he's got to have this Hunter's Clave hit first. He needs Travis to disrespect this. And then he can come in with any old attack after that and flick the Graphene Calypso to draw another card.
Yeah, really, really powerful turn. Drawing 3, I heard, is pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, it's not bad. And Travis is wondering, man, should I have just packed myself a Balance of Justice instead of this Mask of Momentum?
He would have drawn more cards off of it.
5 damage comes across. Travis does indeed disrespect it, as ninjas are wont to do. So here comes Infect. Peter has the attack reaction in hand to sink into that attack, and then he's going to be able to flick that Graphene Calypso and draw any old card for the arsenal.
Wow.
Yup. Slippy be nasty, dude.
That was a turn. Still is a turn.
Slippy be so nasty, it's like he just ate a fluffernutter and, like, put it on himself rather than ate it.
Yeah.
That's a sticky mess right there.
I wouldn't recommend it.
No, nor would I. In fact, however, is going to get taken up. The mantle is going to get taken up on Infect.
He wants to draw more cards.
Why not?
He's not satisfied with just the one.
With the Savor Bloodshed card? It's interesting. I almost wonder if it's better to leave it as an Infect, because I don't... Oh, well, because he can do it at reaction speed, it's entirely possible that he draws himself into another attack reaction here, and he wants to insulate himself from that possibility so that he can not only draw a card to keep for later, he also wants one for right now if it happens that way. I think it was a Kiss of Death, though, in the hand. So no further attack reactions here. If this Art of Desire body connects...
Oh, he's got the...
oh, right. Snapdragon Scalers is at the ready. Peter's got everything accounted for here.
Man. So...
4
gets the
cards.
draws another card. Well, we haven't seen the banish yet, but I'm assuming it's red.
So nasty.
Travis praying for that Warmonger's Diplomacy on top.
Nope. It is a red indeed. So another life gain for Peter, up to 22, and another card drawn. Looks like it's a Bonds of Agony in hand.
That'll probably hit the arsenal.
I would have to imagine so. I think he's only seen one Just a Nick, so he is due for another one. Kiss of Death coming down. Not the best use case scenario for Kiss of Death, but it ain't bad when you're dealing with a random draw.
Yeah, well, now the life total says 22 to 12, and he's still staring down the barrel of another 4, and he just snap takes it. Travis with 5 cards in hand that he can, convert into offense, but at this point, he's going to really need to do a lot of damage to threaten anything.
Folks, at the start of this turn, life totals were 19 to 30. Travis just descended down, what is that, 22 life points?
Yeah. Peter went up 3.
Slippy looking good. If you do nothing to intercept him and put out no offensive potential.
I will say it's been interesting because Peter has been blocking all game, and then all of a sudden he just popped off.
Yeah. They really just need one turn with that Mask of Perdition, and that is probably exactly why Peter was just not willing to risk the popping of the mask on Leave No Witnesses.
It makes sense.
So 4 go again here. Art of the Dragon Blood for Travis Wagner is Draconic, thanks to the popping of a fealty. So it has go again, and it's also discounting 3 Draconic cards after the fact, and Travis has them to boot. Here comes Blaze Headlong. That's the first of those 3 that can be discounted by Art of the Dragon Blood. In this case, it's 4 go again. Costed 0 anyway, but he's got 2 more 1 costs in hand. This is going to be a lot of damage from Travis.
Yeah, Peter's got 2 4-block D-Reacts to work with here, though, so probably just going to go ahead and send one his way here, take the flick, and then get ready for the next one would be my guess. Maybe he just takes it.
Let's see what Peter's working with.
I think it was a Shelter and a Sink, and then I missed the offensive cards.
I think there's an Infiltrate, perhaps, and a Razor's Edge. Yes, it is Infiltrate and Razor's Edge. Shelter from the Storm, going to shore up that Blaze Headlong. The flick comes across. Peter descends on down to 17, and Mask of Momentum is still live.
Demonstrate Devotion, cheaper because of blood. Gets go again.
Another 4?
Fealty.
Another 4 here. This is definitely the turn that Travis wants to have in order to claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, and Peter's super happy to have that second reaction.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Cool.
Travis distends his vocal cords to say, pretty good, pretty good. Exactly the thing you say when you don't like what your opponent just did.
Yeah. And his jovial attitude seems to be dampened just a little bit as he can see the writing on the wall. He's in a bad spot right now. It certainly isn't out of the game yet, but it's looking tough. He's got quite the hill to climb to make up that life difference. And as long as Peter keeps taking the damage, eventually Travis, probably even this turn, is going to have to start blocking. And once ninjas have to start blocking, their value goes down the tubes.
Which makes you wonder, I mean, like, Travis had a good blocking hand on that last turn.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible that he would have gained more equity out of throwing those cards onto the defense.
If he could stop a draw, too, it would have been phenomenal. It's just, it's so hard to justify blocking into Assassin with the number of reactions that they bring. It's just, it feels like, well, if I do this and they still hit, then what?
2 cards in hand.
So Peter is leading off with a Bonds of Agony that was sitting in the arsenal. He's only got 1 attack reaction in hand and 1 on board. So this is entirely a bluff, which is the power of Slippy. I mean, like, no other assassins can bluff Bonds of Agony quite like this.
So it looks like the correct play from Travis would be to say no blocks. But, man, at 8 life...
Especially when your opponent has seen only 1 just a nick.
With 2 cards in hand and a Flick Knives, it's very likely that he has the 3 that he needs. Of course, he doesn't, and we know that. But Travis does not, and he is not happy to see that.
It is a risky proposition here. Travis, hand to Chinn, trying to sniff out the proper line here.
3 cards or 2? 2?
2 cards.
One of the things I like about being behind is that you can justify taking risks. Sometimes you just realize that your only out is for them not to have it, and you can afford, in that sense, you're going to lose if you do, so you might as well take the risky play here. And Travis is thinking about doing just that.
I think in Travis's seat, you have to assume that both of those cards in Peter's hand are reactions.
Well, let's say you do assume that, and then you give him, what, 3 cards?
No, I don't think you can give 3 cards necessarily. I think you need to figure out a 1-card block or like a 1-card plus equipment block that kind of insulates you from death. Like you have to, I'm just saying you have to like make a risk assessment there and then ultimately decide like, hey, if they have it, then great. But if they don't, what could it possibly be and how do I insulate myself from it?
Sure. Well, the if they don't, could it possibly be is this is a 1-power attack with go again, and not blocking would be correct, right? So it's when you are in this position, I'm not saying it's correct to do it, but if you feel like you can't win the game unless you eke some value out of thin air, this is the time to do it. This is the time to just gut call, you don't have it, no blocks.
I mean, obviously, you can block.
But it's a very difficult call to make. And if you make it wrong, you're dead. On board. No questions asked.
You mentioned thin air. It is getting ever thinner as the altitude of the top 8 here, the May Arcane Games and Events Open Series, Season 3, of course, reaches a fever pitch. 1 go again, still on the combat chain.
I love these moments in the top 8 with the players in the tank, the game on the line.
In order to love Flesh and Blood, you have to love these moments as a player, too.
Yeah.
They're so hard, but they're what makes the game so good.
Yeah. When you get good at making decisions under these circumstances, that's what propels you into victory.
Right now. Question.
He's thinking about committing equipment and a card, which would be a nice free 4 value to Peter if he just says cool and plays an attack.
He hasn't committed yet, though. There's a hand on his brow.
Yeah.
Surely tomorrow Travis is going to wake up and wonder where all this pain in my spine came from, and it's from this moment, armadilloing in front of the fearsome force that is Peter Buddensiek.
And he goes ahead and commits.
Show me if I'm wrong. We'll block 5.
Show me if I'm wrong, says Travis Wagner, and Peter is about to do just that. No reactions, he says.
Do you have any reactions? No. Nope. Okay.
Travis says no reactions,
3.
which means that Infiltrate is the follow-up here, and it's going to get all the way to 6 because Razor's Edge is locked and loaded for Peter.
No go again.
No go again.
God, the threat of Bonds of Agony. It just makes you make these blocks.
It makes you crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy making.
Razor's Edge. Move it to 6.
Razor's Edge up to 6. Travis is not dead, but Peter is going to get himself a free card, essentially,
Take 6, go to 2.
with which to use on his next turn.
Yeah.
Banish the top card.
Travis is down to 2. The banish is Ronin Renegade. A fantastic pickup for Peter.
Just a nice, clean go again that he can play.
Until the end of the next turn?
Yeah, so I can play it on my next turn. It's from the PT. I drafted 3. So I put all 3 in my deck.
Peter showing off his beautifully stamped Razor's Edges that make up the playset in his deck. Okay, Travis is down to 2, has a 10 life deficit to recover against Peter, and he only has 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal with which to do it. This is a good one to start off with, though. Oath of Loyalty, 4 go again. Only Draconic cards for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, does Peter take it and send that 4-card hand, or is he slow playing it all the way to the end?
One of those cards is a Command and Conquer, and all of those cards are red, so I would have to imagine that that card is going to be devoted to the block at some point.
Yep.
However, he doesn't have to worry about Mask of Momentum anymore. One of Peter's favorite cards, mind you. All of his social medias are tagged Mask of Momentum.
Ah, I didn't know that.
So if there's anybody that probably knows how to play against it, it's got to be Peter. 2 more damage comes through off of Ignite. Peter says it is not efficient to block that, so I just won't. Down to 6 is Peter. Kunai of Retribution comes in for free thanks to Ignite's text. 1 go again. Peter floats a resource and blocks with that Tunic.
One floating.
Which means that if Mask of Momentum was still on the arena, Peter would still be blocking diligently.
Yeah.
We'll use the fealty to make this Draconic.
Ravenous Rabble coming in and is Draconic thanks to the popping of a fealty token on Travis's side of the board. 4 go again here after revealing another Oath of Loyalty. And yes, here comes Command and Conquer to block out the majority of that damage. Peter takes 1, down to 5. And Travis is left with just 1 card in Arsenal. And he knows that Peter is at least going to start off the next turn with his own card, Ronin Renegade. Snatch being the follow-up
nice.
here.
It's a card.
It's the most Draconic snatch you've ever seen.
If you could top deck a D-React or something in this spot.
Could be huge. But a lot of them are at the bottom of the deck because he's been pitching them to pay for his hero ability.
Yeah.
Peter, however, doesn't have a clean way to block this. It would probably require his Flick Knives in order to do so.
Yeah.
But the flip side is going down to 1 against a deck that runs Flick Knives. Actually, he can't do that because Travis has not flicked yet this turn. So that would mean death.
Yeah, so he definitely needs to block this out and give 2 cards, which is actually
it's
a
relevant.
tough ask. Yeah, that's very
relevant.
meaningful. Travis really piecing together a good turn here despite being at 2 life.
Peter says, I need to hold on to those Flick Knives, though. I need some inevitability here.
Yeah.
Travis responds in kind. Flick Knives connects with Peter, which means that between that and the Snatch, Peter is down to 3. And we know the card drawn from Travis Wagner is Oath of Loyalty because we saw it on top of the deck with Ravenous Rabble, which means that Travis has a fantastic 1-card follow-up if he's able to get there. But that being said, Peter is going to go 3 chain links wide here, starting off with Kiss of Death.
Ooh,
and unless Travis has drawn the last copy of Shelter from the Storm, that is going to spell death here.
True.
Because the flick from Kiss of Death is going to confer 1 life loss as well.
Yeah. I was worried that Peter might not, because I thought maybe he'd have to take 2 turns if Travis could block out. It's only a 2-card hand. It's not that scary, but in this case, with 2 life, he's got just what he needs.
That should be all she wrote. Travis is checking everything, just making sure that that card in Arsenal hasn't been transformed into a Calming Breeze or something like that, making sure that
you never know.
He has maintained his literacy. Thinking about the possibility.
And there's the Ronin Renegade that I forgot about.
Ronin Renegade 3 go again here. Also enables Peter to do the game-winning flick here. He's 1 flick away from the finals here at Arcane Games and Events. He's flicked it, and Travis extends the fist bump, which means that Peter Buddensiek is ascending to the finals.
Love it. Congratulations to Peter. What a game. Nail biter.
It is going to be an assassin off, ladies and gentlemen. We have received word that Taotao was able to kill his second Fang of the day and ascend to the finals himself. So it's Aracne slip through the cracks versus Aracne Marionette.
And I gotta say, yikes, because Aracne slipped through the cracks. If anyone remembers this hero, one of the reasons that people were not super hot on him right away was he can first go again to both sides of the table. Every first stealth card of the turn gets go again. So you got to think that Aracne Marionette is feeling pretty good to have this as the final match of the day.
There are some very interesting intricacies in that match. This is by no means going to be a cut and dry assassin mirror here. The multiple personality syndrome is going to be running rampant here at the feature match area. Aracne is going to be looking at themselves and saying, you look different.
You know, I don't think I've seen this matchup before. Now that I really rewind my brain, I've, maybe once on Talashar type of thing, but especially not between two really skilled assassin players in Peter and Taotao. I am looking forward to seeing how this match goes. I'm scared for Peter. It seems like that hero power could just really bite him, but if you're telling me that this is not cut and dry, then we will just have to wait and see how the cards fall, because the Slippy hero power and the way that you can build the deck, it's powerful. We just saw what it can do.
This is going to be a very special treat for you, Michael, because not only are you seeing this matchup for the first time, you are also seeing it played probably at the highest level possible.
This is great. I can't wait.
Well, let's stop talking about it. Let's be about it. Let's go to a quick break, and we'll be back with the finals here at Arcane Games and Events, May Season 3. After that. We are in the twilight of the May edition of Arcane Games and Events Open Series in May, of course. It's Season 3, and we are going to crown yet another champion in just moments. Let's go ahead and take a look at that top 8 bracket. You just saw Peter Buddensiek take down Travis Wagner, and that's not the only Draconic hero that is just falling left and right to these assassins. Taotao assassinated 2 Draconic warriors on his way to the finals here, and Peter did so in kind against Travis.
Wow, we're really seeing that heavy, not heavy hitters, the hunted storylines play out. Assassins in all different shapes and sizes and masks taking out the Draconic heroes that are chasing them down.
Bottom line, the hunted is looking absolutely fierce after this top 8 bracket has played out. Just by the time we were in the semis, it was nothing but hunted.
Yeah.
And we are ready, so we're going to proceed on down to the match area and crown ourselves yet another champion here in May.
Looking forward to it.
It's Peter Buddensiek on the left side of your screen, and in the other corner, it's Taotao, the scourge of Santa Clara, the man that took down not only a battle-hardened, but also a ProQuest Plus in the same weekend. Man, does he know how to play this hero.
Oh, yeah. I will say Peter does too, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this falls.
It'll all kind of come out to how much Taotao can leverage the 2 hero abilities that he has now. That being said, Taotao does run a lot of dagger pumps here. He's mainly a dagger-centric build, and so if he's not able to totally capitalize on the stealth go again, then Peter might be able to close out this game the old-fashioned way.
Peter just giving that hand, pitching it away, 2 daggers up front. Could help in a fatigue match to get a little bit card ahead.
Buying himself a little bit of space. Taotao is incredibly used to playing long games. He is a fatigue master and has been doing it on Azuri for a very long time before he finally switched to a different assassin at the advent of the Hunted. It's cut from the same cloth, coming out of the hand of Taotao, which means that he has perfect information about what is going to be coming his way. And also, Peter is going to be marked.
And pairing that alongside Bonds of Agony, Justin Nick, is just the kind of information Taotao wants to see. Really good to peep that before it comes down.
And the follow-up, Michael, it's not just going to be a Hunter's Clave for 5. It's going to be Kiss of Death for 8.
Ouch.
A monstrous attack here, especially when your opponent, when your opponent's hero ability gives this attack go again.
Very true. Very true.
And Arachne Marionette is also giving an extra little boost there.
Yeah, I mean, it would have had go again anyway.
Yeah. Well, go again on hit.
9.
Right.
29.
And Peter takes it. Well, there goes our fatigue fantasy.
Yes, it seems to be that it's going to be a bloodbath here for the finals. Could happen even quicker than we think. Hunter's Clave is the follow-up here. 1 go again, threatening to remark Peter, despite the fact that he just lost the mark conferred by cut from the same cloth.
And it looks like Peter, even though Taotao knows exactly what he's going to do, is opting to do it anyway, because it's extremely powerful.
27.
Flicking the Kiss of Death is Taotao, giving Peter a good smack on the lips. And another mark to boot.
And starting the game off with a 3-card 14.
My goodness, and it's a 6 into Arachne Trapdoor. Things are coming up Taotao right now. He is making this look awfully easy, especially when you can play 5 intellect hands with a card in Arsenal.
Yeah, that was a 3-card 14.
A card banished there, but then swiftly pulled back from Taotao. Perhaps mind gaming Peter because he didn't bring any traps in. That's not likely. Peter, however, staring down a hand that Taotao knows all about. It's Justin Nick, Tarantula Toxin, Bonds of Agony, I believe, and Pain in the backside. A very fearsome hand, gotta say. But usually only if your opponent doesn't know what's coming.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe Taotao, due to knowing it, is just going to lay the whole hand down, and I don't know.
He has the ability to withhold some information. I think he just flashed a shelter from the storm, too, so he's going to have at least 7 just in defense reactions at the ready for this Bonds of Agony.
Really good timing.
3 go again.
Pain in the backside is the beginning of this turn for Peter. 3 go again, looking to get a little bit of extra damage and a mark off on hit.
Yep, and there it is.
And then this
we are racing.
First blood is drawn on the side of Arachne Marionette. Down to 36 is Taotao. 26 plays 36, a 10 life deficit. Feels like a mountain for Peter to climb right now, but he's got a lot of cards to do it. Bonds of Agony coming in. First stealth attack for Peter, so it'll have go again no matter what. And Taotao gets all of the information here. He's got another defense reaction in hand as well.
So he can just kind of say no blocks and just make Peter react on this. Of course, the risk is, even though you know all the cards in hand, it's possible that there's maybe another Bonds in Arsenal or something. So Taotao doesn't have perfect information. And so this block here could still get a little bit slippery.
One of the things I want to draw our attention to is after we resolve all of these things, we've got Tarantula Toxin. Taotao is putting that blocked card face down to show that it is no longer blocking. There's also a flick of the Hunter's Clave and a Just a Nick to boot, which means that this Bonds of Agony, I'm going to pause for Peter to do the math for me, is coming in for 9, I believe is what he's indicating there.
So easy block with the reactions Taotao has in hand and in Banish.
Currently no blocks on this attack, because Tarantula Toxin essentially shredded the Stains of the Red back. 2 traps plus the Shelter from the Storm is going to absolutely blow Peter out at this point.
Close the chain.
Closing the chain is Peter Buddensiek, licking his wounds as Taotao gets to keep 2 cards after what should have been a totally backbreaking play. Peter does have a follow-up here, though. It is Codex of Frailty, and let's see what he elects to grab here.
Yeah, that is a very good card.
Unfortunately, there just hasn't been that much put in the yard as of yet, so Peter's best target here is just pain in the backside. Taotao is forced to discard here, though.
And I guess the upside here is Peter definitely has the tempo at the end of this turn and may have the ability to string together another huge powerhouse turn after this, but sending it.
But Taotao is discarding a Command and Conquer because he's got Take Up the Mantle in hand and a Stealth card in Arsenal.
Can you use that to get Command and Conquer?
No, it has to be a card with Stealth.
Right, okay.
Taotao having to think here, decides to block anyway. Just holds on to the Kiss of Death. Probably going to draw up and pass. Very diligent and patient play.
Yeah.
From someone who is an absolute monster in this game.
I will say, 9 life difference after that huge turn from Taotao. The fact that Peter has the tempo and Taotao is likely to just pass, and there it is, it's not that bad. I mean, Peter needs a really good turn right here, right now, and we do see at least a Just a Nick in hand. Is that 2?
And Peter could have been thinking that, yeah, sure, he has perfect information about this.
Just a Nick and a double trouble?
There's a Bonds of Agony.
Oh, it was a Bonds.
Yeah, so Bonds plus Just a Nick is A-okay with us, but he's only got 1 dagger left. Just a Nick plus Flick Knives does not equal 3. He's going to need 1 more in order to activate that Bonds of Agony. He's hoping this time he can maybe buy a little bit of an overblock from Taotao. Oh my goodness, and he's going to become Trapdoor immediately once again. So Peter is massively rewarded if he didn't want to actually push this up to its full potential.
He did have the Just a Nick, though, and that is...
Which is not going to be able to be utilized here. Unless he wants to just leak 1 damage and banish the top card of Taotao's deck.
Does it actually work that way? That you just search it and play it this turn? That's actually crazy.
Yeah, this turn. Until the start of my next turn.
Yo, that's crazy.
Peter saying that's crazy. Trapdoor is one of the best demi-heroes for a reason. So the Mask of Deceit is a really interesting card in this matchup, specifically on the Slippy side of the board, because when Arachne Slip Through the Cracks becomes any other of one of those demi-heroes, his hero text ceases to exist, which means that if Taotao at some point sends a stealth attack thinking that it's going to assuredly have go again no matter what, there's nothing to stop Peter from blocking with that Mask of Deceit, transforming into another hero, and robbing Go Again from that stealth attack.
That's kind of cool.
That being said, Taotao has plenty of counterplay to that. He can always flick knives in a Hunter's Clave to then mark Peter, and if he's not blocking it out properly, then Marionette would still confer Go Again. There's just a lot of intricacies to this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Both
Peter sidestepping that overblock and going and putting the
double trouble.
Double trouble with, and I like this here. The Snapdragons is the second reaction to then send another power card. And is the last card in his hand a reaction?
It's a Shelter from the Storm, so he's going to be insulated a little bit on the next turn. So passing back over to Taotao. Peter is climbing a mountain here. 26 plays 30. Only 4 life points separate these two players. Taotao, however, has a Kiss of Death in arsenal and 2 cards in hand with which to work. Kiss of Death is going to be the first one here.
And this one currently has a Go Again. As you pointed out, he can rob him of it if he chooses to.
Especially because Taotao is currently Arachne Trapdoor.
Yeah.
So there's no counterplay he can use here because Peter is marked.
That would be a very interesting play. I don't know if it's the right time or not.
I kind of think this is the only chance he's going to get, really.
22.
Well, I mean, he has other ways to use the mask on offense.
Sure. Which, like, you can do both of those things. You know, you block with the Mask of Deceit, you become another hero. That being said, Taotao is not marked, so Peter wouldn't be able to choose. Flick Knives coming through off of the flick of the Kiss of Death, and then Shelter from the Storm in Peter's arsenal covers up that Leave No Witnesses very nicely indeed. There is a 10 life deficit once again for Peter, and he's got himself 3 cards. Orb Weaver Spinneret is the first, going to generate a Graphene Calystra and confer +3 to the next attack with Stealth this turn.
Yeah, and things are looking tough right now for Peter. However, he's gotten through some of those really important pieces. 2 trapdoors have already been, gotten through. Of course, he could keep hitting 6s, but at the very least, the guaranteed one off the mask is gone, and that feels good.
No Go Again on the floor.
Good, clean, Slippy play here. Orb Weaver Spinneret, Kiss of Death. Has the Go Again, of course. Even though it's shored up by Taotao, this Kiss of Death is going to get flicked, confer 2 points of damage there, and it looks like Taotao is saying no blocks, but there's a Sink Below lurking in the hand, which means no damage from this Infect, no Blood Rot, infecting our Marionette friend.
Slowly clawing his way back, 20 to 28. 2 cards for Taotao to work with, and another Kiss of Death. Is this the third one?
This is the third one, but he has recurred one thanks to Peter's Codex.
That will happen a lot in this matchup. So maybe the third of 6 or even 9.
3 Go Again here. Again, Peter has the opportunity to block with a Mask of Deceit and potentially turn off this turn, but Taotao was always going to flick that Hunter's Clave. Means that 1 damage is coming through. I think Peter has himself a Shelter from the Storm in hand. So he could cover that up, but elects no, maybe just no. It is in the hand right there.
He also has a Sink Below in arsenal, I think.
So Shelter from the Storm covering up all of the damage on that Kiss of Death. Has Go Again, though, because Taotao has both the text of Slip Through the Cracks and Marionette. The follow-up here is Codex of Frailty. Peter is a little bit insulated, but Taotao finding himself a Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, really good card. Of course, having another D-React here would be great. And Peter just snap blocks, Sink Below, bottoms a card.
I'm going to go to my end phase and transform first, then ponder.
Okay. Transform before the ponder.
6 this time. 'Cause I'm out.
Oh. Another 6. This time Taotao not happy to see it. Probably because he's
no
out
more
of
traps?
Yeah, that would, and he just doesn't even go to look. So that's got to be it.
I guess Taotao respects Peter too much to go for the bluff.
Yep.
Kiss of Death is the lead off for Peter Buddensiek. 3 Go Again here. 1 card in hand. I'm sorry, 2 cards in hand. One of which is Double Trouble. I think there is a Tarantula Toxin as well, so Peter is probably wishing, it is a Tarantula Toxin. He really would have rather Taotao block with a card there so he could get maximum value. Decides to hold on to it and see if there's a better use case for it down the line.
I believe he has a Frailty, so that should be for 0.
That should be for 0. You are correct about that. Peter's catching it now.
You can take it back.
Saying he can take it back if he wants to.
But Peter's like, I don't really have anything better to do.
Yeah, that's kind of all he's got.
He's just going to send double trouble.
No go again on this one.
Yeah, no go again on this one.
Still a better choice.
1 is more than 0.
I'm thinking if I want to block this, I'll say no blocks.
I'll flick.
Yeah.
So I'll take 2.
Yep, 22.
Do you have a second reaction?
No.
Take 1.
Unfortunately, no second reaction here because it is Tarantula Toxin, and the only mode chosen right there would have been give a card defending an attack with stealth -3. And unfortunately, there were no blocking cards because Taotao is very happy with this hand, it would seem. Orb Weaver Spinneret in the blue is the leadoff.
Yeah, despite the life totals becoming equal almost, 5-card hand is scary, and a Bonds of Agony is scarier.
And it's got go again. However, Taotao is Arachne Trapdoor, so this is another instance where Peter could just shove Mask of Deceit in front of this and turn off go again.
True. We'll have to ask him after the game if he never does that play, if he is aware of it.
Which, granted, I mean, Taotao has a plethora of attack reactions here, so it's not like... It's not like this turn lives or dies based on whether or not he has
also
go
has
again.
Snapdragon Scalers, so
True.
that might not be the sneaky play that it's made out to be as long as those are still on the field.
Especially when you're dealing with the Bonds of Agony. But Peter has gone through a ton of defense reactions here, but he is thumbing himself a Mask of Deceit.
Okay.
Can he be so lucky and transform into Trapdoor?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like it's an 8 block here. Peter is rolling Taotao's dice. It's a 5, becoming Tarantula.
Okay.
Peter thought for sure it was going to be a trapdoor for him as well. I think Peter possibly laughing because he doesn't have the demi-heroes.
Borrowing from Taotao graciously.
Taotao thinking here.
You got 2 cards left.
Bottom line, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks has become a new hero, which means that his hero text is no longer relevant, and Taotao being Arachne Trapdoor has no way to give this attack go again unless it's the Snapdragon Scalers.
Yep.
And here they come. So Bonds of Agony is going to have go again here, which means that Peter way overblocked this. But what is going to be the follow-up from Taotao here? Looks like it's a Mark of the Black Widow. So I think one of those...
One go again?
He's pitching it.
Ah, this is another clever play here. I think this is going to be a Take Up the Mantle here. Take Up the Mantle on Graphene Calistera is one of the sneakiest plays these assassins have access to here. Graphene Calistera, of course, has stealth, even though it is a weapon and a dagger.
No.
Oh, no. Just a classic
Conquer.
CNC.
And we know that Peter's got a D-React in hand, so he's not happy to see that.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Take Up the Mantle is attack action cards.
Oh,
maybe?
yeah. I think we went over that already.
Yeah, okay. All right,
Can't
we went
use
over
it
that.
on so sneaky, it's not even allowed.
Yeah, you just make your opponent think that it is. And then
If your opponent is Bryce.
And then you know that they think that you know that we know that we're just waiting
and
and biding
gets
time so we
hit
can
by
eat
that
fluffernutters.
and loses his arsenal.
Bye, Arsenal. Peter Buddensiek descends on down to 12, losing that infiltrate that was lurking and looming large.
He's got a Sink Below and a Codex in hand.
So that Mask of Deceit play does have a little bit of a double-edged sword effect to it. So Peter now is lacking go again that he normally can depend on to make these turns go super wide.
As a reaction, then on hit, it would get go again, but you're not marionette.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Unlucky for you.
Yeah.
A lot of intricacies to these assassin mirrors.
Yeah.
Really, it's a really huge pleasure to be watching both players of this caliber playing it out. Codex of Frailty in the pitch, Hunter's Clave coming across for Peter.
Codex usually conferring 7 value, now just 1.
7 value, I thought it was 6,000.
Somewhere in between that.
Taotao is marked with a very beautiful full art cold foil mark token. Mind you, Graphene Calistera is going to have go again here, despite the fact that Peter is not Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. So Taotao takes 2 here because every time one of these daggers is connecting, Arachne Tarantula is causing him to lose 1 life.
Well, silver linings, I suppose, but once again, Taotao with the 5-card hand to work with.
It's a Tarantula Toxin. Has he found the last copy of Kiss of Death in the deck?
Looking through that graveyard.
But man, holding strong is Peter Buddensiek. 12 plays 17 at this point. I mean, granted, Taotao is about to swing a 5-card hand, but
yeah.
I mean, Peter has been making this look fairly close, despite the fact that Taotao is having some massive turns. I believe before the match started, Peter was saying that this is like a 95-5 matchup, and he's making it look a lot closer than that.
Sure. And we see another abuse of Arachne slip through the cracks as this one go again. It's such an annoying thing to have to deal with. Like, are you pumping it? Are you just going again? Luckily for Peter, he does have a D-React in Arsenal, so he's got a little bit of insulation against the pump and goes and reaches for that tunic to just say, oh, and another block.
Always gamble.
4 block to 1. Always gamble, says Taotao, flicking a Hunter's Clave. Peter becomes marked, which probably means that take up the mantle from the Arsenal is coming out to play. Yes, indeed. Oh, why not 2? Turning into probably Bonds of Agony, yes, indeed, because that is the 3rd attack reaction necessary to turn on the full power of that card. Ew.
4 blocking 10.
Ew.
11.
This is 11 thanks to the Arachne Marionette hero text.
If he doesn't have 2 D-Reacts, he's getting hit by this.
That's 1, but I think all the others have been played. Peter's sinking away a Command and Conquer to see if he can find another one. No. Alas, no, it is a double trouble.
It's more than 1, right? It's 8 on.
Oh, yeah, sorry, take
Taotao saying take 1. Peter's like, surely there's more than that.
I synced my good card away.
Unfortunately, Peter's saying he sunk his good card. It was Command and Conquer. He was never going to be able to play it on his turn because almost assuredly Taotao would have Bonds of Agony it away. Instead, it's Persuasive Prognosis. Probably going to find a lot of good, juicy copies in the deck.
Yeah.
There's that. There's that.
And there they go. Never to see the light of day.
Proggy Woggy no more.
You got 1 sink, 1 shelter.
And as painful as it is to lose that card, it's even more painful in this spot because he's now down to 2 left to defend his 8 life. And Taotao still has 2 as well.
It's another nasty turn for the Marionette, who is definitely holding the strings in this match. Our 4th seed versus the 3rd seed here at the finals of the May AGE Open Series.
And he's putting on the hurt. A Calistera coming in 4/4 and 1 card left in hand. If this is like a Tarantula Toxin, oh my god.
You called it, brother.
Yeah.
And that should bring Peter on down to 1.
The defeated from Peter.
You hate to see it, but this is a $200 match that seems to be going the way of Taotao right now. Peter does have a retort. It's just pain in the backside with a cheeky little 2 hands put together. Because surely he has something to follow up with, right?
Yeah, just praying to the brick lords that Taotao bricks harder than he's ever bricked before, but 3 usable cards in his hand at this moment.
A flick comes through, 1 plays 16, and Taotao is in a position that he has been in all day long, where he is master and commander of this Flesh and Blood game, and boy, is he sending some nasty pain Peter's way. Right now, it is up sticks and run into Graphene Calistera. This is 5, currently with Go again because of Arachne slip through the cracks, doing a masterful job of utilizing both players' hero abilities this game.
Goes ahead and closes that chain. Sends another one.
Another up 6 and run. Why not? Flick knives. And down goes Peter Buddensiek, which means
flicks his own dagger in response.
Taotao Chu has taken down yet another high-profile Flesh and Blood event. This one, the AGE Open Series, May Open, Season 3, taking it down, taking home $400 and 30 AGE points, cementing himself as a mainstay and a contender for the Players' Championship.
Congratulations to Taotao. That Assassin Mirror was brutal. And I think despite what you told me, it looked really, really tough for Hackney slip through the cracks to deal with that go again on every single stealth card.
It's incredibly hard, but Peter did do a good show of it. He did his best, and you know, that is one of the considerations of bringing Slippy to any event. You have to be prepared for these Assassin Mirrors. We are going to have one Assassin age out sooner rather than later. New should be gone fairly soon. Either way you slice it, and then, I mean, Marionette is just not as high in popularity, but Taotao's doing everything he can to make people believe that this is the best deck in the format.
I really like what he's done with the deck. I mean, what I've traditionally seen as the Assassin's weakness, which is sort of lower damage numbers, he's just gone and said, what are you talking about? I do massive damage. These daggers, the Kiss of Death, like he had a 3-card 14 in damage. That's not a low number at all. So proving me wrong a little bit.
Stabby, stabby, flicky, flicky is the name of the game as if you're Taotao, which means that we've got a very fun job to do now, Michael. We are going to crown the AGE Open champion for May 2025.
Awesome.
And also confer a little bit of prize money and AGE points. That's right, it's $400 to Taotao and 30 AGE points. But Peter's not going home with nothing. He's got $200 with which to blast in Las Vegas, which is his hometown.
Ooh.
Probably all on slots, I would have to imagine, based on what I know about Peter.
Okay, I didn't know he was a casino gambler.
No, he's not. He's a flesh and blood gambler, and we like him even more for that. But we'll have an interview with our winner, Taotao, in just a moment. We'll be back with more talkie-talkie and less stabby-stabby after this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is yet another AGE Open that is closing itself in the twilight at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. I am here with our winner, Taotao. Congratulations, my friend. You're on an absolute tear at the moment. We've been calling you the terror of Santa Clara all day long after you took down the Battle Hardened and the PQ Plus in a back-to-back weekend, and now you're here showing just how strong this Arachne Marionette build is of yours at AGE.
Yeah, I think prior to High C's release, with basically all of Arachne's natural predators either banned or LL'd out, this is the best deck in the format. Because right now, I think the only small weakness the deck has is Florian. And with the Germinate gone and with the Scepter gone, it's closer to like a 40 to 45%, whereas everything else is even to favored. There's no free wins with this deck because you do have to basically fight everyone. But I also don't think that it has any real weaknesses anymore.
So the Hunt had introduced a lot of new tools for Assassin, and you have been an Assassin main for quite some time.
Yes, starting with the Arachne Huntsman back in Dynasty.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you've played pretty much every Assassin up until this point?
Yes, I have played every Assassin except for Slippy, I think.
Is this your favorite one? Is Marionette your favorite?
By far, yes. By far the most fun.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. And you have a very unique build to Marionette. A lot of people, early on at least, were leaning on a lot of stealth attacks, very heavy in that category. But you said no.
I was too, actually.
Yeah.
So like I think like the like who was it? Tom Battalia's build that took 9th at Minneapolis or something. So that sort of build, it's really good when your opponent doesn't know what to do. As soon as your opponent knows to stop the mark, then the whole thing crumbles. Like you have attacks like Mark the Black Widow, which are when they were previewed in like preview season, we thought they were pretty good. But then Mark of the Black Widow actually turns out to be just extremely mediocre because you essentially have to land 2 on hits in order to get 1 banish, and also you don't even get to choose the banish like with the Persuasive Prognosis or whatever. So it's just kind of okay. Whereas with the dagger builds, it turns out Assassin got 3 different non-attack actions that buff the daggers by 4. So if you just swing a big dagger, then everybody dies to damage. So.
And important to mention that one of those buffs also allows you to draw cards essentially at reaction speed with flick knives.
Right. You can draw cards. Another one like gets you your daggers back after you flick them, and the third one shows you your opponent's hand. And if they have an attack reaction, like if you're playing in the mirror or against like a warrior, then you'll get to mark them for free. And Mark is like I think in my experience, Mark averages out to maybe 1.5 points of value. So if it gets +4 and you also mark them, then you're getting like 5.5 points of value roughly. It's just like the numbers are crazy, and Calycera being like I think just a really powerful weapon because with the base form, like like a bad turn would be if I pitch a blue for a Clave to mark, and then I swing Calycera for 2 to like remove the mark and swing for 2 go again, and that's still like a split 3 off of any blue. And then generating Calycera like red Orweaver Spinneret sticks 1 on board, gives +3, and then with another +1 from Marionette, it can be just like swing for 5 go again, and also you get to flick it later for another point. So like the numbers are kind of crazy. And another two things that make the dagger build good is that with Tunic, because Tunic is an integral part of this build. If you have like a handful of dagger buffs, you can buff them up and then you use Tunic to swing Calycera for a massive number, or you can block Hat if your opponent's marked and turn it to Orweaver, and Orweaver discounts your Calycera by 1. So if you don't have Tunic available, you essentially, instead of needing to, if you have a bunch of red buffs, you can, instead of pitching a red, you can just like play all of them and then swing for free. So that Hat transformation, if you transform into Orweaver, then it's worth minimum 5 points of value at that point. So yeah, I think just numerically, even if the daggers don't have a ton of on hit disruption like Assassin's known for, it's still numerically very powerful. And then if you transform into something like Black Widow, you can still attach the disruptive on hits onto your daggers. So.
And I think the numbers specifically on the daggers are what has been kind of a hang-up for people like adopting this build, right? Yeah. But I want to turn to, we've talked about the fact that you've played every single assassin in Flesh and Blood. I wonder, because this build utilizes so many of the new tools from the Hunted, are you actually able to lean on a lot of your older assassin experience in like manufacturing this Marionette list and like the intricacies of playing it, or is it really a new skill set?
Yeah, well, yeah, like this list basically started out as an Uzuri list where I started trimming, the 2 for 6s and brought in more mark on hits, and then eventually I brought in more dagger stuff, and then I took out like some of the less good stealth attacks, and then like more dagger stuff, and then now like I'm sort of on this hybrid list where I know like some people who have taken my list and adopted it into like more of a pure dagger style. They're running stuff like Incision is like a +3 react just for daggers, and it blocks 3, so that's okay. And then like Shreds instead of Take Up the Mantle. I'm still more on like a hybrid list where against aggro decks that I want to disrupt, like Cindra, for example, I'd still rather have cards like 1 or 2 Mark of the Black Widow, so that I can actually take a card to, making 4 cards, 3 cards instead of 4 cards is pretty good against aggro decks. And then against longer matchups, I'm running a total of 9 D-Reacts currently, so like 3 Sync, 3 Shelter from the Storm, and 3 Traps. And so against matchups like Verdance, for example, you take them all out, you bring in 9 dagger cards, and you start swinging the daggers. So.
It's hard not to be tempted by it when I hear you actually talking about it and breaking down the numbers, which is why I want to point people to somewhere where you basically did a masterclass of this deck after your Great Santa Clara run, and that was, of course, with Alan Lube on YouTube.
Yeah, we talked for, I think, a couple hours about just like the various lines. I think we didn't go too in depth into, like, one thing I haven't done with him is maybe gameplay videos of like kind of breaking down the lines of how to play. But I also think that experience is the best teacher for this sort of thing. And this is also, I personally believe it's like the most difficult deck I've played in Flesh and Blood, and it's definitely one that will just like crap on you if you don't know how to navigate the hands. Obviously, like my one game on stream playing against Slippy, it's a pretty favorite matchup because he's giving his ability to me. But in general, because you don't have any free matchups, you have to actually play well in every single game. So there's really no substitute for just like grinding a ton of reps. Yeah.
But play well, you definitely tend to. How many reps do you think, like ballpark, you had to do before you would say, like, okay, I'm proficient at this deck. I can take this confidently to a tournament into whatever field?
I think if you're experienced with other assassins, you could do like 50 to 100. And then if you've never played assassins before, it'd be closer to 500.
Are you 500 in, would you say?
With this deck, maybe around 500, and then just like I think like with the previous assassins, over 1,000.
Yeah, absolutely. So is Azuri ever going to come back into favor for you, or is Marionette it?
If Azuri gets another specialization that's really good, maybe. I think the problem with other assassins, so Nu is, Nu's kind of her own thing. She gets to play the Mystic cards, and she's like still a pretty solid deck. The other assassins, we have Slippy, which I personally don't like the playstyle. So whether or not it's good, it's not relevant to me because I just don't really like the style of just like plopping down your entire hand every turn and then like maybe blocking a little bit and then like throwing down another 3 go again react. It's kind of like you're playing Fi, but you have some on hits and some reactions. It's like not really a style I enjoy. And then there's like Azuri and Huntsman. Huntsman, unfortunately, because any specialization that gets printed for Huntsman also works in Marionette. Marionette just has a way better text. So
right.
Unfortunately, Huntsman is out. Azuri, her text is also just, I think, worse than Marionette. Because she doesn't just natively give +1. And like I think some of the newer Azuri lists that have seen some success are still running some of the dagger stuff. But if you're running dagger stuff, like you might as well just play Marionette, right? And you get your +1 on the Calistera. So yeah, and you get to transform into Orb Weaver. So it's just crazy. Yeah.
A convincing performance here and a convincing breakdown of the deck. Taotao, before I let you go, I want to play a little game that I like to play, and it's called One Card to Break. And I want to play it specifically in regards to Arachne Huntsman, the guy that got you into the assassin class. Not the guy, the amorphous thing.
The thing.
Yeah. Okay, what is one card that you could design to actually make Arachne Huntsman, let's say competitive, not necessarily broken?
I think maybe if you gave them an errata, like sort of how Briar got an errata to make her worse. If you gave Arachne an errata to make them better, when you play a contract card, you look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. I actually kind of think that's what it should have been from the beginning, and maybe it would have been like too powerful at that time. But like in the current meta, it'd be fine. If you actually look at the top 2 and you can put either of them or both onto the bottom, and then the rest on top in any order, that makes it so that you have like a manipulation of half of their next hand instead of a quarter of their next hand, and that suddenly makes your long-term fatigue plan a lot better. But I also think it's one of those heroes that it's kind of fine to be worse. I think they've said recently that there are certain heroes that they don't actually want to be at the top of the meta, like Bolton, for example, because Bolton's kind of his hero text is kind of really strong if he gets strong cards, so they can't give him strong cards. Huntsman is like one of those things where if Huntsman is like the S tier hero, it's going to be like a really toxic meta where everybody's like contracting each other for 30 turns. So maybe it's for the best, and you still have some like Huntsman diehards who get to play a contract list, and that's fine. But I think there's it's okay to like let some heroes just leave, or like not really leave, but like sit in the corner for a while. Yeah.
Well, Taotao, you've taught us how to break Marionette. Ultimately, you've taught us how to potentially make Huntsman a little bit more competitive. There's only one thing left to do, brother. Yeah. Go ahead and put that medal on your head and wear it proudly, my friend, because you are the AGE Open May champion for Season 3. Congratulations,
thank
brother.
You very much.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you all out in Radio Land for watching. Go ahead and tune your sets back over to the LSS-sanctioned broadcast at the world premiere in Taipei. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your time with us and making AGE so very special. To all of you competitors in New England tomorrow, best of luck. We can't wait to see what you bring to this newfangled meta, which is only going to last for about a week.
Yes.
And we'll see you next time. Cheers, everybody.